to return to Victoria using any wormhole he can. Once in Victorian space, the task force will make best speed for the Victoria Refuge wormhole, where you will attack the Dominion forces there at the same time we launch an attack through the wormhole from the Refuge side. We'll catch the ducks between us. Do you understand?" "Yes, Admiral," he said, trying not to stammer. His mind grappled with the logistical and coordination efforts this would require. "Good. This, of course, means some slight changes in tactics and the need to assign the task force additional resources. Some of those resources will be a dozen of the new transporter crates we copied from the Tilica." Hiram pursed his lips, nodding to himself. Duthat eyed him levelly. "So, imagine my surprise," Duthat continued coldly, "when I discovered that you had already arranged for the 2 destroyers and the cruiser that have been outfitted with transporters to be assigned to the task force without my knowledge, to say nothing of the 500 refuge soldiers to be taken along as well. And imagine my further surprise when I had a little chat with Colonel Tamari of Long-Range Reconnaissance and learned that after you take out the shipyard, you intend to assault the Dominion ship Tartarus, which just happens to be visiting the Seaguester." Hiram felt the blood slowly drain from his face. So it was all over. All his planning, his scheming, his best shot at rescuing Cookie, all gone. "Really, Admiral," Queen Anne interrupted, "I have already told you that I specifically authorized Commander Brill to plan and execute this mission." Hiram stared at her in dumb disbelief. "We have information," Queen continued, "that the Tartarus holds hundreds of political prisoners from the Dominion of Unified Citizenry and may hold prisoners taken from Cornwall itself. We won't get another chance like this. I realize I should have spoken to you much earlier, but the commander was acting under my instructions. I might add that he's done exactly what I asked him to do and done it very well." She smiled at Admiral Duthat. Admiral Duthat glanced sourly at Brill, then forced her face into neutrality and turned to the Queen. "Majesty, the purpose of this visit is—" "The purpose of this visit," Queen Anne interrupted, an edge in her voice, "is to remind all of us that a government will maintain the loyalty and love of its people only so long as that loyalty is reciprocated." She pointed to the picture of Cookie on Hiram's wall. "Maria Sanchez and one of her fellow soldiers are on the Tartarus. I am alive and here today because of their efforts and their sacrifice. And the idea that we would send a raid into Dominion space right where the Tartarus is located and not at least try to secure her freedom is abhorrent. I am sure that this is obvious to you, Admiral, as it is to me." Admiral Duthat bit back a sharp retort. One does not make a sharp retort to one's queen and retain expectations of a long, illustrious career. "Of course, Your Majesty. With your permission, I will attend to the necessary orders for the raid." She glanced at Hiram. "You're going, Commander Brill, but let's be clear. Captain Etter is in charge of the task force. He determines if the attack on the Seaguester is feasible and after, but only after it has been destroyed, whether the rescue operation against the Tartarus will be attempted. If it is attempted, Colonel Tamari of the Marines' Long-Range Reconnaissance will be in complete control of that rescue effort. Do you understand?" There was only one possible answer. "Yes, Admiral." "Thank you, Admiral," Queen Anne said. After Admiral Duthat and Captain Etter left, the Queen looked at Hiram. "Thank you, Majesty, for covering for me," Hiram said. "Do you think so little of me that you thought I would not support your plan to rescue Maria?" Anne asked reproachfully. Hiram could not think of anything adequate to say. "You are one of my advisers, Commander. I cannot have you sneaking around planning operations of this magnitude and consequence without being informed. Really, I expected better of you." She paused, and Hiram thought she was stopping, but she was just warming up. And really, what were you thinking? 2 destroyers and a cruiser? 500 troops from refuge? You even went so far as to involve the refuge prime minister. Have you lost your senses? You are not the government, Mr. Brill. I am the government. You cannot take actions of this magnitude on your own. It risks political and diplomatic disaster, and I will not have it. Is that clear to you, Commander? Perfectly clear. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you again, Your Majesty, he said. Queen Anne stood, and Hiram scrambled to his feet. His apartment or not, one does not sit when the Queen is standing. At the doorway, she turned back to him. Do your job, Mr. Brill. Keep your focus. Destroy the Dominion shipyard. And then bring her back. Then she was gone, leaving Hiram standing there in his kitchen, swept with equal parts relief, jubilation, determination, and dread. Chapter 29. On Board the Space Station Atlas. It was Emily's last night on the Atlas. The following morning at 0700, she would transfer to the refuge carrier Rabat, which would be her command center for the duration of the raid. She was utterly exhausted, having spent the last weeks planning, training, and debriefing with her gunboat crews all hours of the night and day. There had been a surprising number of reassignments, with pilots being shifted to systems or weapons, and other crew being moved around. Emily and her command staff discovered that, despite the elaborate testing, people were often better at something other than what the test scores suggested. In 2 cases, personality conflicts had led to completely breaking up the gunboat's crews, and 5 people had been sent home because they just weren't making the grade. The other surprising thing was that the natural leader on each ship was not necessarily the pilot. Sometimes the person with the best sense of the battle, and the person the others would trust and follow, was the systems operator, who could see the shape of the battle from his or her sensor display and guide the pilot through the tactics needed to accomplish the mission. Initially, there was some hesitancy to make someone other than the pilot the gunboat chief. It just went against the ingrained custom and belief of both the Refuge Coast Guard and the Victorian fleet. But finally, Emily put an end to the debate. "Forget tradition," she said. "Tradition got our asses kicked by the ducks. Better something that works than go down with our traditions intact." The good news was that they managed to recruit and train another 15 crews from Refuge, and, unexpectedly, from the Tugboat Guild. That brought her total fleet of heavy gunboats up to 198. The task force would have 3 pocket carriers, which between them could hold all of the gunboats, plus 5 of the newly built Krite ships copied from the Tilica. In addition, they would have a 4th carrier, the Meknes, which would act as the repair and refurbishment platform for all of the task force ships, including the gunboats. The work pace had been frantic, and the workload crushing, so she had finally given everyone liberty for the last day, but had ended up tying loose ends herself just before dinner. Now she wanted a drink, a hot shower, and a bed, and she didn't care much about the order they came in. Her quarters on Atlas were at the end of a corridor behind a row of retail shops and restaurants, and she could smell food cooking. It was redolent with stir-fried vegetables, peanut oil, sesame, and something else she couldn't quite identify, and she impulsively changed direction to go. She emerged from the restaurant 10 minutes later with a large carry-out order and 2 bottles of chilled beer to wash it down. She had never heard before about a Thai restaurant, but she promised herself she would look up the planet Thai and read all about it. She opened a bottle of beer and had one long, satisfying drink, then spooned some of the food onto a plate. Gods of our mothers, it smelled divine. Her mouth watered. She sat down at the table, the beer in one hand and a fork in the other. Life is good, she thought with a chuckle. The door chime sounded. "Oh, bugger me," she snarled under her breath. Then to the apartment's AI, "Activate comm." "Activated," the AI replied. "Who is it?" Emily growled less than graciously. "Emily, it's me, Raph." Emily blinked. Raphael? Here? She knew he was assigned to one of the carriers. He was leading the force of refuge long-range recon troops and would spearhead the attack on the Dominion prison ship holding Cookie. When she opened the door, the first thing she saw was a Grogan at eye level, staring at her with a demented grin that revealed 2 long, floppy fangs. Floppy fangs? "This is from Noor," he said, laughing, and handed her the stuffed animal. Speechless, Emily took it and held it up to take a closer look. It was a child's toy, an old and battered toy animal about 1.5 feet long, with large red eyes, worn and matted fur, a chewed ear, and stitches in several places, revealing that whoever had loved this stuffed animal had loved it vigorously. "Noor and Layla came to visit me a couple of days ago, just before we began to ship up to the Haifa. Noor said this is for you and that you would know what to do with it." He gave her a look of frank appraisal. "Noor has had this Grogan doll since she was 6 weeks old and loves it fiercely." He grinned suddenly, a flash of very white teeth against his tanned face. "Like everything else she does. I have to tell you that I was surprised she was willing to part with it. She told me to tell you that when you don't need it anymore, to send it back to her, unless you find someone who needs it more." Emily hugged the little stuffed Grogan to her chest. Its fur was very soft, and it smelled of soap. She laughed then, picturing a very young Noor meticulously shampooing her stuffed animal. "What's its name?" "It is not an it is a she, and her name is Fierce Grogan, because, as Noor explained to us, that is what she is." "Please thank her for me," Emily said, still hugging Fierce Grogan. "Oh, you'll get to thank her yourself," Raphael said. "Once we're back, you have a standing invitation to dinner in Wididi." Emily thought for a moment about all that would happen and all that might happen before she and Raphael and the thousands of others could return to refuge, and then pushed it aside. Not tonight. Not now. "Have you had dinner? I just got some Thai food and a couple of beers. It's delicious." Raphael brightened. "Beats the hell out of the ship galley leftovers, but are you sure? I know it must be crazy trying to get everything wrapped up for tomorrow." Emily stepped back and gestured him to enter. "My work for the day is done. If I don't relax tonight, I'm going to be worthless tomorrow, so come in. How are your mothers? And Yael, tell me about Yael." With Fierce Grogan sitting as guest of honor at the end of the table, they ate the Thai food and drank the beers. Then Raphael went out and brought back 4 more beers and 2 more dinners from the same restaurant. "What did you get?" Emily asked. Raphael shrugged. "I have no idea. I told him to give me something good. He said one is spicy and one is not, but that we will like them both." So they opened more beer and fell into the food. The chef had lied. Both meals were spicy. One was simply very spicy. The other was mind-blowingly hot. Red-faced, eyes watering, they hurriedly drank more beer, then cautiously resumed eating. "By the one," Raphael gasped. "He told me it would be memorable, but this?" They talked about his family, about her deceased mother, laughed about some of the incidents at Camp Gettysburg, and, inevitably, they talked about the coming raid on the Dominion shipyard and the rescue attempt against the Dominion prison ship, Tartarus. "Listen," Raphael told her, "I'm not cleared to know the details of the raid on the shipyard, but I do know we are only sending a battleship, a cruiser, and 2 destroyers, plus, of course, your heavy gunboat wing. I have no idea what the defenses will be, but is this task force big enough to take out a heavily defended shipyard?" Emily nodded. "Thanks to Hiram, we have a little something up our sleeve, so yes, we think we can take it out. Won't be easy, but we think it can be done." "And what about the Tartarus? Can your men seize the ship?" Raphael smiled rakishly. "Oh, we'll take it. On my honor, we'll take it. Just get us on board in one piece and we'll take it, even if we have to use those silly swords." Pretty bold for a man who was treed by nothing more than a few little Grogan," Emily teased. Raphael snorted. "And this from a woman who can't hit the side of a house with a sonic rifle set wide open?" "Barn, not house." Raphael flicked his hand dismissively. "Either. Both. At least I had sense enough to call in an armed shuttle," she countered. Raphael tisked. "And where's the honor in that? Only a Flatlander would think calling in the fleet was better than defending the Grogan horde single-handedly." "Defeating the Grogan hordes? Is that what you were doing when you bounced off that tree? Come to think of it, they did almost die laughing." "The tree got in the way, was all. Just a momentary setback." Emily grinned, shaking her head. "Do you remember that big alpha bitch? How when the shuttle came she saluted us with a raised leg and a spray of urine?" Raphael chuckled. "Just giving us a little reminder that it is still her mountain." Smiling, Emily looked around the room, trying hard not to look at Raph. She was having some rather lurid fantasies and knew it must be the stress of the coming operation, knew it would be a bad idea, but knew she did not want to be alone on this last night before they left for Dominion space. Unconsciously, she rubbed the fingers over the bump of the fleshy inside of her arm where the required contraceptive was. The fleet wasn't so foolish as to think people would refrain from sex, but it didn't want any unintended pregnancies either. She closed her eyes, trying to untangle her emotions. She wanted to do this. She was afraid to do this. She needed to do this. She opened her eyes. Raph was looking at her intently. "Raph, we're both shipping out tomorrow," she started, then stopped. Neither one of them said anything. The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt thicker, deliciously charged, and fraught with possibility. Emily leaned across the table. "In Victoria, we have a tradition that the night before a battle, the commander takes a long, hot shower." She paused, eyeing him steadily. Raphael's eyebrows rose. "Tradition is a good thing," he said, nodding cautiously. "In the tradition, someone she cares about washes her back and spends the night with her," Emily continued. Raph's eyes widened in mock surprise. "Emily Tuttle! What would Noor say if she could hear us now?" "Noor would tell you to get on with it." She leaned over the table and kissed him. He tasted of rice, beer, and fiery curry. When he picked her up and carried her into the bedroom, she scooped up fierce Grogan from the kitchen table. "I'm not sure this is what Noor had in mind when she gave you fierce Grogan," Raph chuckled, gently putting her down on the bed. "It's a start," Emily said. "A beginning." She carefully put the stuffed animal on the nightstand. Raph looked at her seriously. "Is this a beginning, Emily Tuttle? Is that what you want it to be?" he asked very softly. Emily felt the color high in her cheeks. She leaned forward to unbutton his shirt. "I don't know," she murmured, "but I want to find out." All through the night, amidst the cries of passion and moans of pleasure, the whispered endearments, the soft laughter, and the easy breathing of deep, forgiving sleep, the stuffed Grogan with the chewed ear and floppy fangs kept a watchful vigil over them, holding reality at bay for a few precious hours. Chapter 30. On board the refuge carrier Rabat. Emily Tuttle stepped aboard the refuge carrier Rabat, not as its captain, but as the commander of the heavy gunboat wing. The Rabat's captain, Rahim Zar, greeted her at the entrance with an honor guard of 6 sailors dressed in white, standing rigidly at attention. Emily would have been impressed with the formality of the moment, were not for the goofy-looking, floppy-fanged Grogan doll she carried under her arm. Captain Zar glanced at it curiously, but diplomatically said nothing. "Welcome aboard, Commander," Captain Zar said, sizing her up. Emily sized him up in return. He was a bit older than she was, perhaps in his mid-40s. Although much of his crew had been replaced when the carrier had been seconded to the Victorian fleet, he had remained with the Rabat as its captain. It was important that she be able to work closely with this man. Emily would have authority over the 3 carriers in that they carried the heavy gunboat wing, but within those limitations, Captain Czar would run the Rabat. She had the ultimate authority, but he was on loan from the Refuge Defense Force and had to be treated with respect. "Thank you, Captain. I'm glad to be here," she replied, shaking his hand. "I will show you to your cabin, Commander, unless there is something you would prefer to do first," he offered. "Your luggage has already been taken up." "The cabin would be fine, but to tell you the truth, I am famished and could really use a trip to your galley." "That is easily arranged," his eyebrows raised in question. "And does your companion have any particular dietary restrictions that the chef should be aware of?" he asked, nodding towards Fierce Grogan. Emily smiled. He had a sense of humor, which boded well. "Well, yes, actually. It prefers its meat rather on the rare side. Alive and running is best." Czar nodded somberly. "I will inform the chef. Perhaps a goat." The walk to the galley was long. Emily was impressed at how large even a small carrier was, and it gave them a chance to talk. "All of your heavy gunboats are aboard, Commander," Czar told her. "My deck crew is servicing them now. By tonight they will be fully armed and fueled, and the first 40 will be in launch pods." Emily nodded. "That's excellent. I need to arrange with you and the other carrier captains some time for the gunboats to practice launches. We've done a lot of drills and wargaming, but until this moment we have not had an actual carrier to play with. All my pilots need to learn how to quickly and safely launch from a carrier." "Your pilots are new, then?" "We are all new, Captain. The heavy gunboat wing did not exist 3 months ago, but we do now, and we need to bring ourselves up to speed as quickly as possible. Launching from carriers is the only thing we have not been able to practice. So tell me about the launch pods." I envision some long tube-like structure that will be used to hurtle the gunboats from the carrier at high speed. "Nothing so dramatic, I assure you." He laughed. "The pods are simply pressurized rooms set in the hull immediately adjacent to the carrier landing deck and maintenance area. Once one of your birds is fueled and armed, we push it into the launch pod and close the door behind it. It faces out, toward the hull. Actually, it is facing another set of doors. When you are ready to launch, we kill the gravity in the pod, the air is pumped out, and the outer doors open. This is very quick, 1 or 2 seconds. Once the outer doors open, the pilot simply uses his thrusters to leave the pod and voila! Within a moment, he is clear of the ship and he activates the main propulsion. In less than 5 seconds, the gunboat is accelerating away to its mission. We shut the outer doors and push the next bird into the launch pod." "How many launch pods are there?" 40, 20 per side. We found that if we try to pack in more than that, the risk of a mid-air collision during launch climbs dramatically. Also, this way, if we take damage on one side of the ship, we can still launch on the other side. In a pinch, of course, we can also launch directly off the landing deck, but we can't launch as many simultaneously, so it causes a bottleneck. Turnaround time to get the next set of gunboats ready to launch? Usually no more than 2 or 3 minutes, sometimes a little longer if they have a traffic jam on the maintenance deck. But the crew chiefs are good at what they do, so it doesn't happen often. Also, once a bird is in the launch pod, we launch it right away. That way we don't have to wait until all of the pods are full to launch. So the first launch of 40 boats is virtually simultaneous, but the second launch is first come, first serve. It looks rather ragged when you watch it, but it gets the second round launched more efficiently and quicker. Emily eyed him. "You've been doing this a long time then, Captain." He smiled wryly. "Well, before we were beached by Admiral Raison, we used to drill constantly. Not so much since then, of course, but it is like riding a bicycle, no? Don't worry, we'll bring your boys and girls up to speed." They reached the galley and ate a quick lunch. As they headed for her quarters, Emily was reminded of something. "By the way, Captain Czar, do you have a computer graphics person on board?" "Sure, what do you need?" I have an idea for some insignia patches I'd like to try. She smiled. The next morning, after her first round of meetings, the young petty officer from the graphics department left her a proposed ship insignia and a sample patch to be worn by the heavy gunboat crews. The patch showed 3 snarling Grogan heads in a V pattern. The eyes were blood red and the fangs were ferocious. "You know their eyes are actually black, don't you?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," the petty officer replied confidently. "But the red eyes just make them look mean." Emily had to agree. She turned to the drawing of the insignia that would be painted on the gunboats. She drew in her breath. "What's your name?" she asked the sailor. "Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Abigail Fleming, ma'am," the young sailor replied. "Well, Abigail, you are a genius. This is exactly what I wanted," Emily said happily. Fleming smiled broadly. The drawing showed the large female alpha looking over her shoulder straight at the viewer, her rear leg lifted high to urinate. The Grogan's face was split in a sardonic, mocking smile, and both the expression and the lifted leg conveyed the unambiguous message, "Piss on you." The insignias were painted on the heavy gunboats that afternoon. From that point onward, each boat was identified by the call sign Grogan, followed by its number. Chapter 31. With the Task Force to Raid Seagester. The first wormhole took the task force to the old solar system, home of mankind, now quarantined and forbidden due to its many virulent plagues. The task force only had to travel an hour to find the entrance of the next wormhole, right where Brother Zhang said it would be. And when it emerged 2 minutes later, it was in the Sultanic Empire, near an ancient dust cloud. Again, Brother Zhang directed them to the next entrance, almost a day's travel away. "It took us decades to find this entrance," Brother Zhang explained. "It is well off the elliptical plane. We thought it was out here somewhere, but had all but given up when we stumbled across it. Fortunately, like most of the one-way wormholes, it doesn't move around much." They traveled as stealthily as a battleship, cruiser, 2 destroyers, 4 carriers, and 12 gunboats could travel, which wasn't very stealthy at all. For security, they stayed well away from any of the normal trade routes and had 8 of the super-stealthy Visby-class corvettes, all named after one sort of owl or another, spread out in front of them to give warning of any tramp freighters that might stray across their path. Once the horned owl picked up a sniff of a mining facility on the edge of its passive sensors, and Captain Etter ordered the entire task force to cut power and coast until they were out of the facility's sensor range. 2 hours passed in tense monotony. Then they restarted their engines and proceeded along their course. The third wormhole took them to Gilead, the empty sector with no planets, but with wormhole entrances to the Light, Darwin, Victoria, and the Tilica Empire. A busy sector, with freighters from every sector passing through it, and for the task force the constant threat of blundering into either Dominion or Tilica ships. They emerged again well off the normal trade routes, partially hidden by an asteroid belt. They turned and crept further away from any prying eyes, then put on more speed and moved through another day's travel to reach the last wormhole, the one that would take them into Dominion space itself. With the owls out as pickets, Captain Etter called a meeting of his captains and commanders. The main comm screen showed 18 anxious faces. "All right," Captain Etter said briskly. "In an hour we are going through the last one-way wormhole into Dominion space. We don't know if the ducks are waiting for us or not. You all know the problem we face. We can't send a ship through to look around, then come back through to report to us, so we're going in blind. Once we start, though, we are committed. If they are waiting for us, we'll have to fight our way clear and regroup. If nobody is there, we start searching for the Ducks shipyard. We go in like we've practiced. 2 of the stealth recon ships, Wood Owl and Barn Owl, go in first. If there is anything there, it is the job of the owls to quickly draw the enemy away from the wormhole entrance." Everyone understood this. Since the owls had no weapons, the only thing they could do was hide or run. Eder wanted them to use their superior acceleration to run, and hoped that any Dominion covering force would follow. Next, Eder continued, the destroyers Oxford and Edinburgh, followed by the cruiser Wellington. Lionheart comes through after that, followed immediately by the carriers. As soon as the carriers clear the wormhole passage, they launch all of the heavy gunboats. If anything is waiting, we've got to hit them hard. Last come the tugs and the mobile yard, the Meknes. Remember, we will be in Dominion space, so no active sensors. If nobody is waiting for us, we don't want to tip our hand by making noise. He looked at the other faces on his comm screen. Questions? There were none. Everyone had already reviewed the plan for this wormhole and hammered out any concerns they had. Everyone understood that if the Dominions had somehow gotten wind of this raid and were waiting for them in strength, they were cooked. We have been waiting for the chance to regain the tactical and strategic initiative, Eder reminded them. Well, this is our chance to kick the ducks in the balls and make them withdraw from Victoria to their home sector. But first we have to take out this shipyard. I will send the signal to commence through the C2C. He looked at each of them in turn, nodding his head. You are professionals, the best Victoria and Refuge has to offer. We can do this. We are going to do this. Dismissed. As the comm screen went dark, Captain Eder turned to Hiram Brill. Are you ready, Brill? Once we find Seagester, you will have tactical command of the task force. Hiram Brill looked at him through eyes rimmed with fatigue. I've been ready for a long time, Captain. Eder studied him. Brill did not seem as hollow and brittle as he had in Refuge, but he still gave Eder pause. This was the most important assault of the war thus far. Taking out Seagester would deprive the ducks of any hope of reinforcements for months, perhaps years to come. And that task was in the hands of a short, skinny man who looked more like a clerk than a soldier. Eder sighed. He knew not to judge a soldier by his physical appearance, but he couldn't help but think that Brill looked as if he should be selling train tickets to obscure locations, rather than leading Victoria's most desperate assault. And the tugs, are they ready? Eder asked. He knew the answer, but he wanted the reassurance. Hiram smiled faintly. Peter Murphy assures me they are. They've practiced both on the simulators and in actual conditions, and he reminded me very diplomatically that his tugboat captains have been moving rocks for years. Actually, what Murphy had said was, Don't teach your grandmothers to suck eggs. We're tugboat drivers, Hiram. We've been moving rocks hither and yon since you were in diapers and before Queen Anne was born. So get your head out of your ass and let us do our job. An aide stuck his head in the door. Captain, the countdown starts in 2 minutes. Eder nodded. Okay, Commander Brill, let's go to work. Send the first 2 corvettes, Captain Eder ordered. Wood Owl and Barn Owl slipped into the wormhole and vanished. Mildred, set the timer for 10 minutes, Eder ordered, then looked around at the rating standing in the corner of the bridge. Melvin, I could really use a coffee about now. Melvin nodded and walked into the little galley off the bridge, emerging in moments with a tray with 5 steaming mugs on it. He served Eder first, as befitting his rank, then offered some to the 2 pilots, the sensors officer, weapons officer, and systems operator, by which time he had run out and went back for more. Captain Eder stirred in 3 sugars, took a sip, and sat back with a contented sigh that Hiram knew was 90% showmanship and 10% bullshit. The 2 owls would emerge in Dominion space exactly 2 minutes after they entered the wormhole. No one knew why, but every trip through a wormhole, regardless of your entry speed, was 2 minutes long. And what would they face when they got there? If the Dominions were picketing the wormhole exit, the owls were supposed to go to full acceleration and try to lure them as far away as they could, unless, of course, the owls were destroyed outright. In any case, the 2 destroyers, the Oxford and Edinburgh, would go through in 10 minutes, The cruiser Wellington would follow exactly 1 minute behind, and the battleship Lionheart would follow 1 minute after that. Then the carriers would go through and immediately launch all of their heavy gunboats. Behind them would come the mobile shipyard, the Meknes, and 2 colliers. And if the Dominion fleet was waiting for them, Hiram knew, they were all royally buggered. Maybe someone would escape the ambush, maybe, but in any event the entire attack plan would be in shambles. But there was no choice. When you go through a one-way wormhole, what you find on arrival is always a surprise. Hiram swallowed his fear and nervousness and glanced at the clock. It moved with agonizing slowness. Then Brother John crouched down beside him, whispering so as to not distract any of the bridge crew. These are the times when a man with faith is so much better off than you hopelessly lost agnostics who believe in nothing more than logic, Brother John said serenely. You must sit here and try not to panic at the possibilities we face on the other side of the wormhole, whereas I can simply put myself in God's hands and trust in His love for me. Despite himself, Hiram felt some of the tension dissipate. Arguing with Brother John had become a favorite pastime. So you think it is easier for a man of God to go into battle than a man who does not believe? But of course, Brother John replied. And if you were not such a lost soul gone astray from God's love and redemption, you would understand this. You, as a doubt-ridden heathen, know that if the Dominion fleet is waiting for us on the other side, you are finished for all eternity, dead and beyond any hope of everlasting salvation. Whereas I, having been raised in the light, I know that if we cross through and the Dominion are waiting there with overwhelming force, then all of us here— His voice trailed off. Yes? Hiram prompted. Then all of us here are truly fucked, Brother John said blandly. Hiram snorted and choked back a laugh. Brother John winked at him and walked back to his seat. The clock chimed 10 minutes. Send through the destroyers, Eder ordered, but even as he spoke, they vanished into the wormhole. 1 minute until the Wellington goes through, Eder said. All remaining ships should be at battle stations. He thumbed a button to connect him to Emily Tuttle on board the carrier Rabat. Commander Tuttle, your gunboats should be ready to launch. The Fes, Haifa, and Rabat report all launch pods are ready. We can launch 40 Grogan per carrier immediately upon emerging from the wormhole, and another 70 within 10 minutes. Meknes is standing by for refueling and rearming, Emily reported. Eder allowed himself a small smile. Are we launching wild beasts at the Dominion? Yes, indeed, Captain, Emily replied, and very nasty beasts they are too. I pity the ducks. Hiram would bet a month's pay that she had her transmission broadcasted to all of the gunboat crews. Eder's smile broadened. Then he nodded to the communications officer. Send through the Wellington. And then it was Lionheart's turn. The great battleship accelerated directly into the mouth of the wormhole, and for 2 minutes the ship and all its crew ceased to exist in Einsteinian space. When the Lionheart emerged in Dominion space 2 minutes later, there were no enemy forces, just the 2 destroyers and the Wellington. A tight-beamed communications laser from the Wellington reached them a moment later. Nothing here within reach of our passive sensors, Wellington's captain informed them cheerfully. I've got the 2 owls out about 10,000 miles sniffing around. Hiram breathed a deep sigh of relief. The first hurdle was over. They were in Dominion space, and the Dominions did not know it. Within minutes, the rest of the task force came through, with the 2 colliers, Big Apple and Special Delivery, maneuvering into position in the middle of the warships and the remaining 6 owls fanning out to scan the perimeter with their sensitive passive sensors. The horned owl took a scan of the star map and located their position relative to the last reported position of the laughing owl, then sent a bearing to the Lionheart. All ships, download the attached bearing, Captain Eder transmitted via the comm laser. Set the plane of advancement on that course with tactical north immediately ahead. Owls to be the vanguard, Standard global formation. That would put the owls, with their wonderful sensors, in a loose global formation around the rest of the task force. With luck, they would spot anything before it could spot them. Set stealth conditions on all ships and match Lionheart's speed. Communications by laser only. Lionheart out. With that, the task force shook itself into formation and began its search for Seaguester. Chapter 32. On Board the Laughing Owl. Captain Sadia Zahiri was hungry. It wasn't the empty stomach feeling you have when you're working hard and realize you skipped lunch. It wasn't the jittery, sweaty feeling you have when you've used up all of your body's immediate stores and your blood sugar is low. It wasn't even the aching, distracted, irritable feeling you get when you've missed 2 or 3 meals and really need something to eat. Zahiri had already suffered those stages of hunger. Now she was in the listless, demoralized, tired beyond exhaustion stage, and she had to exert every bit of her rapidly depleting willpower to make herself care what happened next. They had run out of food 5 days earlier. Zahiri's last meal had been a stale heel of rye bread, a bite of an emergency ration biscuit that she shared with the others, and 5 peanuts, all washed down with room-temperature water. Zahiri had put all of the non-essential crew to bed under sedation, each hooked up to an IV drip to keep them hydrated, but she still had her pilot, assistant engineer, sensors officer, drone operator, and communications officer with her. They were all famished. Not just famished, they were starving. If they didn't get some food soon, they would be unable to perform their duties, and soon after that, they would die. "Anything on sensors, Fatima?" Zahiri enunciated her words carefully. Fatima Benissa peered at her screens for a few moments, then shook her head. She didn't say anything, just sat numbly in her seat. Next to her, Avi Lani sat in his chair, sound asleep. He was young and strong, but he seemed to be taking the lack of food the hardest. Maybe his metabolism is higher and needs the sustenance, Zahiri thought idly. It doesn't matter. Let him sleep. The Laughing Owl was almost completely shut down, with just enough power on to run life support and keep the passive sensors functioning. Not much work for an engineer. "Captain, drink this." She looked up to see Forrest Jansen holding a mug of hot chocolate. They were out of food, but still had tea, coffee, and hot chocolate. Zahiri's mouth flooded with saliva at the delicious smell. "Keep this up, Forrest, and I'm promoting you to chief pilot." She gestured to Fatima Benissa. "Give her some too, Forrest, and stand by her until she drinks some of it." Jansen walked to Benissa's station and crouched down beside her. "Hey, Fatima, how's it going? I've got some nice cocoa here. Take a couple sips, perk you up." Benissa stared listlessly at him for a long time, but didn't move. He took her hand and wrapped it around the mug. "Come on, Fatima, take a sip." He raised it to her lips, and she mechanically sipped at it, then sipped again. She licked her lips, took the mug in both hands like a little girl, and drank more. Zahiri turned to Denny Hod, her informal second-in-command, and next to her, the oldest crew member. "Anything on the comm, Denny?" she asked. "Lots of chatter from the ducks," Hod told her. "They've called off the search for us, but have remained at a heightened level of readiness." Of everyone, Hod seemed to be handling the lack of food the best. Short, thick, and balding, he was remarkably stoic. Even when disaster loomed, he calmly took things 1 hour at a time. "Any sense that they know we are here?" Here being attached to the bottom of the shipyard. "Not a clue," he said. "If they knew, we would have heard by now." "And our little surprise?" asked Zahiri. "All systems showing green. All we have to do is activate it." "Good," she nodded. "Good." She looked around. Jansen had gone back to his station, she noticed, and had promptly fallen asleep. Fatima Benissa seemed more alert than she had been, but she still couldn't depend on her to do anything complicated. Hell, Zahiri thought wryly, none of us can do anything complicated right now. The only one who still had a little spring in her step was Daphne Simon, the surviving drone pilot. Daphne looked like a waif to start with a slender build, large brown eyes, and hair longer than regulations strictly allowed. On her best day, she looked like a stiff wind would carry her away, but she was still animated and smiling, which was more than Zahiri could say. "Daphne, anything on the recon drones?" Stupid question, really. 10 recon drones were out in an arc roughly 50,000 miles from the asteroid belt. They were stationary, power plants dialed down, and barely generating any heat, with their passive sensors straining to pick up anything that looked like a Victorian vessel. They were programmed to ignore Dominion vessels, but if they detected a Victorian ship, then, and only then, they would go active. If a recon drone had reported in, Daphne would have already told her. Daphne Simon smiled and shook her head. "Not yet, ma'am, but I think it will be soon now. I'll let you know as soon as I hear something." Captain Zahiri tried to smile back, but wasn't sure she pulled it off. She put down her empty cocoa mug. What if the fleet never came? What if the fleet had been defeated and she just didn't know it? In a few short days, her crew would be too weak to operate the ship. Then what? Do they knock on the door of Seagester and surrender? Ask for a cup of sugar and maybe a hot meal? Would they be imprisoned for life? Executed? Tortured? She looked at Fatima and Daphne, both beautiful young women. What would become of them? Overcome by doubt and the gnawing, relentless hunger, Captain Sadia Zahiri covered her eyes with her hand and tried not to weep. It took her a moment to realize that someone was sitting beside her, with an arm around her shoulders. "Easy, Sadia, easy now," whispered Denny Hod. "It's okay. You're doing everything you can. Just give it over to the gods of our mothers, and what will be, will be." Sadia Zahiri didn't look up. If the others were staring at her, she did not want to know. She felt small and vulnerable, the child lost on the playground who suddenly realizes that her mother is nowhere to be seen and she is alone. Only she wasn't alone. She covered Denny's hand with her own. "There's a chance this won't work, Denny," she confessed softly. Denny Hod chuckled. "Gods of our mothers, you just figuring that out now? We're sitting on the bottom of the Duck's secret shipyard while they're turning over every rock to find us. Sounds like pretty crappy odds to me, but you got us this far, so I figure you're still a step ahead of them." He patted her hand. "Besides, we've still got hot chocolate, so how bad can it be?" 3 hours later, Daphne suddenly sat bolt upright at her station. "Captain, you need to see this!" Chapter 33. The Battle of Seagester. The reconnaissance drone sniffed the solar winds for a taste of home. Drone number 6 was positioned 45 degrees over the asteroid belt's plane of orbit and 50,000 miles towards the Dominion homeworld, Timor. If drone number 6 had been human, it would have been awed by the majestic arc of stars spiraling far overhead and below, billions of suns burning with untold promise against the raven-winged darkness. The drone constantly collected sensor data, testing for light, heat, radio waves, and changes in the electromagnetic emissions that washed over it like a tide. Every 3 hours it roused from its slumber to compare the sensor data against its library of Victorian and refuge ships. If it found no match, it slipped once more into the restful trance of standby mode, and its passive sensors sniffed anew. Although it had been on station for many days now, it had no sense of urgency or impatience, could not feel nervous or restless, and would never know apprehension or joy. On the 10th day at 1600 Fleet Universal Time, it once more activated and compared the last 3 hours of sensory data to its database. This time, there were 4 matches to Victorian ships and 5 matches to refuge ships. More than enough. Having identified a match, drone number 6 came to a full state of readiness and compared the real-time sensory input to its library of known propulsion systems. A match was confirmed. It patiently sorted through the data until it identified the target most likely to carry a high-ranking fleet officer. The target was 45,000 miles away with a vector that would take it under the drone's present position in 2 hours. Activating thrusters, drone number 6 adjusted its heading into an intercept course and ignited its secondary propulsion system, saving the primary system in case it had to take evasive action and flee. An hour later, it was close enough. It fired its tight-beam communications laser. On board the Victorian battleship Lionheart, Hirama Brilla was trying to come to grips with two immutable truths. First, the asteroid belt they were approaching was impossibly huge. 40 miles deep, some 50 miles wide, and thousands of miles long, the Dominions could hide a dozen jumbo-sized shipyards in it, and it still might take a year to find any one of them. His second problem mirrored the first. He had no idea where the Laughing Owl was either. The plan was to get within 30,000 miles of the asteroid belt and come to a position of rest relative to it, and then send the 8 remaining owls to scout it out and find the Laughing Owl and Seagester, in no particular order. Hiram didn't like it. The odds of a duck patrol sniffing out one of the owls were too good. "Stop worrying," Colonel Dov Tamari scolded. "By the blood of the one god, you are like an old woman, Hiram. I've told you, Captain Zahiri is one of my most experienced captains. She knows we can't search the entire asteroid belt, so she'll leave a message for us." Hiram was amused, but tried not to look offended. "That is no way to speak to your superior officer." Tamari snorted. "Well, somebody has to tell you before you have a breakdown. Besides, you are driving everybody crazy. The owls are getting ready to search for the Laughing Owl even as we speak, or in your case, fret. Captain Zahiri knows this is how we do things. She'll leave messages. Trust me on this, Hiram, and help me resist the impulse to strangle you." Across the bridge, at the census officer's workstation, a light began to frantically blink. A moment later, the voice of the ship's AI filled the room. "Unidentified laser strike! Unidentified laser strike on upper deck plate 53. The Lionheart was already at battle stations, so no alarm or chime sounded, but the bridge lights flashed once. The census officer typed furiously at his station, and then scanned the results. "Looks like a tight-beamed communications laser, type A34, he announced with a note of relief. Everyone on the bridge exhaled. Brother Zhang looked at Hiram quizzically, eyebrows raised in silent question. Hiram leaned forward and whispered, "Type A34 comm laser is used in Victorian reconnaissance drones." Explained, "This drone is probably from the Laughing Owl." "Ah," Brother Zhang exclaimed. "Good news, then." Hiram smiled broadly. "It could be very good news." Captain Eder glanced at his communications officer. "I'm on it, sir," the comm officer said. He transferred the data download from the sensors to his communications workstation and typed an encryption key. Hiram knew that 2 floors below, in a cramped room called the Pit by its occupants, there were 5 other communications staff frantically working to determine which encryption key would work to decode the drone's message. In a moment, the comm officer put a hand to his headset. He nodded, then said, "Send it up, Murray." He turned to Captain Eder. "We've decrypted the message, sir. Where do you want it?" "Main screen," Eder ordered, leaning forward. "And Mr. Lair, contact all the other captains and the task force leaders and ask them to assemble soonest in their day rooms. If this is what I think it is, we'll be underway in a few minutes." The main comm screen on the battleship Lionheart would have done a full-sized movie theater proud. In a moment, the image of a woman, a captain from her shoulder insignia, appeared. She looked utterly exhausted and gaunt, like she'd been working hard for far too long without an opportunity for food. "This is Captain Sadia Zahiri of the HMS Laughing Owl. If you are who I need you to be, what you're looking for is here. Verify your identity by transmitting the date of my birth to the drone. If you do, the drone will give you a code, then it will return to the asteroid field. When you reach a distance of 20,000 miles from the asteroid field, broadcast the code you received from the drone. That will activate a beacon. What you are looking for is at the beacon. Be prepared for action. The ducks are running constant patrols along the asteroid field and have several defensive points within it. If we are very lucky, we'll still be here when the beacon is triggered, at which point we will try to sneak out of the asteroid field and join you. Keep an eye out for us. We ran out of food a while ago, so there is a good chance that our Mildred will be driving by that time." Captain Zahiri blinked rapidly several times and took in a deep breath. "Just in case, there are several personal messages attached to this transmission. Please see that they get to the appropriate people. This is Laughing Owl at 9:30, 2615.08.17 FUT. Good hunting to you." She paused, smiling faintly. "Watch for us," she whispered softly. End transmission. The image froze with Captain Zahiri staring straight at them, her dark eyes now steady and unblinking. Captain Eder turned to Colonel Dov Tamari. Tamari nodded in reply. "That's Sadia, all right. Any chance this is a setup, Colonel? Could she be sending this under duress?" Tamari shook his head. "None, sir. We have a contingency for that. If she were under duress, she would have inserted certain code words either into her message or into the message header from the drone. It's her. The message is genuine." "Good," Eder said simply. "Commander Brill, Colonel Tamari, I think it is time for you to return to the carrier Haifa. Brill, we're using your plan for this unless I notify you otherwise. Remember, the longer we can keep them from seeing us, the better, so radio silence. Comm laser for all communications." He gave Hiram a hard look. "And Brill, remember what we've got to do after this. We can afford to lose tugboats if we have to, but we can't lose a carrier. Understand?" Hiram nodded. He didn't like it much. It was too cold and calculating, but he had come to the same conclusion himself. He wondered if Peter Murphy had thought this through as well, and decided he probably had. "Good," Eder said shortly. "I've already spoken to Tuttle about this. Once we've a fix on Seagester, it's your show. Lionheart and Wellington are here to draw the enemy away from the shipyard and give you a clear shot, but we've got to conserve our force as much as possible. The 2 destroyers will escort the tugs to give them a little extra protection, but once the tugs finish their job, the destroyers will take up station with the carriers." "Yes, sir, I understand," Hiram said. And he did. It was the brutal, ruthless economics of warfare. Hiram was awed by it and revolted by it in equal measure. The time might well come, he knew, when he was on the receiving end of that cold economic analysis. He sent a brief prayer of thanks to the gods that he didn't believe in that Queen Anne had expressly ordered Captain Eder to rescue Cookie. No matter what, she wouldn't be left behind. "Okay, get going," Captain Eder ordered. "Keep the shuttle at Haifa. We'll begin as soon as you arrive." Hiram saluted. The fleet wasn't big on saluting, but somehow it seemed appropriate. Eder waved him off. "I suppose I should give you some big pep talk, Brill, but you know what you're about. Don't muck it up. I've got a granddaughter on the way, and I have every intention of being around to spoil her rotten." Hiram smiled. "Well, in that case, sir—" Eder snorted and walked back to the bridge, calling for his aide to find Captain Zahiri's birth date and be quick about it. Hiram turned to Colonel Tamari. "Dov, do you want to take the shuttle, or shall we use one of the Krite transporters?" Under Hiram's direction, one had been installed on every ship. He wasn't sure why he had done it just seemed like a good idea. "We could be there in 2 minutes instead of a long shuttle ride." A look of abject horror crossed Tamari's face. "Scramble my atoms in a blender and project them through space? No thanks." "Save it for the infantry, Hiram. They're so bloody daft that they probably think having their molecules torn apart and reassembled is fun." The signal came through 30 minutes later that the shuttle had reached the Haifa and was all ready. Captain Eder fixed a comm laser on the drone and transmitted Captain Zahiri's birth date. A moment later, the drone sent a 50-digit coded number, then turned in place and powered its drive to start the journey back to the asteroid belt. Captain Eder nodded to himself. Now it begins. He sent the signal to all ships for slow speed, full stealth. With the Owls well in front, the task force began moving toward the asteroid belt. 4 hours later, the Lionheart reached the 20,000-mile mark, still undetected. Eder hated to break radio silence, but gamely broadcast the coded signal, knowing as he did so that he would alert any Dominion patrols in the vicinity. The task force picked up speed and began a dash toward the looming asteroid belt. On board the Haifa, Hirama Brilla sent a comm laser to each of the 12 gunboats. They altered course 30 degrees to the right and pitched slightly upward, aiming them slowly away from the rest of the task force on a course that would take them to the top of the asteroid belt. The carrier Haifa fell in behind them, along with the 2 destroyers, Oxford and Edinburgh. The carriers Rabat and Fes and the mobile shipyard Meknes slowed slightly and began to fall behind the rest of the task force. The task force began to form a V with the Lionheart and the Wellington on the left arm, the 2 carriers and the shipyard at the bottom of the V, and the tugboats, destroyers, and Haifa on the right arm. 3 hours later, the Horned Owl stopped 2,000 miles short of the asteroid belt. Captain Bengt Thury took a long look at the passive sensors. At first it seemed hopeless. The thousands of asteroids twirling by made a complete hash of the sensor data. "Can you clean this up a bit?" he asked the sensors officer. "Maybe filter out everything moving in the same direction as the asteroids, and let's see if there's anything left." "Sure, Skipper," the sensors officer said, his face alight with excitement. He was a fresh graduate of the academy, and an exception to the rule that the crew aboard Owls were older than average. "I was never that young," Captain Thury thought, a little sourly, "or that full of energy. Getting old, damn it." The sensor display suddenly blinked off, then reset. The swirling asteroids were gone. Now, the display showed several red triangles moving against the direction of the asteroids, and a couple more moving across the asteroid belt away from the Horned Owl's position. Then the sensor display reset again. This time there were 2 additional red triangles cutting across the asteroid belt, but aimed right toward the oncoming Victorian battleship and cruiser. "Well, it was too good to last," Captain Thury sighed. "Send a laser comm to Lionheart. Tell them a patrol, 2 destroyer-sized ships, is on an intercept course." He looked at his sensors officer and felt a pang of sadness. There was little chance this eager, enthusiastic lad would live to see his next birthday. "Captain," the sensors officer called, "we got another one." He pointed to a large red triangle that had just appeared. "Mildred identifies it as a cruiser. It must have been moving in the same direction as the asteroids, so it got filtered out. Then it turned and the computer picked it up. Mildred, plot a course projection for the new target. Show me where it's going," Captain Thury ordered. "Processing complete," Mildred replied, and a dotted red line appeared in the sensor display. It crossed the early course projection of the 2 enemy destroyers. All 3 met just short of where the Lionheart was supposed to be at that time. "That's it then," Thury muttered. "Send the data packet to the Lionheart. Tell them a Duck cruiser has joined the party, and all 3 enemy ships will intercept them in 40 minutes. Then the sensors officer gasped. Captain Thury swiveled back to the display. There, slightly to their right, was a pulsating blue square that blinked once every second. It was the beacon, the bloody, wonderful beacon, blaring its position for all to see within 30,000 miles. The secret location of the Duck shipyard was a secret no longer. "Well done, Sadia," Captain Thury murmured. The Battle of Seagester had begun. On the Laughing Owl, they drank the last of the hot chocolate. Captain Zahiri put the mug down and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She grinned at the others. "I think it's time for us to leave. Pilot, any recommendations?" Forrest Jansen smiled weakly. His course had been laid in for days. "I think straight up, ma'am. Take us out of the asteroid belt and then head for the nearest friendly forces." Excellent suggestion, Mr. Jansen. Let's everybody strap in. This could be a rough ride. Mildred? Yes, Captain Zahiri? The AI's voice was pleasantly cheerful, as always. 6 days without food hadn't seemed to affect it in the least. Once we start, you are to assume controls of the ship. Follow Mr. Jansen's course, but avoid enemy ships. Take us out of the asteroid belt, and then proceed at high speed to the nearest Victorian forces. Acknowledge. Your order is received and confirmed, Captain, the AI said soothingly. Zahiri sat in the shock seat and strapped herself in. There was a good chance that in her weakened, half-starved condition, the coming maneuvers would knock her unconscious. She took a last look around. Daphne Simon had helped Fatima get into her chair and strapped her in, then climbed into her own chair. When she was strapped in securely, she gave Zahiri a brilliant smile and a thumbs up. Across the bridge, Denny Hod nodded at her, and then closed his eyes. Forrest Jansen was looking at her intently. Okay, Forrest, take us out of here. Since his course was already laid in, Jansen simply pushed a button on his console. There was a moment of silence, then a scrapping noise as the magnetic clamps that held the Laughing Owl to the Seaguester released. The ship scraped along the bottom of the huge shipyard for a heartbeat. There was a loud bang as it hit something, but then the thrusters pushed it down 200 feet to clear any protuberances jutting from the bottom of Seaguester. The mammoth Dominion shipyard continued forward, and the Laughing Owl slipped backwards. 30 seconds later, the shipyard had rumbled away, and the Laughing Owl had a clear view through a screen of asteroids to open space beyond. As much as he would have loved to pilot her, Jansen knew he was too weak and his reflexes were shot. All yours, Mildred. I pass control to you, he whispered. It was like handing a newborn child to a beloved aunt for safekeeping. Yes, dear, I accept control, Mildred said cheerfully. Then the Laughing Owl leapt ahead. Despite the best efforts of the inertia compensators, everyone was crushed into their seat. The ship lurched violently, left, then right again, and gained speed. Zahiri, trying to watch the holodisplay through red-dimmed eyes, saw that they were corkscrewing through the remainder of the asteroid field, making turns and dodging asteroids with a reckless skill no human pilot could hope to match. Then the ship steadied out on a straight course and accelerated even harder. The red haze blurred Zahiri's eyes and then washed away her thoughts. Every ship for 5,000 miles suddenly saw the sensor plume from the Laughing Owl's engines as it hurtled upward out of the asteroid belt, then arced over toward the Victorian task force. And behind it, clamped securely to the bottom of the Dominion shipyard, the beacon continued to wail its siren song. Get them up on the plot where I can see them, damn it! Eder barked. The sensors officer typed a command and the holodisplay reset. The battleship Lionheart and the cruiser Wellington were in the center of the display. Ahead of them, and 30 degrees to the left, were 2 Dominion destroyers bearing down on them, while 30 degrees to the right was the enemy cruiser. At the far side of the display was a blinking red circle that represented the Dominion shipyard Seaguester. Off to the right, almost on top of the asteroid field, 12 small blue specks represented the tugboats, still getting into position. They seemed to be moving with pitiful slowness, and Eder wondered again how he could have agreed to an attack plan that relied on civilian craft for the critical element. The important thing was to keep the enemy's attention on them and off the tugboats. The vital, unarmored, fragile tugboats. But if he stayed on this course, the destroyers and cruiser would come into missile range at the same time. Let's not do that, he thought. He considered the holo, then gestured to his communications officer. Get Wellington and Rabat. In a moment, the comm screen showed Captain Bruce Hilson of the Wellington and Emily Tuttle of the Rabat. We've got 3 enemy ships on an intercept course with us, in missile range in about 20 minutes, Eder said crisply. They seem to be coming in piecemeal, so I think we caught them by surprise, and they're scrambling without too much coordination. Keep an eye out for more ships dribbling in. We don't want to get caught by a missile up our rearmost because we were too focused on what was in front of us. The tugs are almost in position, but we have to keep these bastards distracted for a while." He nodded at Emily. "Commander Tuttle, launch half your birds and jump the cruiser. Go in loud. I want them to know you're there. You don't have to kill it. Just keep it busy, and for God's sake, keep it away from us. Captain Hilson, I want the Wellington 200 miles off my starboard quarter. We're turning into the destroyers, so we'll reach them a couple of minutes before the cruiser can get into play. Launch the jammers first, but at the cruiser, understand? When we get within range of the two destroyers, we'll hit them with all of our missiles. We'll follow with lasers while we're reloading, and then turn to meet the cruiser. Remember, we need to kill them or cripple them. But in any event, the priority is to give the tugs enough time. Got it?" "Yes, sir," both of them said in unison. "Do you have any questions?" "No, sir," Hilson said. Captain Hilson was old school. He never had questions. Eder looked at Emily. "Tuttle? What if one of the destroyers or the cruiser turns to make a run on the tugboats?" she asked. Eder nodded approvingly. "If that happens, divert all your gunboats to that threat. Deploy other wings as you see fit, but keep the tugs safe until their mission is accomplished." He looked back and forth between them. "This is the real thing, not another simulation," Eder reminded them. "So get it right the first time." The Lionheart and Wellington veered left and lined up with the Dominion destroyers. Jamming missiles and decoy drones shot out at the cruiser and turned the enemy's sensor data into fuzzy snow. For the moment, the Dominion cruiser was flying blind. "Fire all missiles on the destroyers," Eder ordered. 60 missiles sped away, aimed 30 each at the two enemy ships. The destroyers abruptly realized the danger they were in and split, one going high, the other low, leaving behind a trail of chaff and decoys to spoof incoming missiles. One of the destroyers even had the presence of mind to fire its own missiles, but the other just ran. The Victorian missiles followed them. Captain Eder nodded in approval. A promising start. The promising start soon fell apart. Decoys tricked a dozen missiles within seconds, and they veered off, finally catching and destroying the wrong target. Another 8 missiles lost lock in the chaff cloud and emerged too far away to regain their target. After a moment of searching, the safety protocol kicked in, and the missiles self-destructed. But that still left a lot of missiles. Both destroyers fired off their close-in anti-missile defenses. Another missile exploded harmlessly, but the rest bore in. One of the destroyers shuddered and staggered to the side, then began a lazy end-over-end tumble. It was out of the fight. The other destroyer dropped more chaff and decoys and turned sharply. 2 missiles had caught it, but its last frantic efforts had broken the sensor lock of the others. It turned sharply one more time and limped away as fast as its damaged power plant would take it. "Leave it," Eder ordered. "We'll save our lasers for the cruiser." On the carrier, Rabat, Emily hit the launch button for the heavy gunboats. Rabat carried 66 heavy gunboats, 1/3 of the fleet's entire gunboat force. In 10 seconds, 40 gunboats were in the air, forming up over the carrier. 4 minutes later, the remaining 26 gunboats joined them, and they accelerated for the Dominion cruiser. Once its boats were launched, the Rabat fell back to stay out of missile range from the enemy cruiser. Fes, still loaded with its 66 ships, followed closely behind, but the Meknes, converted from a carrier into a rearmament platform, crept up the right flank of the action, ready to assist any of the gunboats that had just launched. This left the Meknes more exposed than Emily would have liked, and she kept the gunboats on the Fes ready to launch at a moment's notice. Now it was all position and geometry. Lionheart and Wellington were turning left to meet the destroyers head-on. The enemy cruiser, its sensors baffled by the jamming, couldn't see the maneuver and so continued on its original course well to the right, expecting to join up with the Dominion warships at any moment. Meanwhile, the Rabat gunboats were rocketing towards the cruiser, hoping to catch it from the far right. Each squadron of 10 gunboats had a squadron leader. There were 3 squadrons to a group and 2 groups to a wing. Each group had a group commander, and each wing a wing commander, who was also known by the unfortunate acronym of WC. Each carrier carried a wing, roughly 60 boats, plus a few hundred gunboats that had specialized tasks such as jammers or hedgehogs. After many, many hours in the simulators, the practice had developed that the wing commanders gave the tactical orders. The group commanders stood ready to step in if the wing commander was distracted or simply too busy to deal with the problems one or more squadrons was running into. Emily's wing commanders were Alex Rudd on the Rabat, Grant Skiffington on Fes, and Avi Yaffa on Haifa. Yaffa was slow-talking, slow-moving, and poker-faced. People working with him often wondered if he was actually awake. He was one of the former pilots from the Refuge Coast Guard who turned out to be a so-so pilot, but a brilliant tactician, and, surprisingly, given his reserved nature, a pretty good manager of the often egotistical pilots. Emily had first moved him from pilot to systems on his heavy gunboat, but soon realized he was quietly directing his entire squadron, and also giving timely suggestions to his group commander. She had called him into the office and asked if he would like a shot at directing a wing. "It means you won't fly anymore," she warned him. Yaffa thought about it for 10 seconds, then shrugged. "Not that good at flying anyway," he confessed. "But I do like moving the pieces around." He took the job. Those 3 men, Rudd, Skiffington, and Yaffa, were her arms and legs as Emily wielded the heavy gunboat force. Now Emily sat beside Alex Rudd in the Rabat. "Just like old times," Rudd commented, peering intently at the hologram display. The enemy cruiser was to their west, and the 6 squadrons of gunboats were racing towards it. Thanks to the C2C communications with the Lionheart, Emily could see that the Lionheart and Wellington were just finishing a missile run against the 2 destroyers. Depending on how that turned out, they would either follow in with lasers or turn back towards the Dominion cruiser. The cruiser, still trying to burn its way through the heavy jamming, had not yet realized that it was caught in a classic pincer. Emily grinned at Rudd. "We've got him. He just doesn't know it yet." Rudd nodded in agreement. He thumbed his comm. "Squadrons 1 and 2, take him high. 3 and 4, low. 5 and 6, take any opening you see. First missile on my command, then swarm in." They watched the holodisplay, magnifying the view until they could see the specks of the gunboats approach the larger red triangle of the cruiser. It looked like a pack of wild, Grogan, loping in on prey. "First fire missile! Prepare to fire lasers!" Rudd ordered. He turned to Emily and smiled. "Damn, I love this stuff." Then he looked back at the holodisplay and turned ashen. Oh shit. 20,000 miles northeast of the Lionheart, and the skirmish being fought there, the 12 gunboats were cruising the top of the asteroid belt. Their drives were powered low in a feeble attempt to make the gunboats stealthy. The tugs operated in 6 pairs, each pair looking for smaller asteroids roughly the size of a house. When they found one, they would come up beside it from behind, lock onto it with tractor beams, and carefully lift to the top of the asteroid field, keeping it at the same speed relative to the field. So far, they had only found and positioned 3 rocks big enough, or small enough, to work with. There were lots and lots of small chunks of rocks and debris floating in the asteroid belt, but they were too small. Conversely, or perversely, thought Hiram, From there, the asteroid seemed to jump to the size of a large building. Those would be harder to extract from the asteroid field and extremely difficult to position properly for an attack. The middle size turned out to be in short supply. "Think we've got a fourth one," Peter Murphy said over the comm. "It's about 10 miles in and 15 miles west of here. I've got 2 tugs on it now. Should know in a few more minutes." Murphy didn't ask what was happening elsewhere, and Hiram did not tell him about the escalating fight by the Lionheart. He needed the tug captains focused on finding the proper-sized rocks and pulling them out of the asteroid field. Nothing else. Meanwhile, he had the Oxford and the Edinburgh drifting along the top of the asteroid belt, about 500 miles in front of the tugs and the carrier Haifa. They had watched anxiously as more Dominion warships raced to oppose the Lionheart, but so far Hiram's task force had not been noticed. That couldn't last long, he knew. They had to make their attack, and soon. "Murphy," he calmed, "anything you can do to speed things up?" "Well, sure," Murphy replied, a little testily. "Just give me a better quality asteroid field, or tell me that we only need 3 rocks and I'll tell you we're ready. Otherwise, just let us do our job. Commander Brill?" It was Haifa's wing commander, Avi Yaffa. "Yes, wing commander, what is it?" "I think we should launch the gunboats. Our sensor horizon this close to the asteroid field is very short. If the ducks find us, we will have only a minute or 2 warning, not enough time to scramble the boats in time to help." Hiram frowned. "I thought the boat pilots were in their launch pads with hot engines. All they have to do is launch. We can have 40 boats in the air in a few seconds." Yaffa stared at him for a long moment, and then nodded slowly. "Well, Commander, that's true enough, but just because the boats are launched doesn't mean that they are anywhere near where we need them to be. Right now, it is about a 15-minute flight to the tugboats and maybe a 20 to 30-minute flight to the destroyers. Take your pick, but in either case, by the time we get there with the gunboats could be shot to shit or the destroyers could be pretty well chewed up. What we need, sir, is to have the gunboats providing support on site so that if the ducks find us, the gunboats are right there and can help." Hiram sighed inwardly. He should have thought of that. "Good suggestion, Yaffa. Go ahead and implement it immediately. Anything else you think we should be doing?" Yaffa slowly nodded. "Well, sir, since you asked, I've been watching the battle with the Lionheart and the duck cruisers. That could turn bad pretty quick. If the ducks throw more ships at them, they may need some help from us as well." Hiram suppressed a wince. No plan survives the first contact with the enemy. Wasn't that the old saying? "What do you suggest?" he asked. "Let's send 40 of our gunboats to support the tugs and the destroyers, with the bulk of them on the tugs since they are the most critical piece of all of this. Keep 20 or so in reserve and use them where we need them. Also, let's get a couple of recon drones up to extend our sensor search. Come to think of it, we ought to send a couple of jammers up as well. If we see some ducks about to trip on us, we can hit them with jamming and buy the tugs an extra few minutes before the ducks can lock on to a firm target. It might make all the difference." Hiram nodded again. "Do it, Wing Commander." He switched channels to talk again with Peter Murphy. "How's that rock look, Murphy?" he asked, trying to sound casual and failing miserably. "Too big," Murphy replied shortly. "We're still looking. Seems to have a pocket of slightly smaller rocks here, so we'll find something. I'll call you, Hiram, as soon as I have something worth reporting." He didn't exactly say, "Don't bother me again," but his tone carried the message loud and clear. Hiram sighed. Who would have thought that in a giant asteroid field it would be hard to find 6 bloody rocks? "Oh, shit," Rudd gasped. Emily's head snapped up. She bit back a curse. A second Dominion cruiser and 3 frigates appeared on the sensors, hurtling directly towards the Lionheart and the Wellington. Geez, couldn't they have waited just 10 minutes? "Toby, get me a direct line to Captain Eder and Captain Hilson." Seaman Partridge tapped in the proper code on his console. "You're up, ma'am." "Lionheart and Wellington, this is Commander Tuttle. Our drone has picked up a second duck cruiser and three frigates emerging from the asteroid field at high speed and bearing down on you. ETA 20 minutes. Captain Etter studied the sensors, but the jamming and fields of chaff degraded his sensors as well as the Dominion cruisers he was stalking. "Tuttle, when will your birds hit the first cruiser?" Emily glanced at the status board. "We have 6 squadrons hitting it now, sir. They have fired 1 missile and are moving closer for another shot." Etter nodded once. "Okay, Commander. Tell your birds we are coming in from the southwest and will be firing lasers. Our friend or foe is squawking, but I would appreciate it if they did not shoot any missiles at us. We will come in with heavy lasers and whatever missiles that have been loaded in time. I expect to fire in—" He glanced at his display. 4 minutes. Lionheart out." Hilson flashed an unexpected grin. "Emily, tell your nasty little Grogan that I'll forgive them this one time if they don't leave anything for us. The way the ducks are coming in, there'll be plenty to go around. Wellington out." Emily studied the holo display. The entire battle was now shaped like an upside-down L, with the short arm projecting out to the right along the axis of the asteroid field. The tugboats and the Haifa were on that short arm, gathering rocks. The destroyers Oxford and Edinburgh were there, guarding them, and so far the ducks were not paying any attention to them. On the long arm of the L, the Lionheart and Wellington were mixing it up with the duck destroyers and the first cruiser, but now the second cruiser and its escorts were moving down the long arm of the L to join the fray. And right at the junction of the small and long arms of the L lay the Seaguester, the Dominion secret shipyard. The comm screen lit up. It was Grant Skiffington, wing commander on the carrier Fess. "I know what you want, Grant, and the answer is no," she said before he could speak. Grant stared at her, jaw flexing. "We should launch my boats on the second cruiser right now, Emily. We can—" "I said no, Grant. You are my only reserve. Don't worry, you'll see plenty of action, but right now I need you where you are." Skiffington's face flushed red. "Damn it, Emily, we can take out the second—" Emily reached across and cut off the communication. No time for this. "Sensors, ETA on second cruiser and the escort? 15 minutes before they'll be in close missile range of the Lionheart," the sensors officer replied crisply. "With all the jammers and chaff floating around, I'd be surprised if they can achieve a target lock before that." Emily thought about that for a moment and recalled some of the training exercises Alex Rudd had thrown at her and the other recruits, particularly the storage facility that had to be defended. "Toby, get me Captain Etter on the comm." Etter came on a moment later, and Emily explained what she had in mind. Etter considered it, then nodded once. "It means we have to take out the first cruiser right off, but I think we can do that." He stroked his chin. "Okay, Tuttle, let's try it. The alternative is a straight run-in, which is risky and rather dull." The 63 heavy gunboats from the Rabat descended on the first Dominion cruiser like a wrath of God. They fired their first round of missiles close in, giving the cruiser's anti-missile defenses little time to react. Then the second missiles. Then they fired the 10-inch lasers. Incredibly, the cruiser's anti-missile defenses sputtered to life and promptly jammed, decoyed or shot down a total of 80 missiles. The next 40 missiles hadn't yet reached the cruiser when the lasers struck, scouring many of the anti-missile defense emplacements off the hull and leaving huge rents in the side. Air and debris boiled out like pus from a suppurating wound. The gunboats turned to run parallel to the cruiser while they recharged their lasers. All of the gunboat crews whooped and hollered. They were about to bag a duck cruiser, and it felt wonderful. Without further thought or any consultation, all of the gunboat crews did the same thing. They diverted their second engine to recharge the 10-inch laser that had just been fired. It would take 30 seconds, and during those 30 seconds, their acceleration rate would be significantly reduced, keeping them close to the enemy ship. The group commanders, sitting next to each other on the rabat, exchanged a look and both nodded, and then signaled their respective squadrons to fire all remaining missiles and break off. Another 120 missiles shot out, their target so close and so big that they followed a straight trajectory. There was no need to weave and turn and jam. The missile simply sprinted 40 miles and smashed headlong into the already scarred hull of the cruiser. Missiles struck thunderously from below, from the port side, and from above. Pieces of hull peeled off the ship and tumbled into space, air-vented, tongues of flame shone through cracks and rents. Anti-missile pods collapsed and disintegrated. Each missile gouged a hole in the cruiser, and the missiles that followed smashed deeper and deeper, probing the soft interior, seeking a critical path, a vulnerable opening. Explosions riddled the interior spaces, shrapnel and concussion killing all they touched. Fireballs raced down the corridors and up utility shafts, always getting closer and closer. In moments, the air inside the cruiser scorched lungs and eyeballs in equal measure. The fires sucked in all available oxygen and roared like a berserk, vengeful demon. The final missile exploded a mere 20 feet from the antimatter drives. 2,000 pounds of high-yield explosive turned its immediate surroundings into a maelstrom of plasma. The final bulkhead blew out, and the superheated plasma reached the object of its desire. The cruiser simply vanished. One moment it was there, the next moment it was gone, its antimatter drives exploding in a paroxysm of churning light, spewing raw energy and radiation. And in its agonized death, the Dominion cruiser took its revenge. In one enormous pulse of destruction, the energy flare from the explosion swept out for 50 miles in all directions, greedily enveloping 38 of the precious gunboats. When the deadly sun-bright light diminished, 4 squadrons were gone, vaporized in an instant. There was no wreckage, no bodies, no survivors. The remaining gunboats, by random luck outside of the kill zone when the cruiser exploded, were all damaged to one degree or another. As one, stunned and disoriented, they turned toward their carrier and began to limp home. On the rabat, Alex Rudd looked at the casualty figures and blanched. "Gods of our mothers, grant them mercy," he whispered in a strangled voice. Emily came to look over his shoulder. At first, she did not understand what had happened, but a 10-second replay of the holo display told her everything she needed to know. Horror mixed with consternation. The cruiser's antimatter pods had been breached, and maybe it had been carrying antimatter missiles as well. And she learned the hard way the hidden design flaw of the heavy gunboats. She opened up the comm. "Meknes and Rabat, move up to assist survivors. Fess, launch your gunboats and wait for orders," she said. Skivington will be happy with this, she thought bitterly. On board the Dominion cruiser Swift Justice, the captain was confused, a sensation he enjoyed not in the least. His sister cruiser, Redemption, had just blown up in front of him, the victim of what his sensors identified as small missile ships of some sort. Whatever they were painfully vulnerable because more than half of them had been torn apart when the Redemption's magnetic containment bottle had ruptured. The rest of the small ships were in retreat, to where he did not know nor presently care about. His focus was on the Vicky battleship and cruiser in front of him, largely obscured by jammers and chaff, but there nonetheless. They had turned away from him, retreating further behind even more chaff and more jammers. The captain's forehead wrinkled into a frown. Why weren't they attacking him? A Vicky battleship, for God's sake, plus a cruiser against his cruiser and 3 frigates. They should be attacking. Did they know about the other reinforcements coming soon? Was either the battleship or cruiser already damaged? He shook his head. Too many unknowns. His sensors couldn't burn through the chaff and the damn jammers, and sending a drone would take too long. His eyes flickered to the holodisplay. The 3 frigates cruised along in a V formation. Excellent. He thumbed the comm. New orders, he told them. Recon by force and report back on the status of the Victorian forces behind this cloud of chaff. Report back at the soonest possible time. Acknowledge. The senior frigate captain acknowledged the order. His voice seemed strained. Probably shitting his pants, the cruiser captain thought. I would be. The frigates accelerated ahead and disappeared into the edge of the chaff cloud. The cruiser captain waited. No comm messages, no drones. Captain, the sensors officer said, picking up evidence of several explosions from within the chaff cloud. Consistent with the signature of detonating mines, the kind the Vickies use? The captain asked dryly. The sensor operator checked his readings. Yes, sir, he confirmed. The captain nodded sourly. The Vickies were cunning little bastards, he had to give them that. But let's see how cunning they are in an hour when the rest of his reinforcements arrive. Helm, get us out of here, he snapped. Take us back to the asteroid belt. Stay away from that damned chaff cloud. Sensors, I want to know the minute you see any more of those small attack craft heading in our direction. Weapons, send 2 antimatter missiles straight through the cloud. Let's see how they like a taste of that. He sat back in his chair, fuming. And send word to the reinforcements to get here ASAP. We can't keep dribbling forces into this fight and getting our asses kicked. Time to kick some Vicky ass for a change. Monitoring the battle from the Rabat, Emily saw the enemy cruiser turn back to the asteroid field, but behind it were 2 Vs, showing the missiles they had fired. The missiles marched straight toward the chaff cloud the Lionheart had made. Emily's brow furrowed. 2 missiles? Why only 2? Oh, bugger me. She snarled and stabbed the comm button. Lionheart, Wellington, scatter! Scatter! You have 2 antimatter missiles coming to your location behind the chaff. Repeat, 2 antimatter missiles aimed at you. Get out of there. She hit a second button to go live to all ships. Antimatter missiles near the chaff cloud. All ships move away now! There was a brief lull in the fighting as the Victorian ships accelerated away from the chaff cloud. Then the entire cloud pulsed white, as if a giant lightning bolt had gone off deep within it. When the sensor display finally came back, Emily ordered an active sweep and was rewarded with clear returns on the Lionheart and Wellington, as well as a dozen of heavy gunboats. Mildred, take census, she ordered. The AI digested the sensor data and reported. Wellington and Lionheart, no significant damage noted. Fess on station and undamaged. Entire complement of Fess heavy gunship on station and undamaged. Rabat on station and undamaged. 38 of Rabat's heavy gunships unaccounted for, status unknown. 22 of Rabat's gunships being rearmed or repaired at Rabat and Meknes. No preliminary reports yet on damage status. All tugboats are on station near asteroid belt. Destroyers Oxford and... Stop! Report status of enemy ships, Emily said. 1 enemy cruiser retreating to asteroid field at high speed. 1 cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 6 frigates have just emerged from the asteroid field. No other... Stop! Emily snapped. Repeat last. No other... No, just before that. Emily ground her teeth in frustration. 1 cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 6 frigates have just emerged from the asteroid field, Mildred repeated. Emily spun to Chief Gibson. Chief, are you getting this on sensors? He studied his display, then shook his head. Nothing here, Commander, but the antimatter missiles really screwed the sensors. They won't be fully functional for a while yet. Mildred, what is the source of your data on the new enemy ships? Emily asked. Source is a C2C transmission from the Horned Owl. Emily quickly connected to the Lionheart, Wellington, and Fess. Warning! Large enemy force heading towards us from the asteroid belt. 1 cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 6 frigates. No specific ETA, but very soon. Nothing on our sensors, but warning from an owl. Rabat out. Mildred, use a laser comm to connect me to the horned owl. Of course, dear. Captain Thury's face immediately popped up on the comm screen. He in turn was gazing at another display and seemed unaware of Emily's presence. Emily saw one of Thury's crew nudge him. He looked up, eyebrows rising when he saw Emily. Thank you for your warning, Captain Thury. Do you see anything else? Thury's face grew grim. Our sensors have been degraded by the antimatter blast, but my sensors officer thinks he saw one, possibly two frigate-sized vessels moving along the top of the asteroid belt toward the gunboats. There is too much interference from the asteroid field to track them. I don't have a laser link with Haifa or any of the other ships there to warn them, and if I send a drone, I'll give away my position. Hold one, Captain, Emily replied. She glanced questioningly at Toby Partridge. He nodded. I have a good connection with Haifa and Oxford, ma'am. Captain Thury, I will pass along your warning. Please keep us informed of any other sightings. You really saved our bacon with the last one. Rabat out. I do not eat bacon, Commander, but I am happy to have saved yours. Horned owl out. Captain Etter's face appeared on the comm screen. Tuttle, Lionheart and Wellington are turning west in attempt to lure off the incoming duck ships. We'll leave a trail of mines and jammers to try to force the ducks to spread out. Once they spread out a little, I need your Grogan to take out anything you can. We can't let them set up a coordinated attack. Do you understand? Pay particular attention to the cruiser and the destroyers. They can really hurt us if the ducks use them properly. Yes, sir, she said crisply. And try to reach Commander Brill and ask him if it would not be too much trouble if he would please launch his bloody attack on the duck shipyard so we can get the hell out of here. Yes, sir. Lionheart out. The screen went blank. Hiram Brill was on the comm to Peter Murphy. Murphy, not that I want to put any pressure on you, but how are you doing over there? 5 rocks so far, Murphy replied. We're looking at another one right now. Might be a little small, not sure yet. Look fast, Peter. We just got word a frigate is coming this way. I've got 2 gunboat squadrons looking for it now, but we don't have much longer. Don't rush me, Hiram. We're not baking brownies here. Hiram took a deep breath. He thought about the sensor display Emily had sent and the growing weight of the Dominion forces as reinforcements poured in. Time was the enemy now. Murphy, you've got 10 minutes, no more. In 10 minutes, we have to start the attack, with or without the 6th rock. Damn it, Hiram, we've got to... 10 minutes, Peter, Hiram interrupted, then cut the connection. One more thing to do. He checked to make sure he had a solid laser link to Barn Owl, then thumbed the comm. Any sight of her? He asked. He had detached the Barn Owl to look for the Dominion prison ship Tartarus. Not yet, replied Captain Karen Selby of the Barn Owl. Keep looking, Hiram said. He sat back and looked at the display. The asteroid belt raised hell with the sensors, so the prison ship could be anywhere, but he would find it. Emily sat in her chair and thought. The entire gunboat wing from the Fess was hunting for the duck reinforcements, and it wouldn't be long before they found them. 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, and 6 frigates. She stroked the bump on her nose, a little reminder from Camp Gettysburg of how things can go wrong. Did the Dominions really have that many reinforcements? They had been coming in penny packets, but now they show up with a small task force. Could they pull that together this soon? She rubbed her nose and recalled all the times she had used decoy drones to spoof the ducks. The decoys work so well because they look like the real thing on sensor displays. It wasn't until you got close enough for official sensors that... Nodding to herself, she called to Toby Partridge. Get me Commander Skiffington on the Fess and tie in the Owl closest to the duck frigates. The connection was made in a moment. You have Commander Skiffington on the Fess and Captain Ayala Pearl of the Fish Owl, Toby told her. Grant, what is your ETA on the duck frigates or destroyers? She asked abruptly. 14 minutes to missile range on the frigates, Grant said forcefully. 15 to missile range on the destroyers. But I would have been closer if you... Emily cut him off. Captain Pearl, if you accelerate hard, how long before you could do an active sensor scan on the new duck ships? Captain Pearl narrowed her eyes. An active scan? You mean drop stealth? She sounded shocked. For an owl, stealth was life. Emily nodded. Yes, Captain, time is of the essence. How soon can you get a solid scan on the duck ships? Pearl looked like she had tasted something sour, but dutifully checked her displays and said something to her pilot, then turned back. At high speed, we can pass over their entire line of ships within 5 minutes. But at that distance, we could get perfectly good passive scans without the need to further give away our location. Emily shook her head. I need to know if they are using drones to decoy us, Captain. If you are close enough to use optics with a very high degree of certainty, I'll accept that, but otherwise use active scanners. Then bug out. Captain Pearl, commence your sensor run now. Emily turned to Skiffington. Grant, take your wing up to the 10-minute line and hold there until I give you specific attack orders. Captain Pearl of the Fish Owl watched their acceleration climb as the little ship turned onto a course that would take them 1,000 miles over the line of Dominion reinforcements moving against the Lionheart. They were running with only passive sensors, using them to fix the location of the Dominions. Now, though, that was about to change. She turned to her XO. Billy, I've been an owl captain for 5 years and I've never given this order before. But I guess there is a first time for everything. She took a deep breath. Commence active sensors. Continuous sweeps until I say otherwise, and as soon as you get data, send it to the Rabat. Don't wait for my order or even try to analyze. Just send it. Bill Holcomb looked at her, a little wide-eyed, but nodded. This is going to be very interesting, he said. Pearl snorted. Oh yes, interesting is the word for it. We'll be over them in 1 minute, Skipper, the sensors officer warned. Pearl watched the clock. After 30 seconds, she said, Commence active scanning now. And to the pilot, Keep accelerating, Cindy. I don't think the ducks are going to be very happy with us. Missile launch! 2 incoming missiles! No, make it 4! Holcomb's voice sounded a little squeaky, Pearl thought. Passing over the frigates and coming up on the destroyers. More missiles after us. Mildred, initiate full anti-missile protocol, Pearl ordered. Instantly, a series of vibrations were felt as the AI launched chaff, jammers, and decoy drones. Passing the destroyers, Holcomb reported. Or should I say, the destroyer. Good data from the sensors. Only 1 destroyer down there. Get it to the Rabat. Done, Captain, Holcomb assured her. He studied his sensor display. Passing the cruisers now. They're ignoring us. Bigger fish to fry, I guess. He typed in a final command. All data sent to Rabat and receipt acknowledged. Cindy, full stealth and get us out of here, Pearl barked. The fish owl banked hard to a new course 90 degrees off their line of direction, and the acceleration reduced. Captain Pearl sat back in her chair and blew out a long breath. She thought of her little granddaughter on Cornwall, 4 years old and cute as a button. She prayed to the gods of our mothers that Jessica was still alive. She vowed then that if she survived this battle and this damn foolish war, she would go back to Cornwall and find her daughter and granddaughter and never, never leave their side again. Emily called Grant Skiffington first. Grant, the sensors show 2 cruisers, 1 destroyer, and no frigates. Send in your wing. Concentrate on the cruisers. Good hunting. Then she switched frequencies to Captain Etter. Lionheart, this is Rabat. Owl scan shows 2 cruisers, 1 destroyer, and 0 frigates. Fess wing is moving in on cruisers. Acknowledge. On the Lionheart, Captain Etter nodded in relief. 2 duck cruisers were hard enough, but add in a task force of destroyers and frigates, and it didn't bear thinking about. As it was, the sides were about even, with Eder holding a slight advantage in power and the ducks holding the edge in mobility. At least, that is, without the gunboats. But Eder had the gunboats, and he intended to make good use of them. He studied the holo display, which showed the 2 enemy cruisers still trying to penetrate the chaff and jammers to get a clear fix on Lionheart and Wellington. "Helm, keep us moving in a gentle curve away from the asteroid belt and any more reinforcements they might come up with. Keep us just outside of their missile range. There is an ugly rumor that their rate of acceleration is faster than ours, so once they're clear, be prepared for some hard maneuvering." He looked at the display once more. Somewhere back there, lost in the clutter, was a wing of gunboats. The duck cruisers thought they had spoofed him and were making him run. They learned the truth of it soon enough. On the far side of the Battle of Seagester, Hiram Brill waited anxiously for the clock to tick off 10 minutes. At 8 minutes, Murphy called. "We have number 6 in position. A little bigger than I'd like, but it'll have to do." Hiram took a breath. "Tugs on rock number 1, start your attack run. Tugs on number 2, you are in the batter's box." Please God, let this work, he thought fervently. The first 2 tugs activated their tractor beams and accelerated forward, dragging the 100-ton chunk of rock and ice behind them. The rock was nowhere near the mass of the cruisers and battleships they usually moved, but on the other hand, they didn't try to play pin the tail on the donkey with a battleship either. The beacon locked to the bottom of the Dominion shipyard gave them the location, but instead of heading straight for it, they lifted up, climbing sharply over the top of the asteroid field and dragging their asteroid along behind them. A combat patrol of gunships took up position on either side of them, and several more raced a few hundred miles in front, scouring the area for any enemy ships that might interfere. So far they hadn't seen anything, but they had all heard the report of the incoming frigate and rode with their fingers on their missile launch buttons. The tugs continued their climb. Then Mildred chimed to let them know it was time, and they arced over into a steep descent until they unknowingly mimicked dive bombers from World War II. Their sensors picked up the enormous bulk of Seagester. They factored in its forward speed, lined up the direction of their dive, and then cut their tractor beams to release the rock. The pilots jammed their thrusters into emergency power and slammed the throttles forward, lifting once more into a climb and clearing the path for the tumbling, jagged-edged rock that now sped along its ballistic trajectory. One of the gunship positioned itself 30 miles behind the asteroid, its cameras locked onto it, and sent the image back to the Haifa. Hiram stared at the holo display. He could see the bulk of Seagester as it moved ponderously forward, and he could see the spinning, tumbling asteroid as it plummeted downward. Avi Yaffa came and sat down beside him, eyes glued to the screen, saying nothing. "I think it's going to hit," Hiram said in a low voice, willing it to be so. They could see hurried glimpses of other asteroids flashing past their rock as it sped towards the Dominion shipyard. If even one of them struck the rock, it might be enough to push it off course. Hiram watched as the rock continued its course. The display made it look like it was falling toward the Seagester, and got closer. Seagester began to grow larger and larger, and the angle elongated so that they could more clearly see the rock was overtaking the shipyard from the rear, not simply dropping straight down onto it. Then, almost imperceptibly, Seagester seemed to move a bit further to the right, then further still. Then the rock was by it, and the gunship zoomed the camera out a little, allowing them to see the rock plunging deeper and deeper into the asteroid field below the Dominion shipyard. A clean miss. He gritted his teeth, then activated the comm. "Tugs on number 2, start your attack run. Tugs on 3, get ready." The captain of the Dominion cruiser, Swift Justice, had dropped below the chaff cloud full of jammers and lethal mines. He immediately launched a reconnaissance drone to seek out the Vicky battleship and cruiser, then opened up a communication line to the security coordinator on the Seagester. The officer who replied to his signal was the admiral in charge of the Seagester's security, and he was furious. Swift Justice, where have you been? We've been calling you for the last hour, he thundered. The Swift Justice's captain frowned. What was this? Sir, I am in the midst of a battle with a Victorian battleship and a cruiser. Their jammers prevented me from receiving your signal. We cannot match their firepower. Can you send me reinforcements? You fool! They are a diversion! Seaguster is under attack! They are using tugboats to make kinetic strikes with asteroids. Break off immediately and attack the Vicky tugs at these coordinates. I am scrambling every ship we have. Get back here now. But sir, let me alert the Duty First and Fist. They're still under jamming, and if I can get them, we can... No, obey your orders, Captain. Full military speed. Leave immediately. I'll send a drone to the other ships to tell them. Acknowledge your orders. The captain of the Swift Justice muttered under his breath. By the time the admiral found the other ships, it would be too late. Well, he would send a comm drone into the chaff cloud to broadcast the message. That was the best he could do. The Fess gunboats reported in. Commander, we've still got one Duck cruiser and a destroyer in the chaff cloud, but the other one is bugging out. Must be pulling 150 Gs. What do you want us to do? Grant Skiffington looked at the display. The second cruiser was clearly running for it, accelerating madly for the asteroid field and probably stressing its inertia compensator to the breaking point. It was out of the fight. But the other Duck warships were a perfect target, moving slowly and as of yet unaware of the approaching gunboats. Stick to the plan, he ordered. Go after the destroyer and the cruiser. Roger that, the gunboat pilot said happily. The display showed 60 gunboats form a crescent moon formation and dive into the chaff cloud. As it turned out, the gunboats caught the Duck cruiser and destroyer just as they emerged from the chaff cloud. The problem was that the gunboats pretty much blundered into them, like a man bumping into his opponent in a very dark alleyway. The destroyer had its anti-missile defenses set on automatic, and when the gunboats emerged from the cloud, they immediately triggered them. Missiles, lasers, and railguns leapt into action before the gunboats could achieve a target lock. 3 gunboats simply disintegrated under the close-range fire. 5 more went into frantic evasion action and collided with each other. The other gunboats scrambled back out of the immediate range with squad leaders screaming at them. Shoot back! Goddamn, shoot back! 24 more gunboats emerged from the chaff cloud, locked on the destroyer, and fired everything they had. The destroyer's anti-missile defenses fell silent as the ship, torn open and vented to space in too many places to count, began a slow end-over-end roll and drifted out of the battle. The Dominion cruiser, meanwhile, wasted no time. Pouring on the acceleration, it turned up and blasted directly away from the gunboats, and directly into the path of the Lionheart and Wellington. Captain Hilson, always concerned he might run short of missiles, opened up at close range with 4 10-inch lasers. The damage was severe, but not enough to stop the Duck. The Dominion captain counter-fired, sending 2 missiles directly into the bow of the Wellington. Hilson cursed under his breath and fired 10 of his 20 missiles. The Duck cruiser staggered to the side, huge pieces of the hull plating peeling off its flanks. A laser turret fired at the Wellington and missed despite the close range. 3 of the Wellington's small laser turrets spotted the movement and fired on it, scouring it off the Dominion's hull. Then the Lionheart sped past, raking the Duck ship from stem to stern, with 12 10-inch lasers and countless smaller ones, plus anti-missile fire. The enemy cruiser split in half lengthwise, the 2 lengths slowly drifting away from each other. At first, long tongues of fire leapt out, but in a moment the air had escaped and the fires snuffed out. There were no escape pods. The bridge crew of the Wellington watched the entire slaughter on video display. Standing next to Captain Hilson, his exec snarled, "That'll teach the bastards!" But Hilson, who was older and had grandchildren, simply muttered, "May the gods have mercy upon them." The final note of the skirmish came as Lionheart sped on. Eder radioed a terse message implicitly rebuking Captain Hilson for shooting only 10 missiles. Wellington, please remember you have a battery of 20 missile tubes. Don't pussyfoot with the bastards. Kill them. The second team of tugboats moved slowly forward, hauling their asteroid along behind them. Rather than turn up and then dive down on the Seaguester, they were going to try a long, gently angled shot from behind. They edged cautiously into the asteroid belt, avoiding the rocks, weaving around debris and working to get directly behind the shipyard. Finally, in line with the Seaguester, they accelerated. Everything would depend on the momentum of the rock they hauled behind them. There were no explosive warheads here, only brute kinetic force. They swerved around a slower asteroid, straightened their path, and began the countdown to the release point. That was when the Dominion frigate appeared right in front of them. 6 missiles shot at point-blank range. 3 struck the first tug, and 3 struck the second. The frigate immediately flipped over and disappeared deeper into the asteroid belt. Only one of the 6 gunboats escorting the tugboat even got a shot off. "Bugger me!" the lead pilot screamed. "Where did they go? Where'd they go?" Behind him, the systems officer frowned in consternation at his displays. The hell with where they went. Where did they come from? He played back the last 60 seconds. There was nothing on the screen, just asteroids, and then the frigate seemed to appear out of thin air. He played it again, and then a third time before he saw it. The frigate wasn't hiding behind an asteroid, it had been sitting on it. When the tugboats got close enough, it simply lifted off and shot its missiles. "Aren't you the clever little darling?" he muttered, torn between frustration and admiration. He quickly typed up a short report, attached the sensor data, and sent it to Haifa. They'd see more of that damn frigate, and next time they had to be ready. Hiram Brill gritted his teeth in frustration. Beside him, Avi Yaffa keyed the mic. All Haifa Grogan! We need you to scrub a corridor from the tugboat launch area all the way to the Dominion shipyard. Repeat, we need you to sterilize a corridor to the shipyard so the tugs can make their strike. Next tug launches in 5 minutes. Tugboats 5 and 6, prepare for your run. Tugs 7 and 8, you are on deck. Tugs 9 and 10, you are also on deck. We're going to try a clean shot with Rock 3, but if it doesn't work, we're sending in Rocks 4 and 5 simultaneously. Yaffa turned to Hiram, who looked like he wanted to pound the table in frustration. Relax, my friend. This is why we have 6 asteroids, not just 1. Skimming along the bottom of the asteroid belt, the Dominion frigate Draugr turned toward the location where the Victorian tugboats were milling about, getting ready to launch their next strike. Captain Astrid Drescher was enjoying herself. She'd picked off the Vicky tugboats and flitted back into the asteroid belt before the Vicky escort could react. Now they'd be searching for her and desperately trying to protect their next pair of tugs on their run at the shipyard. There would be dozens of those damn gunboats in front of the tugs, so she didn't plan on being in front of the tugs. At the Dominion War Academy, Astrid Drescher had been quiet and bookish. She had none of the bravado of some of her louder students, none of the ferociousness of others, nothing that marked her as a warrior or a leader of combat troops. She did not stand out. Most of her classmates did not even know her name. A few of her instructors urged that she be dropped from the academy, but others noted her high marks and her questions in class and said she should be kept on. Sometimes the late-blooming flower is the most breathtaking. When her class finally began to study the strategy and tactics of space warfare, most of her fellow students gravitated to the battleships and cruisers and immersed themselves in fighting fleet against fleet, armada against armada. Drescher thought about submarines. Submarines that fought alone, always outnumbered, always hunted. She studied the submarines from old Earth, unquestionably the world with the richest military history. She read about Richard O'Kane and Slade Cutter, about Max Valentiner and Otto Steinbrink, and the Japanese submariner Mochitsuda Hashimoto and his dreaded I-58. She studied how the old Earth wolf packs in World War II had brought Allied shipping to its knees. She read histories about how Japanese and American submarines were some of the most feared warships in their respective navies. She learned how one sneaky ship lurking in the shadows could raise havoc with the enemy and disrupt its planned movements. In her first years, she gained a reputation for being distant and a bit of a recluse. While her classmates socialized and partied, Drescher spent hours, days, and entire weekends in the simulators. She found officers from visiting destroyers and cruisers and pleaded with them to teach her what they knew about stealth maneuvers and surprise attacks. She traded her virginity to a frigate XO, Lieutenant Commander Johann Teller, in exchange for him playing war games with her over a 3-day holiday weekend. She told him he could have her again if he caught her. Teller had her twice on Saturday, once on Sunday, but not at all on Monday. When they shut down the simulators on Monday night, he invited her to his hotel. She shook his hand, turned and walked away, her mind swirling with everything she had learned. "You're learning how to be cunning," Teller called after her, "but you were born ruthless." Then came the third-year exercises, the 4-day battle simulation that would decide where the cadets would be assigned following graduation. One half of her class fought the other half in real time. Each student was allowed to choose the type of ship he or she wanted to fight. Every student was assigned the role of captain, sensors officer, weapons officer, or executive officer. Drescher selected a frigate. So few of her classmates wanted frigates that she was given the role of captain. One or two of the teaching cadre suggested kindly that she would be better off choosing a battleship or a cruiser, for they were real warships of the Dominion fleet. Drescher thanked them politely, but her mind was made up. When the battle commenced and the two fleets groped towards one another in the war zone, Drescher went to full stealth and crept far below the plane of advancement of the other ships. 36 hours later, when her side had been almost annihilated and was in fight, she maneuvered 100 missiles behind the enemy's sole surviving battleship, almost spitting distance. A minute later, the battleship was dead. Within 24 hours, the 2 remaining enemy cruisers were dead. At that point, the third-year exercise was terminated. The battle was a draw, and Drescher staggered off to bed. She woke 3 hours later to a knock on her door. When she opened it, an unassuming-looking captain stood there, holding his hat in his hands. Drescher brought herself to a bleary-eyed attention. "You are Cadet Astrid Drescher?" he asked politely. A wave of concern spread through her. Had she done something wrong in the exercise? Was she going to be punished? "Yes, sir," she answered, painfully conscious she was standing there in bare feet, wrapped in an old, ratty-looking terry-cloth robe. "I am Captain Scott Kaiser," he explained. "I was invited to watch the third-year exercises, and I saw what you did." His eyes twinkled. "Do you know that even now the captain of the enemy battleship still doesn't know what killed him?" He shook his head and chuckled softly. "I would like to chat with you about how you learned to do what you did today, and maybe a little about your career." He smiled almost shyly. "But perhaps, Cadet, it would be better if you took a minute to freshen up and put on a uniform, lest someone get the wrong idea of just what type of discussion I had in mind. There is a coffee shop down the block. We can meet there." A year later, Astrid Drescher graduated 4th in her class with the prized Citizen Director's Award of Merit for her role in the third-year exercise. She was commissioned as a junior lieutenant assigned to the Dominion frigate Drugiej. Most of her classmates still didn't know her name, but all of her instructors did. Now Captain Drescher sent some reconnaissance drones ahead of her to sniff out exactly where the remaining Vicky tugboats were. Her passive sensors were picking up at least 30 gunboats actively searching the asteroid field behind them. Let them. She wasn't there. A few minutes later, her drones reported hearing tugboats and sent an exact location. That was her target, where the Vickies wouldn't expect her. Chapter 34. Attacking Seaguster. Emily stared at the holodisplay, trying to keep up with the flow of the battle. It helped her to orient herself by picturing the entire battlefield as if on a football field. Why she used this approach she had no idea, but it seemed to work. The field was not a simple plane, it was three-dimensional, like a giant cube of space. The enemy could attack her from below or above. The asteroid field and the Seaguester shipyard were to her front, but at the very back of the field. The asteroid belt spilled left and right off the field and out of sight. The Lionheart and Wellington were abreast of her to her left, fighting the two Duck cruisers and one destroyer. The carrier Fess was a little bit in front of her, but its entire wing was now off to the left, helping the Lionheart and Wellington. Off to the right corner of the battlefield was the carrier Haifa, guarding the tugs on their mission to slingshot asteroids at the Duck shipyard. Also with them were the HMS Oxford and Edinburgh riding shotgun. An enemy frigate had just attacked and destroyed two of the tugs, but the area was swarming with gunboats and confidence was high that the frigate had been driven off. "Commander," Toby Partridge called out, "there's an enemy cruiser here, heading toward the asteroid field. Sensors show it received a radio message from Seaguester just before it turned for the asteroid belt." Emily swiveled her chair and zoomed in on the holodisplay. Damn it, what was that doing loose? "Where's it going, Toby?" "Best guess is that it will turn toward the tugs and attack," Partridge replied. "I think we have to assume the Ducks are aware of the tugboats and are calling in their forces to deal with them." Emily calmed Grant Skiffington. "Grant, scramble all of your gunboats to head northeast to the tugboat rally point. Try to intercept the Duck cruiser that is in the area." Skiffington immediately calmed back. "We chased that ship out of the chaff cloud and it ran. It's out of the fight," he explained condescendingly. Emily stared at the comm screen in disbelief. Didn't he understand? "That cruiser is the Dominion Swift Justice. We think it is going after the tugs. Now scramble your gunboats to the tugs. That's an order." Skiffington gave her a sour look and cut the comm connection. A minute later, sensors showed the Fess wing wheeling about and accelerating sharply toward the gunboats. Okay then. She turned in her chair to Alex Rudd. "Can you scramble the Rabat's gunboats to back up the Haifa?" "We've only got 25 effective gunboats left," Rudd cautioned. "Scramble them," she said. "The whole trip is wasted if the Ducks kill the tugs." She turned toward Partridge. "Toby, call the Haifa and warn them a Duck cruiser is inbound. Then call the Meknes and tell them to launch anything that can fly and shoot. Then call all ships and tell them to rally at the tugs." Lastly, she turned to Captain Czar. "Captain, would you be kind enough to get us to the tugs ASAP?" She leaned back, mind churning, but for the moment there was nothing else to do. She turned back to the holodisplay, watching as all of the Victorian forces began to converge on the northeast corner of her football field. They had to finish off the damn shipyard. And then, hopefully, find Cookie. Chapter 35. On the Dominion prison ship Tartarus. Cookie suddenly felt the prison ship shudder, and for the first time ever was conscious that it was accelerating. She looked anxiously at Wisnowski. "Did you feel that, Otto?" Wisnowski was looking at the ceiling. He nodded slowly. "Something's happening. They've never goosed it like this before." The acceleration continued, and Cookie was suddenly conscious of the low background whine of the ship's engines straining. "They're running," she thought. Her next thought followed. From whom? There could only be one answer to that. "There's a Victorian warship out there," she said abruptly. Wisnowski looked at her incredulously. "One of ours?" She nodded. "One of ours." Confirmation of this came an hour later when the door to their cell slid open and Carl and Schroeder walked in. Carl's expression was thunderous. Schroeder, as always, carried a neurobaton and a sneer. Cookie slid the fork she had stolen from Carl's room into the back of her pants. Behind her, Wisnowski climbed laboriously to his feet and stood beside her. Schroeder glanced at his bare feet and snickered. "Still trying to figure out how to tie shoelaces without your cunt's help, eh?" Not to worry, the boys and me, we have some plans for you, we do. You won't be needing to wear shoes at all, will ya? It's a mercy, really." He smiled at his own wit. Cookie ignored him and turned to Carl. "Carl, what is it?" she asked softly, keeping her voice gentle and reasonable. "You're obviously upset, but it can't be anything we've done because we've been here in this cell." She hoped that he hadn't discovered the missing fork. She had plans for that fork. But if that's what this was, well, she would use it now and damn the consequences. Carl glowered at her. "Victorian warships are attacking a very important Dominion facility. Losses are already high." He leaned forward, his face reddening with anger. "This is intolerable," he grated. "This is an insult to the citizen director and the people of the Dominion. You and your kind are a blight upon the universe with your arrogance and your bullheadedness and your blind refusal to accept the order and structure the citizen director is trying to bring to the human universe. Don't you understand? You are beaten, defeated." Cookie just stared at him, knowing anything she said could only make it worse. It got worse anyway. Carl took a deliberate step away from her. "I wash my hands of you," he continued in an eerily calm voice. "Schroeder is right. We suffer you to live only at our peril. You leave us no choice." Carl stared at her for a long moment, then turned and left. And with that, Cookie knew her fate was sealed. Schroeder smiled warmly at her, but he kept the neurobaton at the ready. "We're a little busy right now, me and the boys, but tomorrow morning, maybe then we'll come by and have us a little party. Won't that be nice? We've got plans for you and your crippled friend here." "When you were just a boy in school, Schroeder," Cookie asked matter-of-factly, "did the girls make fun of you because you picked the wings off flies?" Schroeder glowered at her and stepped forward, the neurobaton thrust forward. "Come on, you sick little freak," Cookie taunted. "Afraid of a girl and a cripple? Or can you only get it up when your victim is tied up so they can't fight back?" "Go for it, you little bastard," she mentally pleaded. If he got just a little closer, she could get that shock stick away from him, and then... But Schroeder seemed to suddenly realize there were two of them and only one of him. He stepped back quickly, keeping the neurobaton ready. When he was in the doorway, he smirked at her. "Be fun to see which one of you lasts longer, eh? I hope it's you, bitch, I really do. Sweet dreams." He slid the door shut. Neither Cookie nor Wisnowski said anything. The silence dragged on. Then Wisnowski chuckled. "Shit, Sergeant, you are the very epitome of diplomacy. Did the girls make fun of you because you picked the wings off flies? Nice touch. Charming, engaging, all that crap." Cookie laughed despite herself. "Epitome of diplomacy? Pretty fancy word for a Marine." Wisnowski looked offended. "I'm more than just a pretty face, Sergeant." Cookie leaned in closer and put her head next to his, always mindful the cell was probably bugged. "We're out of time, Otto. It has to be tonight." Wisnowski nodded somberly. "We knew it was coming. No use waiting." Cookie felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Tomorrow, by this time, it would all be over. Chapter 36. The Battle for Seagester. "Tugs 5 and 6, commence your run. Tugs 7, 8, 9, and 10, get ready. You'll be going next," Hiram ordered. He watched through optical scanners as the tugs assigned to Rock 3 activated their tractor beams and lurched forward. They were taking the high approach, mostly because no one had been able to find that damn duck frigate. 40 gunboats formed a loose corridor through which the tugs would tow their precious cargo. Those tugs should be safe. He frowned. What was he missing? He nervously scanned the holodisplay. Tugs 5 and 6 were already on their way with a long line of gunboats to shield them. The other 4 tugs were moving slowly along the asteroid belt, matching speed with it and so appearing to be motionless. Far to the left and right, the destroyers Oxford and Edinburgh were guarding the flanks. His eyes drifted back to the 4 remaining tugboats, sitting on top of a dense mass of swirling asteroids that... Hiram cursed loudly. Beside him, Aviyafa looked at him in alarm. "What is it?" Hiram ignored him, frantically waving to the communications officer. "Connect me to the destroyers!" A second later, the green light flashed on his console, and the tired, strained faces of Captains Michael Strong and Michael Sweeney appeared on the display. "Come back in! Take up station next to the last 4 tugs and blast the area with active sensors! Execute immediately!" Hiram barked, trying not to shout. On the holodisplay, he could see the destroyers turn and race towards the tugboat assembly point. Both of them shot recon drones on active pinging into the asteroid field. Hiram slumped back into his chair and blew out a lungful of air. Aviyafa peered at him quizzically. "It's the duck frigate," Hiram explained, shaking his head in frustration. "Whoever the captain is, he likes to go in close. I think tugs 5 and 6 are probably okay, but then I realized the last 4 tugs are just sitting there, and I didn't have anyone close enough to really protect them. Gods of our mothers!" He wiped nervous sweat off his face. Yaffa nodded, then ordered the sensors officer to launch active sensor drones from Haifa to complement the 2 destroyers. Within a minute, the area around the tug assembly point reverberated with enough sensor energy to weld hull plating. "God in heaven!" Captain Astrid Drescher flinched at the sound of the Victorian sensors hammering away at the space around them. Over the last 2 hours, she had managed to bring the Draugr within 500 miles of the Vicky tugs, technically within missile range, but still not able to fire because of the asteroid field clutter. She was still trying to get closer when the Vickies opened up with active sensors, and the Draugr sensor display lit up. The audio output wailed like a fire siren. The sensor array was designed to make a sound when it detected search sensors in case the sensors officer was busy looking at something else, but it did have its drawbacks. "Set it to visual display only or we'll all be deaf," she said, trying to keep her voice mild. The damn Vickies were using enough active sonars to wake the dead, or kill the living. "We're within the red zone, Captain," the sensors officer said. "The only reason they haven't detected us yet is because of the clutter in the asteroid field. If we go any closer—" His voice trailed off, but his meaning was clear enough. Drescher settled into her chair and thought through the problem. The primary target was too well guarded to get at. She had 3 options. Close in anyway and fire her missiles, knowing the Vickies would blow her ship to hell. She rejected that out of hand. She rather doubted there was a time and place for suicidal attacks, but if there was, this wasn't it. She could attack some of the ships guarding the tugs and then go after the tugs themselves. She mentally shook her head. Too many Vickies out there for that to work. Or she could change the odds by luring away some of the ships guarding the tugs. "Captain," her sensors officer called out, "I've picked up a Vicky carrier coming in at high speed." He peered at his display. "She's applying dark matter brake, throwing off a huge plume. She'll come to rest within 100 miles or so of the tugboats. Pilot, turn us around and take us out of here. Set course for—" Drescher looked at the display and picked a point just inside the asteroid belt, near the Vicky carrier. "There. Let's do this very quietly, pilot, very quietly. Weapons. Our new target will be the carrier. Missiles only, save the lasers for the tugs. As soon as we fire on the carrier, we will turn and make a run at the tugs. I'll need all missile tubes ready to fire by the time we reach the tugs." She only had 6 missile tubes and 3 lasers. There was almost no chance of taking out the carrier, but if she could draw off the destroyers and those annoying gunboats, she might get another chance to take out the tugs. The Draugr turned and began to pick its way through the asteroid field. The Dominion cruiser Swift Justice activated its dark matter brake and dumped its speed in a huge plume of heat and light. It quickly fired a brace of 5 decoys to keep the Vickies guessing, and gingerly entered the asteroid field. It was still west of the Victorian destroyers and gunboats, moving against the flow of the asteroid belt. Seaguster was behind it, perhaps 1,000 miles away. Its sensors pulsed with the active sensor searches from the enemy gunboats. "Captain," reported his sensors officer, "I think they've already launched a pair of tugs at the shipyard. They are probably towing 1 or 2 small asteroids and will try to slingshot them into the shipyard." The captain mentally shrugged. Nothing to be done about them, but he could still stop the others. "Do you have a fix on the remaining Vicky tugs?" he asked. The sensors officer shook his head. "Too much clutter, sir. We'll have to get a lot closer to pick up anything." He hesitated. "Sir, there's active sensor probes everywhere. They're going to detect us very soon." The captain seethed. There must be some way to disrupt the attack. "Show me everything within missile range," he snapped. The holo display rippled and 18 objects appeared, each pulsing red. He leaned forward to see the identification tags better. 16 were the small attack craft the Vickies seemed to be using. 1 was tentatively identified as a destroyer, and the last one, larger than the rest, was just coming to a stop outside of the asteroid belt, enveloped by a dark matter brake plume. "What is that ship?" he asked. "Sir, sensors identify it as the Victorian ship Fess, one of their new carriers." The captain looked at the display. The Fess had arrived with no escorts. All of the smaller Vicky attack craft were busy searching within the asteroid belt and could not possibly respond quickly if the Fess needed help. Good. He smiled. Although he was unaware that the Dominion frigate Drugiej was targeting the same ship, he gave the order that would bring the utmost confusion to the Victorians. And in that confusion and chaos, maybe he could find the damn tugboats. He turned to his weapons officer. "As soon as we're clear of the asteroid field, lock all weapons on the Fess and fire. We will already be within range, so fire at once. Do you understand?" The weapons officer nodded. He was an old hand, but he had never actually been in combat until an hour ago, and what he dreaded the most was making a mistake and letting down his ship. "Orders understood, sir," he barked. The captain leaned in and spoke softly. "Just like all of the drills, Reinhardt. We'll be at point-blank range, so just kill the bastards." He clapped him on the shoulder and turned to the helm. "Helm, mark a course for the carrier Fess, then take us out of the asteroid belt by the quickest means possible. Execute." He sat back in his command chair, displaying nothing but confidence. And with all of his attention fixed on the Victorian carrier, he never once gave a thought to the Victorian battleship. The refuge carrier Fess skidded to a stop just short of the asteroid belt, casting a huge plume of heat and light that effectively deadened its sensors for several minutes. Grant Skiffington was furious. Furious at himself for not realizing the importance of the escaping Duck cruiser, and furious at Emily Tuttle for rubbing his nose in it. "Prepare to take on any gunboats that need refueling or rearming," he barked to his bridge crew. They glanced at him warily. The skipper didn't have many temper tantrums, but when he did, it was best to stay out of his way. "Anything on sensors?" Skiffington snapped. The sensors officer shook his head. "With the DMB plume, we're blind for another 2 minutes, Commander." Skiffington gritted his teeth. He wanted to do something, not just sit here and wait to learn if the gunboats found their prey. Why did he let Emily Tuttle talk him into this job? He should have taken a destroyer, or better yet, tried to get another cruiser command. Now he was sitting here, watching while the other people met the enemy head-on. 400 miles to the west, the Dominion ship Swift Justice burst from the concealment of the asteroid belt, confirmed its lock on its target, then fired every weapon that could be brought to bear. 25 missiles and 5 heavy lasers lashed out in a paroxysm of destruction. 100 miles to the east, the Dominion ship Drugiej barely cleared the top of the asteroid belt before it fired its 6 missiles and 1 heavy laser, then dropped down into the asteroid belt again and changed course for the Vicky tugboats. On board the Fess, the censor's officer breathed a sigh of relief as the sensor display finally cleared up. Then the missile alarms began to wail. Skivington looked up in consternation. He saw the holo display and paled. In his haste, he had left his ship exposed. He turned to his bridge crew. "I'm so sorry," he said. The weapons officer slapped the toggle for the anti-missile defense to auto, but it was too late. Much too late. The first missile struck home, followed immediately by 5 more, then 6 more. And more yet. Of the 31 Dominion missiles, 24 smashed through the thin hull plating and exploded deep in the Fess's interior. All 6 of the laser beams found their target. Inside the Fess, fuel and lubricants burst into flame and munitions exploded. A horrific, endless minute later, the air itself burned. Those not already dead died in agony. In less than 3 minutes, the Fess broke into 4 parts, each a funeral pyre. It happened so fast. There were no life pods. "Turn! Turn!" Captain Teller of Swiss Justice ordered. "Get us into the asteroid field!" Just then, a proximity alarm blared. The captain stared at the display panel, aghast. Hurtling towards them was the Victorian battleship Lionheart. "Weapons, lock on them and fire!" he ordered, his voice shrill, but even as he said it, he knew that there were no missiles ready to fire, and the lasers were not yet recharged. His beloved ship was toothless. "Evasive maneuvers! Helm, dive into the—" He never got to finish. The Lionheart fired 40 missiles and 10 heavy lasers at point-blank range. The 10-inch lasers speared through the hull and ravaged the Swift Justice from one side to the other, creating gaping canyons of destruction and death, made worse by the vacuum that instantly filled them. Seconds later, the missiles fell upon it like an avalanche from hell. Exactly 2 minutes and 15 seconds after the Swift Justice killed the Fez, it blew apart. A scant 500 miles away, the death of the Swift Justice was recorded by the Drauger's sensors. Captain Drescher stared disbelievingly at the sensor display and the pulsing red icon where the Swift Justice had been until a moment ago. She stared a long time, not seeing the worried glances exchanged by her bridge crew. Finally, the senior member of the bridge crew, the sensors officer, came and knelt down beside her. "Captain," he said softly. He touched her shoulder. "Captain, we have to leave. If they get us there, there is no one else to tell Timor what has happened here. Captain, please, we have to report that we've lost the shipyard, that Timor might be attacked." Captain Drescher took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Captain Teller spent a long weekend with me once in the battle simulators when I was still at the academy," she said, her voice distant and flat. "He taught me a lot of what I use today. I am indebted to him." "We have to leave now, Captain, before they find us," the sensors officer repeated. She sighed and nodded slowly. "Of course we do," she agreed. "Helm?" She calmly gave the orders to take them away from the killing ground and on a speed run to Timor. She would warn the citizen director of the unthinkable. The Victorians were coming. And with that, except for a damaged frigate and a few armed shuttles, the shipyard Seaguester was defenseless. "Commander, Fess is Code Omega!" Avi Yaffa called out. Emily shot out of her command chair to stand close to the holo display. "Where are they?" she demanded. The sensor officer swiveled the display and typed a command. The display enlarged and a blinking orange icon appeared. "We got a pretty good sensor reading during the attack. The duck cruiser Swift Justice took out the Fess and then was destroyed by the Lionheart." "Any survivors from the Fess?" Emily asked softly, but the sensors officer shook his head. "Commander, we got a glimpse of a duck frigate. It fired a few missiles at the Fez and disappeared into the asteroid field. Don't know where it is now. Warn the Haifa and the destroyers, but I think this is going to be over soon," she said, still thinking of Grant Skivington. She remembered the puzzle he used to confirm the friendly identity of ships as he escaped from the Dominion ambush. How simple and effective it was. "Do you remember during our first year at the academy there was a professor who taught us the role of the different types of ships?" she asked suddenly. The census officer looked at her in bewilderment. "Commander?" "Professor Yavis. He told us the job of frigates was to find the enemy, then go silent and report home." The census officer shook his head. "I remember Professor Yavis, I guess, but I don't remember anything about frigates." Emily smiled. Grant Skiffington did. On board the refuge carrier Haifa, Hirama Brilla and Wing Commander Avi Yaffa watched through optical sensors as tugs 5 and 6 launched their asteroid at the Duck shipyard and then lifted up and out of the way. 2 minutes behind them, tugs 7 and 8 swept in with their load, and 2 minutes behind them, the last 2 tugs came in with theirs. Rock number 3 crashed through the shipyard's forward flight deck, shearing fuel pipes, electric lines, and smashing the shipyard's forward firefighting apparatus. The rock had been launched with a slight downward trajectory and punched through the deck of the flight bay into the fuel storage area. Although the rock had not been traveling as fast as a missile, it had tremendous mass, and that mass carried it through the deck of the fuel storage area into the repair bay located immediately beneath it. Before it came to rest, it crushed 3 Dominion cruisers that were having their weapon systems upgraded in preparation for the final attack against the Victorians trapped in refuge. Fires erupted, munitions blew up, precious air vented into space. Hundreds of men and women died in the blink of an eye. The entire shipyard, enormous as it was, shuddered from stem to stern. Every single person aboard the shipyard immediately knew the Seaguster had been hit hard. And then the second rock hit. The second rock was larger than the first, and the tugs had managed to achieve a higher velocity before they launched it. Secure from the threat of Duck warships, the tugs had swung out of the asteroid field and accelerated as much as they could, then turned back toward the shipyard, tracking it using the Laughing Owl's beacon. For a heart-stopping moment, they thought they had launched it too late, and the asteroid would pass by the Seaguster's stern without hitting it. But it seemed to curve into the hull of the gigantic shipyard, striking it about 300 yards from the stern. This section of the shipyard was the primary construction yard, and in it, side by side, sat 4 new Dominion battleships. They had been scheduled to be finished the week before, but problems with the computer systems had delayed their departure. The 4 battleships were to be the strong iron fist of the Dominion's attack on the refuge wormhole. They were fueled, loaded with missiles and mines, and, save for the annoying software glitches, ready to go. The second asteroid tore through the hull and skidded across the construction bay, shearing each of the 4 battleships in half. It reached the bulkhead of the construction bay, punched through it, and plowed through the crew quarters on the far side. Behind it, the antimatter bottles in one of the battleships ruptured and blew up. The stern of the shipyard vaporized. The explosion violently thrust the remaining air and Seaguster forward, in a shockwave that instantly crushed the lungs and other organs of anyone still alive. Only a few dozen life pods escaped the wreck. The last asteroid hurtled harmlessly through the expanding debris. What little was left of the shipyard began to tumble end over end. The scorched and blackened hulk soon ran into other asteroids in the asteroid field, each damaging it a little bit more. Seaguster was dead. Avi Yaffa turned to Hirama Brilla. They solemnly shook hands. Hiram turned to the communications officer. "Send the following to all ships. Well done. Mission accomplished. The Dominion does not know it yet, but its days are numbered." "Yes, sir." She was grinning ear to ear. "Avi," Hiram ordered, "get all the gunboats back. With a little luck, we'll be sending them out again soon. Refuel and rearm. Try to get them some rest." The comm screen lit up with the face of Emily Tuttle. Hiram beamed at her. "You did it, Hiram!" She smiled. But something was wrong, and Hiram sensed it right away. "Emily?" he asked slowly. "What is it?" "We lost the fess," she told him. "Grant was on it. He's gone." "Ah, crap," Hiram said wearily. Then, thinking like a commander, "How many gunboats did we lose?" "That's the good news," she said, trying to put some optimism into her voice. "His entire wing was out, so they all survived. We're busy now squeezing them onto the Haifa and the Rabat. We're even docking some on the Meknes until we get a better handle on it." She paused, looking at him. "Any word on Cookie?" He shook his head. "Not yet. I've got most of the owls out. We'll hear something soon." Half an hour later, as the task force regrouped and the losses were tallied, the communications officer motioned urgently for Hiram's attention. "It's Barn Owl." The main comm screen refreshed to show Captain Karen Selby. Plainly visible over her shoulder was the Barn Owl's view screen, and on it was the picture of a large ship. Captain Selby was grinning. "Found the prison ship for you, Commander," she said. "It's a slow bastard and didn't get very far. I'm sending coordinates to you now, so come and get her. Should take you about 2 hours to overtake her. As far as I can tell, her top acceleration is no more than 30 gravities." "Do they know you're there?" Hiram asked. "I wouldn't think so," she said confidently. "We came in under full stealth. We're running a parallel course about 20,000 miles off their starboard side. The picture you see is from a very stealthy recon drone. They haven't so much as twitched." "Thank you, Captain," he said fervently. "Thank you." "We'll leave breadcrumbs so your regular Navy ships can find us," Selby said mischievously. Captain Etter came on the comm a moment later. "Commander Brill, I've heard you've located the Tartarus 2 hours from our present location." "Yes, sir. She's running, but slowly." "Go get her, Commander," Etter said. "Take the destroyers with you. The refuge troops under Captain Aten are also under your command, though I remind you that Captain Aten actually knows what he is doing when it comes to boarding an enemy vessel, and you do not." "Yes, sir," Hiram said dutifully. "You need to be back here in 10 hours, Commander. Got that? 10 hours. You know there is more to this mission than just destroying the shipyard. Much more. I can give you 10 hours, no more." 10 minutes later, the Haifa departed from the rest of the task force with 73 gunboats crammed into its flight deck and the 2 destroyers riding shotgun. Emily called Haifa on her private channel. "Good hunting, Hiram. Bring her home." Chapter 37. On the Dominion prison ship Tartarus. It was the middle of the night. Cookie knelt on the hard floor of the cell, slowly whispering her final prayers. "My thanks to you, gods of our mothers, who have kept me in life and sustained me and enabled me to reach this season. Thank you for the trials that have made me strong. Thank you for the blessing of loving another above myself." She paused. This was the point of no return. When she spoke these words, she would be bound to her task and to her fate. She would never hold Hiram again. The little curly-haired daughter would never be. She took a breath and continued. "Thank you for this final purpose, which I dedicate to you. With my death, I honor you. I ask that you take me under your protection, and when my time is upon me, take me up into your arms, cloaked in your love. This your daughter asks." She finished the prayer. She felt calm, centered. Embraced in a warm glow of deep and abiding spirituality that infused every corner of her soul. She sighed, grateful to a power she could only begin to understand, and loved more than life itself. She stood up. Now it was the time to kill as many of the fuckers as she could. Wisnowski stood in the corner, watching her gravely. "Time to go, Private Wisnowski," she whispered softly. "Feed the beast," Wisnowski growled. They had worked out 2 different scenarios. The first was if Schroeder and 2 of his henchmen came into the cell. That would be very tricky. The second, the one she preferred, was if there was just the usual guard patrolling the corridor. Schroeder had not yet come, so they would go with the second. She nodded, and Wisnowski lay down, took a breath, and then began to make his whole body tremble and shudder violently. Cookie didn't think he looked particularly sick, but in the dim light of the cell, perhaps it would suffice. She banged on the door and called out, "Hey, he's having a seizure! I think he's swallowing his tongue! He's having a seizure! Help!" It took close to a minute before she heard heavy footsteps approaching the door. A gruff voice said, "Stand away from the door, in the corner." "Hurry," she cried. "I think he's dying." "Go to the corner and face the wall," the guard ordered. Cookie took a step toward the corner and faced it. She was still a good 4 feet from the corner, but at that moment Wisnowski threw another fit. He writhed on the bed, his eyes bulging, lips in a grimace. This time he had bitten his lips and spluttered blood all over his face and chest. Cookie looked over her shoulder. Her heart sank. There was not one guard, but 2. One stood in the doorway, the muzzle of his rifle pointed down. The second guard, meanwhile, had positioned himself midway between Wisnowski and Cookie, shifting his attention between the two of them with short, jerky movements of his head. Cookie's mind raced. Could they handle 2 armed guards? She could tell Wisnowski to abort. The signal was to tell him, "Be strong, Otto." They could wait for another chance, but there was so little time. Schroeder and his men would come for her in the morning. No, she would die before she let herself be taken again by them. She kept silent, and while the guard's attention was on Wisnowski, she retrieved the fork from her waistband. 1 fork against 2 men with rifles. Gods of our mothers, take me into your protection. Wisnowski suddenly sat part way up, clutching his chest and moaning. When the second guard turned to him, Wisnowski coughed a thick glop of spittle and blood onto the guard's face. "Oh, gods!" Cookie cried fearfully. "Is he contagious?" Frowning, the first guard stepped into the cell, his attention on Wisnowski. The second guard nervously let his rifle drop a few inches and turned away, frantically trying to wipe the blood off his face. And there it was. Cookie took 1 step to her right, placing the second guard directly in between her and the first guard near the doorway. The second guard looked up, the first sign that he was aware of her close presence, of the fact that she had moved toward him rather than away. He looked at her, just beginning to bring up his rifle. With her right hand, she thrust the fork forcefully through his left eye, through the thin bone of the eye socket and into his brain. With her left hand, she plucked the rifle sling off his shoulder. Ignoring the shriek of agony from the injured guard, she stepped 1 quick step to the left to clear the line of fire. Fast. It was all so very fast. But not fast enough. Even as she cleared her line of fire and tried to bring the rifle up, the second guard stepped forward, raising his rifle. Cookie blinked, dropped her rifle, and stepped back into the injured guard, grabbing his battle harness and jerking him to her. The other guard fired, his flechette rifle spitting out 6 quick rounds containing hundreds of razor-sharp darts that shredded the injured guard's back, severed his spine, and pulverized his heart. The guard died instantly, transforming into 200 pounds of dead weight. Cookie struggled to hold him in place as her shield. The second guard took 2 quick steps to the side to give him a better shot. He leveled the rifle. That was when Wisnowski gave him an elbow strike to the temple. The guard staggered. Wisnowski kicked him hard in the knee. It wasn't as effective as if he had been wearing military-style boots, but it was enough to spill the guard to the floor. Then Wisnowski stomped him hard in the throat. Once, twice. There was a cracking sound, like a piece of green wood breaking. The guard jerked violently, hands to his neck, bulging eyes looking pleadingly at Cookie. His feet drummed against the deck, stopped, then twitched violently, and then he sighed a long, sad sigh and was dead. Cookie was struck by how young he looked. Wisnowski stood over him, breathing hard, looking grimly satisfied. "Fuckers," he spat. "They took my hands, but forgot about the rest of me." The rifle Cookie took from the first guard was an assault-style sonic rifle with a full charge. She had trained on various Dominion weapons and knew how to handle this one. Anticipating that they would be fighting in the narrow confines of passageways and rooms, she adjusted the beam to widespread and made sure the safety was off. She checked the guard's belt and pouches, trying to ignore the fork sticking out of his eye, and came up with a simple radio communicator and a magnetic key card, which was probably a master door key. He also had a second charge for the rifle and a small flechette pistol. She tucked the pistol into her waistband. Next, she stripped off the guard's light body armor. It wouldn't stop a large caliber round or a blaster, but it would save her from a flechette gun or a sonic rifle if she wasn't too close. Hopefully. The second guard had only a flechette rifle. Without hands, Wisnowski couldn't use it, so she left it behind. It was all a question of time now. The plan was to somehow reach engineering before they were discovered. Neither of them had any idea how to get there, but Carl had a ship's computer in his quarters, and Cookie knew all too well how to get there. Ducking into the passageway, they quickly moved down it to the stairway that would take them up 2 floors to where Carl lived. With luck, maybe he'd even be there. They moved purposely down the passageway, looking for someone to kill. Avi Yaffa stood on the bridge of the Haifa and snorted. "By the one god, that is a really slow ship," he said cheerfully. They had the Tartarus on visual as it sluggishly tried to accelerate away from them. Not that it could, of course. Its top rate of acceleration was feeble at best. The Haifa, the Oxford, and Edinburgh had overtaken it in 98 minutes. Hiram had seen faster garbage scows. In the main flight bay, filled to the gills with gunboats in various degrees of repair, Raphael Eitan was having his final briefing with the teams that would be transported aboard the Tartarus from the Kreitz. He was sending 150 men over from a total of 5 Kreitz. Their job was simple and focused: seize the shuttle bay. Eitan had studied the reports of Cookie's assault on the Dominion battleship in the first part of the war and took to heart the lesson that Cookie and her men learned through such great suffering. Troops transported onto an enemy ship with nothing but pop guns and plastic swords could not stand up against automated weapons and grenades. No, the job of the assault troops was to seize the shuttle bay, open the outer doors, and hold on long enough for 4 shuttles loaded with 200 Refuge Special Reconnaissance Force soldiers and Victorian Marines to arrive with heavy guns, armor, explosive, Marvins, those creepy-looking robotic vehicles the Vickies were so fond of, and, of course, the beach balls. Once landed, they could leave the shuttle bay along numerous passageways and fan out through the ship. The job of the heavy assault troops was to look for high-value prisoners, download the prison ship's computer core, and, as an absolute priority, rescue Sergeant Maria Sanchez and Private Otto Wisnowski. When he finished, Raphael looked at the various platoon leaders. All of them had served with him for years. They were tough and experienced, but they had never faced anything like this before. "The lead Kreit will scan the ship and find the shuttle bay, then find a room near it to beam us over." He saw the look of surprise on some of their faces and grinned back at them. "Oh yes, gentlemen, you didn't think I was going to let you have all the fun, did you?" They chuckled, 1 or 2 of them exchanging uncertain glances. "I will lead the transporter force," he continued. "Once the heavy assault troops have joined us, all of you will change into armor and heavier gear and swap out weapons for something with a little more punch to it than the air guns. Then you'll join in the hunt for the 2 Victorian prisoners. They are the top priority. Once they are secured, we fall back to the shuttle bay and deplane to the Haifa." He looked at them grimly. "No one gets left behind. Everybody comes home." They all nodded. This was the solemn pledge they made to one another. The idea of leaving a dead comrade behind was unpleasant. The idea of leaving one of their own behind as a prisoner of the enemy was utterly abhorrent. Raphael stood. The platoon leaders jumped to their feet. "Load your men onto your assigned Kreitz," he said briskly. "We depart in 30 minutes. He had one more thing to do. He strode quickly to the other side of the shuttle bay, where a mixed bag of Victorian Marines and refuge SRF troopers were getting the assault shuttles ready. As he approached, he could see 5 Marvins walking on board. He paused. The Marvins were ugly killing machines, and, truth be told, they scared the hell out of him. The Marvins could be remote-controlled by an operator who remained behind in a shuttle, or they could be set to automatic and just let loose. They would rampage through a building or a ship, killing everyone they saw unless they got a ping off the IFF transponder. The assault teams that would transport over to the prison ship all had non-metallic transponders implanted in their chest cavities. They worked, most of the time. There were always lurid stories about Marvin suddenly blowing away a squad member because the poor bastard's transponder failed. The Marvins themselves were a nightmare. Fast, armored, relentless, and lethal. And they scuttled on 8 legs like bastard spiders from hell. During their design trials, some sick son of a bitch in PsyOps had suggested they be fitted with a loudspeaker so that they could talk. Now, when a Marvin stalked through a building or a ship, hunting its prey, it could croon, "I'm coming for you! I'm coming!" It was not unknown for troops in training exercises to soil themselves, even though they knew the Marvins were only firing blanks. And the Marvins were tough. If you were very lucky, you could take one out with armor-piercing rounds, but it usually took a heavy blaster, grenades, or anti-tank weapons. As he got closer, he could see 24 beach balls rolling happily around the deck, darting here and there as their controllers calibrated their sensors. As they dashed about, occasionally bumping into each other, they looked so silly that Raphael had to smile. The beach balls were spherical reconnaissance devices that propelled themselves forward by rolling. Operated remotely, a beach ball sent back a real-time audio-visual display of everything it saw and heard. They came in 2 sizes. The soft balls, Aiton frowned, odd name for they were anything but soft, were smaller than the beach balls and had more limited sensors. The larger beach balls could see thermal images through walls and could link to computer systems. They also had sophisticated face recognition systems. Once on board the Tartarus, the beach balls would be set loose to quickly map the interior of the ship and to find Sanchez and Wisnowski. Raphael stopped amidst the hustle and bustle of the troops loading the assault shuttles, searching for a face he hoped he wouldn't find. But there it was. "Commander," Aiton said in a low voice, "nice of you to come down and see the troops off." Hirama Brilla at least had the grace to look abashed. He was dressed in combat gear, armor, and combat helmet and carried a sonic rifle. But he stuck to his ground. "I won't get in your way, Raph, but I've got to go over. Cookie is over there somewhere," he said firmly. Raphael suppressed a sigh. "No, Commander, you are not going over. All my men are specialists at this sort of thing. You aren't trained for it. Most likely you will get yourself killed, which would be a shame, and maybe get one of my men killed." His voice hardened. "Which I will not allow." Hiram looked up at him. Raphael was right. Hiram was a liability in this type of fight. He didn't have the training. He didn't have the experience. Logic dictated Hiram should wait behind on the Haifa. Bugger logic. Hiram leaned in closer and said very softly in Raphael's ear, "Captain, in this operation you report to Colonel Dov Tamari, and Colonel Tamari reports to me. I'm going. Accept that as a fact. Now make it happen." Raphael gave him a cold look, then snapped his fingers at a grizzled, bald sergeant who had been standing nearby, trying very hard to look like he wasn't eavesdropping. The sergeant snapped to attention. "Yes, sir," he barked. "Sergeant Maimon," Raphael said icily, "this is Commander Brill of the Victorian Fleet. He is in command of this operation and has graciously decided to go in with the first assault wave so that he can share his insights on how to properly execute the boarding of an enemy ship." "Yes, sir," Sergeant Maimon shouted, keeping his face expressionless. "Sergeant Maimon, despite the many important things you would normally be responsible for, You will be Commander Brill's personal bodyguard. That will be your only task, Sergeant. Keep him alive and do your best to prevent Commander Brill from inadvertently killing one of our troops." "Yes, sir." "If the commander should take it upon himself to want to wander aimlessly through that big duck prison ship over there, Sergeant, my express orders are that you are to sit on him until he comes to his senses," Raphael continued, never taking his eyes off Hiram. "And if he absolutely refuses to stay out of the way or otherwise does anything to endanger the mission, you are to place him under arrest and return him to the Haifa forthwith. Do you understand, Sergeant?" "Forthwith, sir. Yes, sir." Sergeant Mayman cast a baleful glance at Hiram. "Carry on, Sergeant," Raphael said, and to Hiram, "Welcome to the SRF, Commander." Then he turned on his heel and walked stiffly away toward the crate ships, which were loaded and ready to go. "Well," Hiram said dryly, "I managed to piss him off." Sergeant Mayman looked at him dubiously. "Begging the commander's pardon, sir, but you do know how to shoot that sonic rifle, don't you?" Hiram smiled. "Oh, yes, Sergeant. They taught us how to shoot in basic training." Sergeant Mayman pursed his lips, as if tasting something sour. "I see, sir." He took a breath. "Let's find you a seat and get you strapped in, sir." "Don't worry, Sergeant. I won't make any trouble. I just need to be over there." Mayman stopped and looked him straight in the eye. "I'm sure you won't, sir. But begging your pardon, sir, if you get one of my boys or girls killed, then commander or no, I'll kick your bloody ass into the middle of next week." Hiram nodded. "I think we have an understanding, Sergeant." The mood on board the Dominion ship Tartarus was one of barely suppressed panic. Although Cookie had never seen them, there was a reinforced company of Dominion security forces on the ship, put there because the prison ship sometimes carried as many as 2,000 prisoners under the jurisdiction of the Dominion Intelligence Directorate. Most of the prisoners were political prisoners, but even the softest academic could be hardened by prison, and the DID took no chances. Of course, most of the prisoners died within a year of their imprisonment, but there were always new enemies of the state to fill their cells. The DID relished its work. Now, with 3 Victorian warships hovering nearby and boarding parties no doubt en route, the DID officer in charge was faced with a simple decision. Should he kill all of the prisoners before the Vicky boarding parties got on board? Or should he maximize the defense of the ship in an effort to keep control long enough for rescue to come? Logically, it was difficult. Although he had recommended it several times, the Tartarus had never been retrofitted so that the cell blocks could be sealed off and vented into space. That would have been quick and efficient. No, he would have to send men up and down the rows of cells, opening each door so that they could shoot the prisoner. It would take a while, no matter how zealous the security force soldiers might be in their duties. Defending the ship was no sure thing either. He frowned, thinking through the problem. The boarders would probably arrive in a matter of minutes. He thought furiously. There was another way. He turned to his personal bodyguards. "Follow me," he barked. "We're going to the bridge." As he walked, he thumbed his comm unit and crisply gave orders to the security forces to guard the 2 shuttle bay entrances, but to leave 2 quick reaction forces at either end of the ship so that they could attack any boarders who might come in through the hull. Once on the bridge, Colonel Koenig wasted no time. "Captain, turn on all of the ship's internal monitoring equipment," he ordered, "and arm the ship's scuttling charges." The captain's eyes narrowed. "Arm the scuttling charges?" "Now, Captain," Koenig repeated. "Do it now." Koenig sat down in the captain's chair. He would watch the fight that was about to ensue. If the security forces won, then all was well. If they lost, well, he would do his duty. Cookie led Wisnowski down the passageway, sonic rifle to her shoulder. They passed numerous rooms. If the door was closed, they kept moving. If the door was open, she quickly checked. If it was occupied and the occupant would likely see them go by, she pulled the flechette pistol out and shot them once in the head. They rounded the last corner before the steep stairway. 2 men were talking at the bottom of the stairs, too far away for a confident shot with the flechette pistol. Cookie kept walking toward them at a steady pace, rifle up and ready. It was a moment before one of them looked up and really saw her, or at least saw her rifle. As soon as she saw their eyes widen and their mouths open, she fired one quick shot with the sonic rifle. Whapa! Both men collapsed, blood streaming from their noses, ears, and eyes. Cookie stayed upright, sweeping the rifle back and forth, looking for a threat. Seeing nothing, she slipped out the pistol, shot each of the men in the head, and tucked the pistol back into her waistband. Wisniewski quickly checked the men for weapons. "Nothing," he told her. "Stay close," she ordered, then began moving up the stairs. They moved quietly thanks to the prison slippers they had been issued. At the top of the first rise, there was a large open door. Cookie paused, straining to hear if anyone was nearby. From the distance there came a stuttering, popping sound. "Gods of our mothers!" She turned to Wisniewski. "Otto, I think Victorian troops have boarded." Wisniewski grinned sharkishly. "Can we find them?" Cookie listened again, but she couldn't hear any more shooting. There was someone shouting, but she couldn't tell from which direction. Besides, if they blundered into a Victorian boarding party now, in the heat of battle, there was a good chance they'd get shot. She shook her head. "Let's stick to plan," she whispered. "Get to Carl's, then find out where engineering is." They slipped past the open door and went up the second flight of stairs to another open door. The corridor was empty, but now she could more distinctly hear the sound of shouting and someone running. She slipped into the corridor, turned left, and went 6 doors down. Carl's quarters. She had watched Carl type in his entry code a dozen times. In a moment she had the door open, and they stepped inside, where Carl stood staring at them, eyes wide in shock. Raphael Eitan and his men materialized in a snow squall. At first the snow was so thick he couldn't see where they were, but as the transport finished, the wind abruptly died and the snow settled to the floor. He quickly glanced around. All 30 men were present. 4 other groups of 30 were being transported to other rooms near the shuttle bay while he was standing there. "Shall we take a stroll to the shuttle bay, gentle persons?" he asked softly. The lieutenant and NCO snorted, but the men and women crowded into the little room grinned at him. The lieutenant elbowed her way in front of Raphael. "With all respect, sir, if you would be kind enough to let me get on with my job?" She was Daniela Tal. Her parents were close friends with Raphael's parents, and she had known Raphael since childhood. She'd had a crush on him when she was 9 and now looked at him with amused exasperation. Raphael bowed and swept an arm, letting her take the lead. Tal signaled 2 of her troops, and they crept to the doorway. She opened the door just a crack, then a little further. Then she slowly pulled back into the room and quietly shut the door. She walked to Raphael and put her mouth to his ear. "I think the shuttle bay entrance must be right around the corner. There are 20 duck soldiers in a group about 40 feet down the corridor. They are looking around the corner to where the shuttle bay is." She smiled, green eyes dancing. "I think they are waiting for us to come on shuttles to take the shuttle bay. They don't know we are already here, behind them." Raphael nodded. He suspected this scene was being played out with the 4 other groups, but that meant it would only be a matter of minutes before they were discovered. He bent over to Lieutenant Tal. "We need to hit them hard, right away before they realize we're here." Tal nodded enthusiastically, then snapped her fingers to get everyone's attention and pointed at 10 men and women. She used crude sign language to tell them what they were going to do, then crossed back to the door. At the door, she looked back to make sure everyone was with her, flashed Raphael a grin, and slowly opened the door once more. Then, her rifle up to her shoulder, she pushed open the door and crept into the corridor. Slowly, quietly, her 10 hand-picked troopers followed her out. The first 5 out knelt down, keeping their weapons trained on the unsuspecting Dominions. The next 5 slipped in behind them, standing erect. Tuttle's lips twitched. She was using an infantry formation not used since the American Civil War on Old Earth. None of the Dominions noticed them, their attention locked on the shuttle bay around the corner. Tuttle almost felt sorry for them. Almost. It could so easily have been the other way around. "Now," she said softly. It was over in a moment. None of the Dominions had even had a chance to scream. Raphael stepped out, glanced at the pile of bodies, and nodded approvingly at Tuttle. "Take their weapons, armor, and communicators," he ordered. He thought about it longer. "In fact, strip them. Hurry now," he urged. "Lots to do." A half-mile off the starboard side of the Dominion prison ship Tartarus, 4 Victorian assault shuttles matched the course and speed of the vessel, waiting for the shuttle bay doors to open. Each of the shuttles held 50 Victorian Marines, 1 or 2 Marvins, and an assortment of beach balls and their controllers. The Marvins were powered down and just stood there, menacing in their sheer bulk and ugliness, but momentarily harmless. The beach balls, on the other hand, scurried about the deck like ramping children, making noise, bumping into things, and generally raising hell. There was always a bit of tense competition among the beach ball controllers. Who would stay in the shuttle to control the beach balls as they went through the ship, and the combat Marines, who considered the controllers to be little more than weenies and were not shy about saying it. Now, waiting for the shooting to start, the Marines each sat wrapped in their own thoughts, trying with varying degrees of success to keep their nerves under control. Most of all, they didn't want to be bothered. The controllers knew this and took every opportunity to torment them. One beach ball rolled and bumped its way down the deck, stopping in front of a tall Marine who had put his head back and closed his eyes. "Well, hello, handsome," the beach ball chirped. "I am a self-propelled, armored, multi-band sensor reconnaissance unit of seductively spheroid shape and uncanny wit. Are you a sentient life form?" "Bugger off, weenie," the Marine said without opening his eyes. "I'm trying to sleep." "Oh, I'll sleep with you any time, big boy," the beach ball cooed. It rolled forward and nudged his knee. "Oh my goodness, we've got a problem here. A scan of your anatomy reveals that you either have no male sex organs or that they are too small to be measured by my equipment. Is that possible? Could it be that small?" "Go away," he said irritably. Marines sitting on either side of him began to smirk. The beach ball spun around in a tight circle, lights flashing. "I'm being told to bugger off by a dickless wonder. Rejected! Spurned!" it wailed loudly. "It's just as well. With a dick that small, you could never satisfy a real sphere." Grunting, the Marine lashed out with his foot, but the beach ball suddenly bounced up 2 feet, and the Marine missed it. The beach ball rolled out of range, made a rude noise, and rolled away. "Told you you'd never kick it," one of the other Marines said. "Like trying to catch a damn pigeon, just can't get close enough." The beach ball stopped in front of another Marine. "Hello there. I am a self-propelled, armored, multi-band sensor reconnaissance unit of seductively spheroid shape and uncanny wit." It rolled a little closer and seemed to peer at him. "Why, bless my soul, I didn't know they let Dominion warthogs enlist in the Victorian Marines. Or are you just the mascot?" And so, totally distracted from what lay ahead, the Marines watched in irritated amusement as the beach balls bantered and insulted and then dodged the inevitable backlash. At the far end of the row, Hirama Brilla watched in disbelief. "Gods of our mothers, is it always like this?" "No, sir," replied Sergeant Mayman laconically. "Sometimes the shuttles just get blown out of the sky and everybody dies." Carl stared at Cookie, his mouth opening and closing like a carp's. Cookie kicked the door shut behind her. "Carl, I want one thing from you and one thing only. Where is engineering?" Carl stared at her for a long moment, not saying anything. "Carl, you tell me what I want to know, or I'm going to shoot you right here," Cookie said conversationally. "I never meant for them to hurt you," Carl stammered. "Victorians have boarded us. You and I can go to them. I can surrender." Cookie sighed. "Carl, for the last time, which way is engineering?" Wordlessly, Carl pointed toward one wall. "And which deck is it on?" "5th through 10th, he said. "Okay, that wasn't so hard. Now, Carl, call up the ship map on your computer and show me," she said pleasantly. Slowly, fearfully, Carl did as she ordered. Once the map appeared, he tried a cautious smile on her. "Hey, Cookie, we had some good times together, didn't we?" "Gee, Carl," Cookie said, "torture and rape, it hardly gets better than that." Then she shot him, once through the forehead. He dropped like a stone, and just as lifeless. Wisniewski stepped over the body and studied the computer screen. 4 decks below us, but a bit of a hike to get there." Cookie shrugged. "We aren't doing any good here," she said. They spent a minute getting some food and a bottle of water from Carl's galley kitchen. Then Cookie memorized the quickest way to engineering. Wisniewski was right. It was a bit of a hike. The trouble didn't really begin until they were climbing the stairs down to the 5th level. They could hear a lot of shooting ahead of them. They reached the corridor entrance just in time to see 3 Victorian Marines in a close-range gun battle with 2 Dominion soldiers. The Marines had been caught in the open by Dominion soldiers wearing heavy armor and carrying blasters. The Marines had only light armor and were shooting air rifles. They were hitting their targets, but the rounds were not penetrating. In short order, the enemy blasters shot the Marines to pieces, literally to pieces, as the enemy blasters tore them apart. When it was over, the Dominion soldiers approached them cautiously, rifles at the ready. Cookie waited until they had passed the doorway where she was hiding, then adjusted the sonic rifle to tight spread, stepped out and shot them both in the back of the head. Whap! Whap! The 2 ducks went down, blood spurting from their helmet seals. Cookie scanned the corridor for anyone else, then snatched up the guards' blasters. She unslung her sonic rifle and put the sling over Wisniewski's shoulder, then added one of the 2 blasters, keeping one for herself. Wisniewski stared at the 3 dead Marines. "Poor bastards," he muttered, and yet to Cookie he seemed more energetic, more focused, more himself than he had been since their capture months ago. "I'm using you as my mule, Wisniewski," she told him. "Stay close in case I need one of the spare rifles." She frisked the bodies of the Dominions and came up with 3 additional power units, which she stuffed into her pockets. She looked longingly at the heavy armor, but decided it would take too long to strip the bodies and get it on. With a last glance at the fallen Victorian Marines, they pressed on. Raphael Eitan stepped into the shuttle bay and glanced about. The sound of gunshots came from the 2 other entrances where Dominion troops were holding off the attacking Refuge Special Reconnaissance Forces. Raphael quickly signaled that 10 of his men were to attack the Dominions at one of the entrances, and another 10 were to do the same at the last entrance. That left him 10 men, and those he sent in search of the control panel to open the giant outer doors. The harsh fact was that he didn't need to rescue all of his troops. What he had to do was open the shuttle bay doors. Across the shuttle bay deck, one of his men was waving his arms frantically, trying to catch his attention. The thing he missed the most in a transport assault, Raphael decided, was a good combat helmet with all of its communication devices. He jogged over to the man, Specialist 4 Lecky, who was standing by a doorway. "This looks like the control room, sir," he said, motioning to the small room. Raphael stepped inside. There was a large console with a bewildering array of buttons, toggles, and dials, along with display monitors showing the outside of the vessel and the entire deck on the side near the blast doors. He turned back. "We have 5 guys trained in how Dominion shipyards operate. Where are they?" Specialist 4 Lecky smiled. I'm one of them, sir. Raphael nodded in relief. Okay, Mr. Lecky, can you figure out which control opens the blast doors? Specialist 4 Lecky glanced at the control panel for a moment. Well, sir, based on my years of experience and the rigorous training I was given in order to prepare for this mission, I think that big red button with the label that says Open Doors is a good bet. Raphael looked at the control panel. There were 2 big push buttons. One was red and said Open Doors, while the other was blue and said Close Doors. He nodded ruefully and turned back to Lecky, who was grinning ear to ear. Specialist, did anyone ever tell you that no one likes a wise ass? Lecky's grin grew larger. Many times, sir. Raphael jutted his chin at the control panel. Do it. Lecky sat at the control panel, studied it for a moment longer just in case he had missed something, and then slapped the red button. Immediately, a klaxon began sounding, and an automated voice warned that the outer doors would open in 2 minutes. All personnel not wearing vacuum suits must be inside the yellow line. Warning! All personnel not wearing vacuum suits must be inside the yellow line. There was a buzz as a force field materialized just outside the yellow line. The force field would retain the shuttle bay's air once the doors opened. Within minutes, all 4 Victorian assault shuttles were inside the shuttle bay and unloading. The heavy assault troops poured out and immediately reinforced all of the entrances into the shuttle bay. The 5 Marvins were powered up. 2 were left to guard the shuttles, and the other 3 were assigned to assault teams. Beach balls bounced out of the shuttles and rolled to the entrances. No smart quips now, they just stood ready for orders. Raphael ordered all of the surviving troops from the transporter assault to get into the standard ground assault gear used by the Victorian Marines. He pulled his combat helmet on with a sigh of relief, uplinked to the company AI named Caesar, who came up with these names, and watched in satisfaction as data began to scroll across the helmet visor. The news was good and bad. Of the 150 men who transported over to the prison ship, 30 were dead, 15 wounded, and 3 were missing. Some rescue mission. He had 100 or so men still effective, plus the 200 men from the Victorian shuttles under the command of Colonel Dovtamari. Hirama Brilla emerged from one of the shuttles with his watchdog, Sergeant Mayman, in tow. The scene in the shuttle bay was one of chaos, but the chaos of the hive. Every soldier had a job and was doing it, and it was surprisingly quiet. Instead of shouting orders, everyone wore helmets with a full range of communications. Each man and woman in the assault company had a specific niche in the communications web. Except him. He was supposed to be sitting in the control room on the Haifa. No, that's not right, he reminded himself. He was the commander and was supposed to be wherever he was, and that was the perk of being the commander. His gaze turned to the heads-up view inside his visor. Caesar, where is the controls room? The AI came back immediately. Shuttle number 3, rear compartment. Sergeant Mayman, follow me, please. He walked 100 feet to Shuttle 3, climbed on board, and found himself a chair in the corner where he could watch most of the display screens. The displays would show him what the beach balls and the Marvins were seeing. The sergeant in charge of the room saw someone unauthorized sitting in the corner and started over. But Hiram lifted his helmet visor and smiled at him. And a fine morning to you, Sergeant Stafford, he said warmly. Stafford stopped in his tracks, a little unnerved to have the commander in his control room, and more than a little pissed that no one had warned him he was coming. Just thought I'd sit here a while and see how things develop, Hiram continued cheerfully. Carry on, Sergeant, I won't get in your way. Suppressing a scowl, Sergeant Stafford returned to his position behind the controllers. Raphael Eitan checked the stats again and saw that all of his men were suited up and ready. His helmet pinged, and Colonel Tamari's face appeared in one corner of the display. Captain, he barked, Caesar reports your troops are ready. I want you to secure the engineering deck. Take some prisoners, but no more than a handful. The ducks seem to have a company or more of Dominion internal security forces on board. They can be tough little fuckers, so watch yourself. I'm sending my 200 troops forward to secure the rest of the ship and the bridge. Sergeant Sanchez and Private Wisnowski are somewhere in the middle part of the ship and seem to be moving towards engineering, so keep your eyes peeled. Our scanner shows they are alive and moving, but we do not have a fix on their exact location. Haifa called in warning us that a lot of people appear to be moving in on us here at the shuttle bay. That'll be more of the duck security forces, so it's time we got out of here. Colonel Tamari grinned. Good hunting, Raf. Move out. Sir, I'd like to take some of your beach balls to scout ahead of us and one of the Marvins to give us some extra punch, Aiton said. Tamari grunted, and in a moment the squad assignment icons appeared on Aiton's heads-up display. As he watched the icon for one of the Marvins change color and position, joining the Refuge Special Reconnaissance Force. 4 of the beach balls blinked twice and then joined his forces as well. Thank you, sir. Use them well, Raf, but use them fast. We've got to get control of this ship before the ducks get their heads out of their asses and organize a counterattack, Tamari growled. And by the mother's tits, be careful with your blasters down in engineering. Some of your boys get carried away down there and you'll take out the whole bloody ship. I'll try to avoid that, sir. Tamari grunted. See that you do. Stay in touch. Raphael spent another minute organizing his force, then switched his comm to the controller's room, known for reasons entirely lost to him as the hot box. This is Captain Aiton. Who are my beach ball controllers? This is Sergeant Stafford, Lieutenant. I'm riding herd on the controllers. I've given you specialists Balik and Cookie, each controlling 2 BBs. What would you like? Raphael considered for a moment. He needed to reach engineering, but Maria Sanchez and Otto Wisnowski were wandering around here somewhere as well. First, I need direct comm to Balik and Cookie. If things get hot, I won't have time to go through you. Done, said Sergeant Stafford, and 2 new communication icons appeared on Aiton's visor. Send Cockie's BBs toward the stern looking for the 2 Victorian prisoners. Send Balik's BBs toward engineering by the most direct route they can find. Map all enemy units. Raphael took a moment to slave the Marvin to one of the beach balls. Tell Balik that there will be a Marvin trailing about 100 feet behind one of his BBs. Raphael had been trained in the use of the Marvins as heavy support weapons, but he liked to put them out front just a little behind a beach ball. When they encountered problems, he could then spill his men along either flank and either force the enemy back or eliminate them. It had worked great in training. Now he'd get to see if it worked in real life. Send out the beach balls, he ordered Balik and Cookie. He shifted his comm to the company net. All units, double-check your IFF transponders. I will activate the Marvin in 1 minute. He dutifully checked his own and got a good green test light. It would be rather embarrassing if the company commander got killed because he forgot to turn on his own IFF. In the controller's room, Specialist Mariella Cookie activated her 2 beach balls and whispered over the comm circuit. Lassie, go find Tommy! Find Tommy! Good girl! Sergeant Stafford gave her a dark look, but before he could say anything, Hiram interjected. You're to be commended, Specialist. Not many people know the old Earth search and rescue protocols. Cookie flashed him a smile of thanks. Stafford glowered and went back to work. The 4 beach balls bounced once high in the air, then raced down the corridor towards engineering. When the BBs reached the first fork in the corridor, Balik kept her 2 going straight, while Cookie took hers to the left. Then each controller put their BBs on autonomous function and sat back and watched the displays. A few seconds later, the Marvin lumbered down the corridor, keeping pace with the beach ball it was slaved to. Behind the Marvin went Aiton's 100-man force. Meanwhile, from the Haifa, Colonel Tamari led his 200 men and the 2 Marvins toward the bow of the ship and the enemy bridge. Cookie and Wisnowski never reached engineering. As they rounded one corner, they bumped into a squad of Dominion security forces. The security forces hesitated for a split second, but Cookie, blaster already leveled, pulled the trigger twice, then hastily backed around the corner out of the line of fire. A grenade bounced and rolled to the corner. Not knowing what else to do, she shot it with the blaster and sent it skittering back down the passageway, where it exploded and took out another of the Dominion troops. "Back! Back!" she screamed at Wisnowski, and the two of them ran back to the next junction in the corridor. Cookie fired 3 more blaster shots at the bend of the corridor they had just retreated from. There was a second Dominion grenade, but they were out of its kill zone. Cookie glanced anxiously down the other end of the corridor just in time to see 5 men in the uniform of Victorian Marines appear. 2 of the Marines immediately opened fire on them, forcing Cookie and Wisnowski to dart into the side passageway. "Friends! Friends!" Wisnowski bellowed in anger and fear. "All together, never alone, you fucking morons! We're friends!" More shots came from the Marines, to be answered with shots from the Dominion security forces. "We're having fun now," Cookie muttered, then dragged Wisnowski down the corridor to a steep staircase that went up a level. At the top of the stairs, she shot a quick look left and right, didn't see anything, then darted across the corridor to a small passageway. Behind her, Wisnowski stumbled and fell flat, unable to break his fall with his injured arms. As Cookie ran back to help him, she saw 2 Dominion security force soldiers reach the top of the stairs. But further along the corridor behind them, she saw the lumbering, lethal shape of a Marvin. The Dominions raised their blasters to their shoulders. Cookie dove to the floor, then covered her head as the air above her seemed to crackle and snap. A gust of heat blew past her, and when she looked up, she saw the lower half of the 2 duck soldiers collapse back down the stairs, seemingly in slow motion. There were no upper halves. The Marvin lurched into motion again, coming towards her, but as it reached the top of the stairs, a grenade arced through the air and exploded on top of it. The Marvin staggered to a stop. Then its 8 legs seemed to lose strength, and it collapsed to the deck. Cookie waited for the second grenade, but none came. Cursing under her breath, she grabbed Wisnowski by the arm and went through the first door she could find, and stopped. The Dominion prison ship Tartarus was 26 decks high. Cookie stood on a catwalk 6 decks from the bottom. Below her were 5 decks of prison cells, and soaring above her, lost in the dim light, were 20 more decks of prison cells. The decks continued forward and back out of sight as they curved gently with the curve of the hull. This was the main prison population on the ship. Part of her tried to count the cells, but quickly gave up. There were hundreds, maybe thousands. A few feet away, a man stood in his cell looking at her with wonderment. "Who are you?" he croaked. He had a beard and was emaciated. One eye was gone, the eye socket a scarred crater weeping yellow pus. Cookie could smell him even 10 feet away. "The Victorians have boarded," she said, sidestepping his question. "Who are you?" "The Vickies? Here?" The man seemed to stagger. Then a look of horror passed over his face. No, you must warn them. If the DID think the ship will be lost, they'll blow it up. They have scuttling charges. You must leave, quickly." He was panting with the effort of speaking. "Who are you?" Cookie asked again. "I am Friedrich Altman." He stared at her through his one eye. "I was the captain of this ship." He stared at her for a long moment. "My God, are you really here?" On the bridge of the Tartarus, Colonel Koenig sat by the control console and watched the monitors closely. It was hard to tell, but his men seemed to be holding their own better than he might have hoped. Could they hold long enough for rescue? He decided that if the Vickies reached either the engineering deck or the bridge, he would detonate the scuttling charges. He settled down to wait. Cookie stared at Captain Altman. "Bugger me," she thought frantically. "Wisnowski, on me," she ordered. and then bolted through the door back into the corridor. To the left, she could hear the firefight still raging between the Victorian Marines and the Dominion security forces. She turned right, ran until she came to an intersection, and turned right again, with Wisnowski pounding along heavily behind her. Now she and Wisnowski were parallel to the corridor where the Marines were, but headed in their direction. Moving as quickly as she could, not bothering to stay quiet, she led Wisnowski through 3 more intersections without seeing anyone. 2 more, she thought. That's when their luck ran out. As she approached the next intersection, 4 men suddenly stepped out, flechette rifles to the ready. Cookie's heart sank as she realized they were dressed in the black of the Dominion security forces. Cookie and Wisnowski stopped. Wisnowski stepped half in front of her. "Man, are we glad to see you," Wisnowski said. "There is a squad of Vicky Marines back there, and—" "Nice try," one of the security forces said, and all 4 of them fired. Something punched Cookie hard on the thigh, then Wisnowski slammed into her, knocking her to the ground and falling on her. One of the security forces stepped forward, ready to deliver the final shot. "Hello there," said a sultry woman's voice. The 4 men spun around to see a round metal ball with several blinking lights. It slowly rolled forward a few feet and stopped. It chirped. "I am a self-propelled, multi-band sensor reconnaissance unit of seductively spheroid shape and uncanny wit," it breathed. In the hotbox, Mariella Cocky suddenly sat straight. "Commander Brill, you need to see this." Hiram and Sergeant Stafford rushed to her station and stood looking over her shoulder. On the large display monitor, they could see Cookie and Wisnowski running down the corridor. Cookie stabbed the comm button and transmitted to all of the Refuge Special Reconnaissance Forces. "I have a visual on Sergeant Sanchez and Private Wisnowski. Require assistance at these coordinates." And she sent the location to their heads-up displays. Then she slaved her second BB to the first and sent the emergency signal. 300 yards away, the second beach ball turned and raced down the passageway, seeking its companion. Hiram thought his heart would stop. Cookie was so close. Now all they had to— Then 4 men stepped out of the side corridor, their backs to Cockie's beach ball. There was a brief, muffled exchange. Then the men fired. Cookie and Wisnowski went down hard, blood splattering the walls and the deck. "Gods of our mothers!" Hiram sobbed. Then Sergeant Mayman pulled him away. "Let her do her job," he whispered harshly. Specialist Cocky thought frantically, then pushed the comm switch that would link her through the beach ball's external speakers. She leaned closer to the mic and said in a throaty voice, "Hello there. I am a self-propelled, multi-band sensor reconnaissance unit of seductively spheroid shape and uncanny wit," the sphere said. The 4 Dominions gawked at it. "It is my task to return these 2 prisoners to their cells, so I must ask you to step away from them now." It rolled slowly forward another few feet. "If you interfere, I will be required by Dominion Military Regulation 437-74 to report you to your superiors for insubordination." It rolled forward again until it was only 15 feet away. With a snarl, one of the Dominions raised his rifle. "Not nice," the beach ball chided. Then it blew up. Shrapnel tore through the 4 of them, knocking them off their feet and rendering them senseless. The beach ball held only half an ounce of explosive, enough to reliably self-destruct, but not enough to guarantee that it would kill anyone near it. Still, one of the 4 Dominions caught a piece of shrapnel in the throat and was desperately holding his hand to his neck to keep from bleeding out. The other 3 were stunned and wounded with varying degrees of severity. They lay groaning on the deck. Cookie tried to sit up, but Wisnowski lay unconscious across her stomach. She could see the Dominions struggling back towards full consciousness, groaning and weakly moving their limbs. "Otto, get off me!" she screamed at him, but he was out cold, 2 deep flechette wounds in his chest and blood bubbling in a pink froth from his mouth. "Fuck!" she snarled, squirming underneath him and pushing at him. One of the Dominions slowly sat up. She tried desperately to reach the blaster just out of reach, and then remembered the flechette pistol in her belt. She yanked it out, aimed it unsteadily at the Dominion, and fired. And missed. "What's happening?" Hiram shouted. "What's happening?" "I don't know," Specialist Cookie said. The second beach ball was still 30 seconds away from reaching Cookie's location. Cookie was blind. 30 seconds more!" she cried. "Bugger me," Cookie snarled and grasped the pistol in both hands. The Dominion soldier was fumbling on the ground next to him, trying to pick up his rifle with clumsy fingers. Cookie set the pattern to a wide spread and aimed it just as the Dominion finally grasped the rifle and lifted it. She fired. Once, twice, thrice. The first shot somehow missed entirely. The second caught him in the shoulder and neck. Blood fountained and he spun around, facing her directly. The third took him in the chest and knocked him flat. Cookie sagged in relief. Then she heard an odd, metallic sound and looked up to see a second beach ball rolling rapidly down the passageway to her. It came to a skidding stop near her, quickly taking in the array of fallen bodies. "Controller, we have an emergency," Cookie said, using her best sergeant's voice. "Connect me to the officer in charge of the assault task force." On the other end, Specialist Cookie turned to Hirama Brilla. "Commander, Sergeant Sanchez insists on speaking to you." Hiram felt a wave of emotion, fought it back, and leaned forward to speak into the mic on Cookie's console. "Cookie, it's Hiram." Cookie closed her eyes for a moment. How many hours, days, and weeks had she sat in her cell trying to imagine what it would be like to hear Hiram's voice again? She never imagined it would be like this. With an effort, she opened her eyes and focused on the task at hand. "Commander," she said finally, "there are 2,000 prisoners on board. One of them was formerly a captain of this ship. He says the ducks have scuttling charges and will set them off if they think they are going to lose the ship." Hiram rocked back on his heels. "Cookie, did he tell you where the switch for the bomb is?" "On the bridge," Cookie replied. "He said it could only be activated from the bridge." "Hold one!" He snapped down his visor and selected the comm to all officers. "This is Commander Brilla. The ducks have a scuttle charge that can be triggered from the bridge. Order everyone to fall back. Stop the attack immediately and fall back to the shuttle bay." He switched back to Cookie. "Where are you? Are you safe?" Cookie wanted to laugh. Safe? She didn't think she would ever feel safe again. "Wisnowski is hurt bad. We need a corpsman." Hiram glanced at Mariella Cookie, who nodded and began to speak urgently into her mic. "They'll be here soon, Cookie. Hold on." Hiram switched off, dropped his visor, and called Colonel Tamari, Captain Eitan, and Captain Yaffa of the Haifa. He quickly explained the situation. "Pull everyone back to the shuttle bay," he ordered. "Captain Yaffa, you need to take out the prison ship's entire bridge. Once it is clear that the entire bridge is neutralized, we'll resume the attack. Everyone clear?" Everyone was. "Good," said Hiram. "Captain Yaffa, time is of the essence. Execute as soon as you are able. Gods protect you all." Hiram disconnected from the command net, disabled his speakers, and removed his helmet. He stepped out of the hot box and found a quiet corner in the shuttle bay. Alone and unseen, he put his hands over his face and wept. Cookie cut the communications channel. One of the other Dominion soldiers groaned and tried to sit up. "Don't you dare!" Cookie hissed at him. She waved the flechette pistol at him. "Don't you fucking dare!" The man slumped back to the deck. Private Wisnowski still lay across her. His breath came in labored rasps, and with each breath, more blood trickled from his mouth. Feet pounded behind her, and she looked up to see 5 Marines and a corpsman running up the passageway toward her. Wisnowski was gently pulled off her and laid on his back. 2 flechette wounds," she said. "They hit his lung. He's breathing blood." The Marines eased her down to the deck. "You're hit too," one of them told her, taking in the nasty wound on the leg. "No shit, figure that all by yourself?" she grunted at him. Now that the adrenaline was subsiding, the pain in her leg was excruciating. "Secure those prisoners, Private. At least one of them is still alive." His eyes widened and he wheeled about, rifle up. One of the Dominion soldiers blinked slowly at him. The others lay still. He quickly secured the conscious one and checked pulses on the others. 3 dead, he told her. "What the bloody hell happened here?" Cookie hissed in pain as the corpsman probed her wounded leg. "They caught us as we were trying to make it to you guys, but then one of the BBs came up and blew itself up in the midst of them." "No shit," the Marine said, impressed with the controller weenie, despite himself. "Bugger me, that hurts," Cookie said to the corpsman. "Almost done," he assured her. He pressed a med spray against her leg and injected her with something. In the background, she could hear one of the Marines talking to someone. "Oh yeah," he chuckled. "She's okay. Already given orders." Cookie felt herself starting to drift away, had a sudden image of an anchorless rowboat drifting on a lake on a summer's day. White fluffy clouds, soft breeze. "Keep him alive!" she suddenly cried. The corpsman looked at her, startled. She gestured weakly to Wisnowski. "Keep him alive! He's come too far to die now! Keep him alive!" "Don't worry," the corpsman assured her. "He'll be in a med tank in 10 minutes. "Better hurry," Cookie giggled, as the pain meds lifted her to a soft, warm place. "The ducks are going to blow up the ship." On the bridge, Colonel Koenig of the DID watched in relief as the Victorian assault teams began to pull back, defeated by his security forces. He took a deep breath and looked at the console, where the button to detonate the scuttling charges waited. God did favor the Dominion, Koenig thought, as he should. On the combat bridge of the Haifa, Captain Avi Yaffa stood beside his weapons officer, Lieutenant Marjorie Stoppa. The sensors officer crowded in beside them, pointing eagerly to a spot on the oversized display. "Right there, sir. See? That's the enemy bridge. You can see 12 people sitting in a grouping that suggests different consoles. In fact, it looks a lot like this bridge would on a sensor display." "Are you ready, Marjorie?" Yaffa asked softly. "Hell yes, sir," Stoppa said, amused. "From this range, I could throw a rock and hit it." Yaffa straightened. "Okay, Marjorie, do it." Stoppa took one last look at her holodisplay, then stabbed the firing button. She had already programmed the sequence of the shots. 3 of the primary 10-inch lasers were fully charged and in standby mode. They fired simultaneously, each striking the hull of the Tartarus about 15 feet apart, forming a neat triangle. The temperature of the hull went down from 150 degrees Fahrenheit below zero to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 1/100,000 of a second, causing the hull plate to shatter apart with explosive force. 1/10 of a second after the first lasers fired, the second bank of 3 10-inch lasers fired, their beams smashing through the unarmored interior bulkheads of the prison ship and through the bridge itself. The lasers struck the hull on the other side of the ship, somewhat dissipated, but still heated it rapidly enough to cause structural cracks and blow a small hole. The 4 5-inch lasers fired into the same place, but they really weren't needed. Lieutenant Stoppa was just a belt and suspenders kind of woman. On the bridge of the Tartarus, there was no warning. The nearest Vicky warship was 300 miles away. Distracted by the infantry battle taking place on board the ship, Colonel Koenig had ceased to pay attention to the threat the warship posed. The first 10-inch lasers blew a hole into the bridge compartment, which immediately vented into space. The console holding the bomb switch took a direct hit and simply vaporized. Colonel Koenig was just beginning to realize that something was happening when the second barrage of 10-inch lasers tore through the compartment. One struck him a grazing blow, and everything north of his chin vanished. He never felt the hundreds of shards of metal that ripped his body apart a moment later, nor the sudden lurch and acceleration as his chair tore off the deck and hurtled into space when the compartment explosively depressurized. With threat of the scuttling charges gone, Colonel Tamari and Captain Aten took their men back into the prison ship. Engineering was secured first, then the remaining Dominion security forces surrendered. Marjorie Stoppa nodded to herself, then grinned impishly at Captain Yaffa. "Well, Captain, I guess I never thought I'd use a 10-inch laser like a sniper rifle." Yaffa sat down heavily in his command chair, trying not to show how relieved he was. He breathed heavily. "That's why we joined the fleet, Lieutenant. We learn something new every day." Chapter 38. On the Battleship Lionheart. On the Lionheart, the mood was celebratory. The shipyard was destroyed, the Victorian captives rescued, and they'd found an intelligence trove in the other prisoners aboard the prison ship. The ship captains and mission commanders sat around the conference table, flush with victory. Captain Sadia Zahiri was there as representative for the various owl captains. Colonel Tamari was there for the Marines. Raphael Aten was there for the Refuge Special Forces. Only Hirama Brilla was missing, excused by Captain Eder so that he could visit Cookie, who was in the sick bay on the Rabat. Captain Eder let them enjoy it for a few minutes, then cleared his throat. The room fell silent. He looked at them individually, each one, then spoke. "Let's start by acknowledging that we were very, very lucky," he said grimly. "The Ducks had enough forces to stop us if they had been coordinated, but they panicked and came at us with penny packets. Even with that, they hurt us. We lost the Fess, 2 tugboats, and more than 70 gunboats either destroyed or so badly damaged that they are no longer combat-ready. On top of that, someone managed to kill one of our 2 colliers, the Big Apple. We don't know what happened, just that near the end of the battle she went Code Omega. Her loss means that we have far fewer munitions than we planned for at this stage." He paused. Their smiles were gone now. "That's the bad news. The good news is that we took out the Duck shipyard. The Dominion High Command doesn't know it yet, but they can no longer replace their losses beyond what they can produce at the Might of the People shipworks, which, as we all know, is not much. Also," he smiled, "we successfully rescued Sergeant Maria Sanchez and Private Otto Wisnowski. The doctors tell me that they were both treated very harshly in captivity. Sanchez says the Ducks were going to kill them both within a few hours, so we were just in time. A special mention on this to Specialist Cookie, who apparently saved the prisoners by using the self-destruct mechanism on her beach ball like a stun grenade to disable some Duck soldiers who were about to kill them." "2 Royal Marines saved by a controller, weenie," laughed one of the captains. "Will wonders never cease?" Chuckles ran around the table, but no one took their eyes off of Captain Eder. "Some of you already know," Eder continued, "that we have one more mission to accomplish. We are to follow some of the new wormholes until we reach Victorian space, then attack the Dominions holding the Refuge Victorian wormhole from the rear. Once we launch our attack, Admiral Duthat will attack through the wormhole from Refuge." He paused, and the other captains and commanders looked at each other, except for Emily and Hiram, who had both known about the extra mission. 1 or 2 of the captains looked concerned. "The problem is that I no longer believe we have the force necessary to launch such an attack. Last I heard, the Ducks had upwards of 50 ships at the wormhole. I think they probably have enough force to both hold the wormhole against an attack from Admiral Duthat's forces in Refuge and beat off any attack we might muster. The notion had been that we would launch a surprise attack with sufficient force to seriously degrade the Dominion forces at the wormhole. Admiral Duthat would then bring the rest of our Victorian forces, augmented by the Refuge Coast Guard, through the wormhole and break the Dominions before they could reorganize." He paused once more, looking solemn. "With our current losses and the lack of full supply for our munitions expenditure, I do not think this is still feasible." The men and women at the table exchanged glances. Was Eder giving up? Would they settle for the shipyard and go home? "Given this, I am putting the matter on the table for discussion," he resumed. "I want your input on what you think the next step should be and why you think it both advances our strategic objective and is feasible. No bullshit posturing. We have to decide what we are doing in the next hour or so and commit to it, or else fold our tents and return at best possible speed to refuge." Captain Bruce Hilson of the cruiser Wellington was the first to speak. "I say continue with the attack," he said forcefully. "We have to maintain our distance so they can't overwhelm us, but we should stick as closely to the original plan as possible. We just took out their biggest shipyard and we did it in their own backyard. We need to keep the initiative." Oxford Captain Michael Strong shook his head in disagreement. "Initiative is a funny thing. You've got it only so long as you are winning. If we lose one battle, the initiative suddenly shifts back to the Ducks. I think we need to find some way to damage the Ducks, but only if we can do it in a way that conserves our assault group." He looked around the table. "We cannot afford to lose any of our larger ships." "Michael, I respectfully disagree," said Captain Sadia Zahiri. "You would have us take no risks. This is war. We have to take risks. The side that is not willing to take risks loses. We just knocked those duck bastards on their heels. If we press forward, we'll force them to react to us. We'll make them move when they don't want to. We'll disrupt their plans, cause them to shift forces from one place to another, and, most of all, we'll shake their confidence. I say we press forward and figure out a way to do as much damage as we can. If we lose some ships, so be it." The debate raged on. There was a sharp divide between those who thought that attacking the Dominion forces at the Refuge Victoria wormhole was an invitation to catastrophe, and those who thought that the assault force should just maraud around Dominion space raising hell and then run for home. A very small minority thought that they should quit while they were ahead and go back to refuge now. Through it all, Emily said nothing. She glanced about, looking for Hiram, but of course he was with Cookie. No help there. She closed her eyes and rubbed the bridge of her nose. What was the most important thing to be accomplished? That was easy. Get the Duck assault fleet away from Cornwall and preferably out of Victorian space. She chewed on this for a moment, parsing it down to fundamentals. The immediate goal was to get the Ducks away from Cornwall. Did it matter how they got the Duck ships away from the planet? She mentally shrugged. No, not really. It would be nice to blow their ships into small atoms, but what they really needed was to move the Ducks away. How to get them to move? Well, there were only two ways to do that: attack them or lure them away. Attacking them head-on was fraught with problems. She agreed with Captain Eder on that point. Even if the Victorian fleet won, it would be a bruising, knock-down battle, and they were sure to take heavy losses. So how else could they get the Ducks to abandon Cornwall and Victorian space? She opened her eyes and looked at Captain Eder, who was already watching her. "Yes, Commander Tuttle?" he asked, just the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I think the answer is obvious," she said matter-of-factly. Captain Hilson looked impatient. He started to say something, but Eder held up a hand to quiet him. "And?" Eder asked Emily. She smiled. "We must attack Timor, the Dominion home planet." Chapter 39. With the Victorian Assault Force in Dominion Space. There was a long moment of silence as everyone digested her words. Then Captain Zahiri laughed out loud and slapped her knee. "Gods of our mothers, I like it!" "Preposterous!" Captain Hilson protested. "We've already acknowledged we don't have enough ships to attack the Duck fleet occupying Victorian space. And now she proposes that we attack the Duck homeworld instead? Rubbish!" Captain Eder rapped his knuckles on the table. "Quiet!" He glared around the table, pausing for a moment on Captain Hilson. He turned back to Emily and nodded. "Continue, Commander." "The fundamental thing we are trying to accomplish is forcing the Dominions to abandon Victorian space," she said mildly. "I think we can all agree to that." There was a cautious nodding of heads. "We don't really care why the Dominions leave Victorian space, just that they do. If the Dominion High Command thinks that its homeworld is vulnerable to attack, they will recall their fleet from Victoria. It is simple as that." She looked about the table. Some of the faces were hostile, some confused, and some were thoughtful. "And you don't think attacking the planet with all of its defenses is more risky than attacking their assault force in Victoria?" Captain Hilson asked coldly. "We don't have to take Timor," Emily replied. "Heck, we don't even have to actually attack it. We just have to give the impression that we have the ability to attack it. May I remind the commander that we have only 6 warships, plus a little over 100 gunboats, with which to attack Timor," Hilson countered tartly. Emily shrugged. "The Dominions don't know that." One by one, the others at the table began to smile. The carrier Rabat had been designated as the primary medical facility for the assault force, for the simple reason it had the largest and newest surgical suite. Cookie and Wisniewski had been moved there to tend to their wounds. Cookie's leg wound had been repaired, and the regeneration specialists had begun the laborious process of growing Wisniewski a new pair of hands. Both of them had also had full psych scans. Doctors and nurses bustled around Cookie in an endless blur. They studied her blood and urine, took countless EKGs and EEGs, and scanned and probed. They found broken bones, poorly reset, old bruises and scars. They studied readouts, reports, and charts. They learned that gynecologically she was a mess, with numerous infections, tears, and 2 badly healed punctures. Bit by bit, her physical needs were taken care of, and the process of healing her wounds begun. What the doctors didn't know, what the scans could not tell them, was that now that she was safe and no longer had to keep up her guard, Cookie's emotional world was a tumultuous dark storm speeding across a barren plain, a swirling wall of fear and doubt and self-loathing, all embraced in a silent scream of horror. For months and months, Cookie had stood at the edge of the abyss, and for a time she had even sought refuge in it. Now she was safe, and for the first time she had little to do but stare into the mirror of her mind and try to cope with everything that had happened. And inside, deeper than even she herself could see, she was falling. Hirama Brilla sat in the small office of Rear Admiral Martha Wilkinson, the fleet senior surgeon, who had insisted on accompanying the task force into Dominion space. "Commander, you and Sergeant Sanchez are close, correct?" Hiram nodded. He still hadn't seen Cookie, and now Admiral Wilkinson had insisted on speaking to him before he did. He had been nervous before. Now he was scared. "I don't mean to pry, but when I say close, what I really mean is, are the two of you emotionally intimate? Physically intimate?" she asked softly. Hiram nodded again. "Okay then," she said softly but firmly. "You've got to know that Cookie has been treated harshly, extremely harshly. She's been sexually abused for an extended period of time, beaten, subjected to psychological and physical abuse that would have killed most people. Physically, she should recover. She has a wound to her leg, but that will be healed within a week. There are 2 fractures in her left humerus, 1 bad break in right radius, and a number of torn ligaments. The humerus is a bone in her—" "I know what the humerus is," Hiram said. Wilkinson nodded. "Cookie had extensive damage to her vagina and uterus from tears and 2 rather nasty puncture wounds and a serious infection." Hiram closed his eyes. "Commander!" He opened his eyes and stared at her. Wilkinson frowned at him. "Commander, I know this is not easy for you, but if it's not easy on you, think what it must be like on her. But she's going to need support, A lot of it. That means you, Commander Brill. The physical damage to her vagina and the infection almost killed her. But surprisingly enough, the Dominions repaired the worst of it. We've got her on drugs for the infection, which should clear it up. Hiram blinked. He had feared that Cookie would be treated badly, but hearing it, all of it, was heartbreaking. Will she be able to have children? He asked. Wilkinson smiled. Yes, but not yet. The damage to her uterus has to be further repaired or she will not be able to carry a fetus to term. I think we can repair that, but if worse comes to worst, we can always harvest some of her eggs and the fetus can be carried in a med pod. Hiram breathed a sigh of relief, but then caught himself when Wilkinson shook her head. I'm not making myself clear, Commander. I think Cookie has been deeply traumatized, but she hasn't been able to admit it to herself. She spent most of her time in captivity trying to keep Private Wisnowski alive. They used his vulnerability to control her. She had to do things. Hiram closed his eyes. All the time he had been searching for her, he had the thought that if he could just get her back, everything would be all right. Now it all seemed to be getting away, slipping through his fingers. And he didn't know what to do. Cookie is extraordinarily tough, Wilkinson continued. That will both help her and hurt her. She's going to think that she can handle this all on her own, that she should handle it all on her own. She's used to being in control of others as a sergeant in the Marines, and in control of herself. But she's been forced to feel humiliated and helpless. Cookie can accept a certain amount of humiliation, but helplessness? Being made helpless is like being forced to drink acid. It eats you from the inside out. For someone like Cookie, helplessness is worse than death. Wilkinson paused. Is she religious, Commander? Hiram considered it. Yes, but she's very private about it. I'm not particularly religious, so we haven't really talked about it very much. But yes, she's religious. Wilkinson nodded. Sometimes it helps, she said. Then again, she just might be very angry with the gods right now for making her go through this. We'll see. What can I do? He asked her. The psych scan gave me less information than I had hoped, but it does suggest that she's struggling badly. If I'm right, she's going to have sudden bouts of depression and moments of utter rage. Big mood swings set off by little things that normally wouldn't matter. Somebody doesn't get out of her way when she's in a hurry. Somebody laughs near her and she thinks they're laughing at her. A loud noise. Whatever the trigger is, it may trigger a severe emotional response, or it could even set her off into a full-blown flashback. It's all hard to predict, but given what she's been through, none of these things would surprise me. You just need to be there if she reaches out for help. Wilkinson's tone of voice and the look on her face told him that it was going to be very hard. Hiram left her office and went to Cookie's room in the sickbay. The nurse stationed there told him Cookie was still sleeping and that he should come back later. He wandered out of the sickbay, preoccupied, his mind in turmoil. For lack of anything else to do, he decided to grab some dinner. Later, he would wonder if it all would have been different had he stayed. Cookie woke a few minutes later. She got dressed into her uniform, no way she was going to wear hospital johnnies, and strapped her knife to her forearm. Since her return, she had always gone armed when she was awake, and kept the knife under her pillow when she slept. She could not bear to be without it. Wearing a sidearm was mandatory since the Tilliches had created the transporters and a ship could be boarded at any time. In sickbay, they wouldn't let her wear a pistol, but she had borrowed a small fighting knife from one of the Marine guards and never went anywhere without it. If the nurses saw it, they didn't say anything. When Cookie left her room, the floor nurse called to her. Sergeant Sanchez, Commander Brill was here a few minutes ago, and I asked him to come back when you were awake. Cookie felt an odd combination of elation, disappointment, and dread. She pursed her lips. Did he say where he was going? Dinner, I think, the nurse replied. Cookie nodded her thanks and began to walk slowly to the mess hall. Her leg was still stiff from the flechette shot she took on the Tartarus, but mostly she was hesitant about seeing Hiram again. He wouldn't treat her like damaged goods. She knew that. She did. He would be kind and considerate and patient and all the things that made her fall in love with him in the first place. But she wasn't the same woman Hiram loved. That woman was gone. That woman had been degraded and used. It wasn't right that Hiram should ever be with her again, or even want to. But how would she explain that to him? How could he understand? Without conscious thought, she turned away from the mess hall and wandered down the corridors, not really paying attention to where she was. She limped along, people stepping aside to get out of her way. She was marked. They could see it, even if they didn't understand what they were seeing. When some of them looked at her, there would be a flash of recognition, immediately followed by a look of pity or sometimes revulsion. She understood the look. She saw it in her mirror every day. Then, at an intersection, a Marine MP held up a hand, stopping everyone. "Wait a moment, please," he said without further explanation. But then 2 more guards appeared from the other corridor, leading a line of perhaps 30 men dressed in black uniforms. They carried no arms, wore no armor or helmets, and each wore a shock collar to prevent escape. They were Dominion security forces, prisoners captured on the Tartarus. And 5th in line was Schroeder. There was no conscious decision, no deliberate thought. One moment Cookie was looking at the line of Dominion prisoners. The next, her arm was around Schroeder's neck. Her fighting knife was at his throat, and she was pulling him into a corner. The guards were screaming at her, "Let him go! Let him go! Stand back!" But they were armed only with neurobatons and the trigger for the shock collars, and, of course, Cookie wasn't wearing a shock collar, and she wasn't about to let him go. Schroeder struggled for a brief second, then Cookie pushed the knife into the skin of his throat, just a quarter of an inch. He went very still, his eyes rolling in his head. The assault had been so fast that he didn't even know who it was who attacked him. One of the guards was talking urgently into his radio, while the others pushed people back until Schroeder and Cookie were alone in a small space. One of the guards stepped cautiously forward. Cookie tightened her grip around Schroeder's neck. "Hey, Sergeant, let's be cool about this. This man is a prisoner. You know the rules. We can't mistreat him." Cookie looked at him without speaking. Something in her look made him flinch back a step. Cookie felt oddly elated. She should feel nervous, she knew. Guards were shouting at her. Her career was over. Hiram was lost to her. But Schroeder was here, right here, and Cookie knew that whatever else might be, the gods loved her, for they had delivered her to the one person in all the universe that she needed the most. The guard gave her a lopsided grin and tried a different approach. "Sergeant, come on now, help me out here. Something happens to this guy, I'll be filing paperwork for the next month. He's a prisoner, Sergeant." "I was his prisoner," Cookie shouted. "I was your prisoner, wasn't I, Schroeder?" She put her mouth close to his ear. "Remember when you beat me, Schroeder?" On the battleship Lionheart, Emily and Captain Eder were in the middle of planning the attack on Timor when Emily's comm beeped the emergency tone. Startled, she pressed the activation stud. She listened without speaking for 15 seconds. "I'll be right there," she said. "Under no circumstances is anyone to use lethal force against her. Do you understand? No use of lethal force is authorized." She cut the connection, turning back to Eder. "Captain, I have an emergency on the Rabat and have to get back there." Eder nodded. "I'll arrange for a shuttle." "Too slow," Emily said. "Do you have one of the new Tilica transporter units on board?" Eder nodded. "I'll take you there myself." In the mess hall on the HMS Rabat, Hiram was just finishing dinner when an excited buzz of conversation swept the hall. Curious, he motioned to a passing soldier. "What's going on?" The soldier skidded to a stop. "Sir, it looks like someone has taken one of the duck prisoners hostage and is threatening to kill him." Hiram was out of his chair and running, screaming to Mildred for the location of the incident. Cookie said, "Do you remember when you cut off Wisnowski's hands and hung them around his neck? Do you remember when you and your boys gang-raped me, Schroeder? And then did it again for weeks and weeks? Remember when you choked me until I blacked out?" Schroeder convulsively clawed at her hands, trying to get free. Cookie put the knife beneath his eye, and he froze. The guards and others watching her had gone absolutely silent. Cookie lowered her voice. "Do you remember jamming your neurobaton into my body, inside me, and triggered it? You said you wanted to give me something I'd always remember. Well, Schroeder, I remember. I screamed in agony and begged you to stop. I screamed and screamed. And you laughed. Do you remember, Schroeder? You laughed." She dug the knife into the skin below his eye, and drops of blood trickled down his cheek. "Well, guess what? Now I'm laughing." In the background came the sound of many men running towards them. Cookie knew who they were, what they wanted. But not today, she thought. She pulled Schroeder up to his feet. "Cookie, don't!" someone yelled. The voice was far off, distant. Her focus entirely on Schroeder. Schroeder, who had done so much, who had taken so much that she would never get back, no matter how hard she tried. Schroeder, whose time had come. "Gods of our mothers, my gift to you," she murmured, then pulled the knife hard across his throat, severing the neck arteries and slicing the trachea. Blood founted high in the air and splashed the bulkheads. The blood was red, the color of joy, the color of justice. Then, wary of the miracles they could perform in the sickbay, she plunged the fighting knife through the thin bone of his temple and into his brain. She twisted it, just to make sure. Tears streamed down her cheeks. It was done. She had done it. She let the twitching, shuddering body fall to the ground, knife still sticking out of his head. Blood covered her from head to toe. Her eyes focused slowly, and she saw Hiram Brilla standing not 10 feet from her, staring at her with a look of vast sadness. Her heart sank. He was gone forever. "Can you love me now, Hiri?" she cried, her voice thick with anguish. "Can you love me now?" Chapter 40. On board the carrier HMS Rabat. Marine guards immediately closed in on Cookie. "Hold!" a voice snapped. Commander Emily Tuttle stepped forward. "Pick up the prisoner and bring him to the auxiliary loading dock." The guards looked at her in confusion. "Do it," she said forcefully, then turned to 2 other Marines. "Assist Sergeant Sanchez to the auxiliary loading dock." She lowered her voice. Gently, very gently. She turned once more, spying Admiral Wilkinson pushing through the crowd. Wilkinson stopped when she saw the body on the deck and Cookie standing next to it, covered in blood. She cast a stricken glance at Emily. "Admiral, I would greatly appreciate it if you could give Sergeant Sanchez a mild sedative. I need her calm for the war crimes trial I'm about to conduct," Emily said matter-of-factly. Wilkinson clenched her jaw. She pointed at Schroeder. "Is this the man who abused her?" Emily, who had arrived in time to hear most of what Cookie said, nodded. "Gods of our mothers! Commander, you can't try her for killing him. She's an emotional wreck. He raped and tortured her for months. Emily held up a hand, stopping her. "Admiral, I need Cookie to be a witness. The trial is for this prisoner. I'm trying him on charges of war crimes." Wilkinson's mouth closed with an audible snap. She looked in bewilderment at the blood-soaked figure being loaded onto a gurney. But he's... "Doctor," Emily interrupted. "There has been no examination, no declaration of death. I have determined that the trial of this man should be held immediately. Do you disagree?" She stared hard at the fleet surgeon. Martha Wilkinson was many things, but 2 of those things were not stupid or hesitant. She walked to the gurney and examined the man lying on it. Mildred, please record this as the preliminary inspection of the Dominion prisoner. She glanced at Emily. Schroeder, Emily supplied. Rank not yet ascertained. Dominion prisoner Schroeder. She bent over and peered at his face. Please note that my preliminary inspection reveals a shallow puncture wound on shoulder's cheek that will require 1 or 2 stitches. Mr. Schroeder has some blood on his face due to this injury. Mr. Schroeder also has a laceration on his right temple with some bleeding. Details about this wound will have to await a more in-depth examination. Mildred, state the time. The time is 1823 Universal Fleet Time. This is Dr. Martha Wilkinson. Due to the press of time, I conclude this preliminary medical examination of Mr. Schroeder at 1823 UFT and release him to the custody of Commander Tuttle for further proceedings. Time permitting, I will resume my examination at a later date. End recording. Emily nodded somberly. Mildred, please record my receipt of the prisoner Schroeder at 1823 UFT. End recording. She turned to the baffled Marines and to Hiram and Cookie. We shall reconvene in 15 minutes in the auxiliary loading dock. She thumbed her comm. Captain Czar? Captain Rahim Czar had been watching the monitors in the corridor. He came on at once. Yes, Commander? He sounded so casual and matter-of-fact that Emily could have kissed him. Captain Czar, do you have any question that I have the authority to carry out a war crimes trial of one of the Dominion prisoners? No, I shouldn't think so, he replied slowly. The accused should have a lawyer, of course. Emily rubbed the bridge of her nose. She hadn't thought about lawyers. Lawyers were a complication. The problem with lawyers was that they sometimes insisted on following inconvenient rules. Of course, Captain Czar. Do you have any recommendations? Well, it so happens I have a fine young legal officer on board, Michael Mastromonaco. I'll give him a quick briefing and have him report to the, courtroom. Speaking of which, Commander, I will make sure the courtroom is prepared and ready for you. Emily let out a deep breath. Thank you for your support, Captain. All for a good cause, Commander, he said gravely. Mildred, please note the appointment of Second Lieutenant Michael Mastromonaco to represent the interests of prisoner Schroeder. It took another 30 minutes to get everyone to the auxiliary loading dock. Chairs and tables were already in place when they arrived, along with a tray of water, coffee, and finger foods. Emily gulped down a coffee and stuffed some food into her mouth, then sat down. While she was getting organized, a gangly-looking lieutenant with hair a little too long strode quickly into the room and saluted her. He was so skinny that a stiff breeze would have blown him away. He wore thick glasses. Emily thought he probably smelled like an old library, dusty, musty, and wise. Second Lieutenant Mastromonaco reporting, Commander. He let his bony shoulders droop. Did Captain Czar brief you on what I'm doing here? I understand that I am representing prisoner Schroeder in a war crimes trial. Commander, I will require a statement of the charges and adequate time to confer with my client, he said firmly, and I will want the entire proceedings recorded. Very well, Lieutenant. Mildred, record proceedings orally, no visual. Commence recordings now. Recording, said the grandmotherly voice. Prisoner Schroeder is hereby charged with war crimes, to wit. First, that over a period of months while he was one of the guards on the Dominion prison ship Tartarus, prisoner Schroeder inflicted on one or more female prisoners rape and rape by 2 or more individuals. Second, that while a guard on the Tartarus, he mutilated a prisoner in his charge by forcibly amputating the prisoner's hands. 3. That while a guard on the Tartarus, prisoner Schroeder physically abused, beat, and caused torment and pain to 2 or more Victorian soldiers in his charge in violation of the Queen's Code of Military Justice. Emily eyed the young lieutenant. The fleet reserves the right to bring additional charges depending on the evidence introduced. Master Monaco nodded. I will need to confer with my client, Commander. Mildred, note that the hearing is adjourned for 20 minutes. Emily stood up and nodded in the direction of the gurney, which stood in the corner, a puddle of blood slowly collecting under it. Your client, Lieutenant. Master Monaco looked at Schroeder's corpse. He took a deep breath. Yes, Captain Czar suggested that this would be unusual. Master Monaco turned back to face her. Commander, I believe that I will not require the entire 20 minutes. Emily resumed the trial. Mildred, please play back the recording you made of an incident in passageway number 3 earlier today. The AI complied. When it reached the part where Cookie said, I screamed in agony and begged you to stop. I screamed, and you laughed. Do you remember, Schroeder? You laughed. Emily said, Stop there, Mildred. She turned to Cookie, who sat on a folding chair. Hiram sat next to her, holding one hand. Someone had cleaned the blood off Cookie, but while her face was clean, her clothes were still splattered with blood and gore. She was staring at her hands. Her jaw was set firmly, but a muscle twitched noticeably in her cheek. Sergeant Sanchez, Emily said softly, while you were a prisoner of the Dominion, were you sexually assaulted? Cookie's eyes flickered to Emily. Yes, many times, she whispered. Many times. Was the Dominion soldier known as Schroeder one of your assailants? Cookie nodded. There were 5 of them. Schroeder was their leader. Emily pointed to Schroeder's body. Is that Schroeder? Cookie's face hardened. Then she unexpectedly smiled and laughed. That's him. Next, Emily linked to the sick bay and talked to Otto Wisnowski. Private Wisnowski, during your captivity, were your hands forcibly removed? Wisnowski lifted his stubs and showed them to the camera. They cut off my hands with an electric arc welder. Who did this to you? A bastard named Schroeder and some of his pals. I don't know their names. Emily turned to Lieutenant Master Monaco. Lieutenant, do you have any witnesses to call for the defense? Master Monaco pursed his lips, then shook his head. Defense rests, Commander. Emily straightened in her chair. The tribunal has considered the testimony and finds the defendant Schroeder guilty of war crimes in violation of the Queen's Code of Military Justice. I hereby sentence the defendant to be put to death by vacuum. She nodded to one of the Marines. Execute the sentence by placing the defendant in the airlock and expelling him into space. Which the Marine did, a puzzled look on his face as he wondered why he was executing a corpse. Emily nodded once the order was carried out. Mildred, let the record show that the prisoner Schroeder was found guilty of war crimes and executed on this day. The tribunal is now closed. People in the audience stood up, puzzled, smiling or frowning, and wandered off to their various duties. Junior Lieutenant Master Monaco approached Emily. You did rather well today, Lieutenant, Emily told him. You should be pleased. Master Monaco shook his head. I am satisfied with the outcome, Commander Tuttle, but I am not pleased. Emily cocked her head at him. Oh? He paused, some inner dialogue flitting across his face. May I have permission to speak freely, Commander? Emily stared for a moment at this intense, earnest young man. Go ahead, Lieutenant. The fact is that today you corrupted justice, Commander. Emily opened her mouth to protest, but Master Monaco raised his hand to stop her. Please, Commander. Although I am new to the fleet, I've been a lawyer for years. You suborned justice, and I helped you do it. Between us, we made a mockery of one of the most important institutions Victoria has, one that sets us apart from the Dominion and from the Tilica. It was for a good cause, I know that, but there were other ways to protect your Marine without creating a phony trial. He was guilty, Lieutenant, Emily said, a bit more coldly than she intended. She was being chastised by a junior lieutenant, and she was surprised by how much it stung. Of course he was, Master Monaco agreed. That is why it was so easy. But maybe next time the facts will be a little bit grayer, a little less certain. But you'll still be tempted to use a mock trial to achieve your end. And that, Commander, is how the road to hell is paved, brick by brick. Once we exploit the justice system for some short-term goal, we're on the slippery slope. Pretty soon, no one trusts the justice system will actually deliver justice. When that happens, Commander, we will have lost something priceless, and it all started here. Don't get me wrong, it was important to protect Sergeant Sanchez, but the way you went about it carries a price, one that you ignore at your peril. He stepped back and gave her a short bow. By your leave, Commander? You are dismissed, Lieutenant, she told him. Hiram sat with Cookie. Cookie turned to him, letting go of his hand. You don't have to stay, I understand, she said. Hiram shook his head and took her hand again in his. He raised it to his mouth and kissed her fingers. Can't get rid of me that easy. I'm staying. Emily came and sat beside them. I killed him, Cookie told her. Emily shook her head. I'm afraid you're wrong, Cookie. The record is quite clear. Prisoner Schroeder was just tried for war crimes and executed. She felt a twinge as she said it, courtesy of the very polite tongue lashing that she had just received. But, Sergeant Sanchez, don't argue with official fleet records, Emily ordered with mock sternness. Cookie said nothing. Emily touched her shoulder. I sent you in harm's way, Cookie, and, to my shame, I had to leave you behind. Now, thank the gods you're back, but the rule stays the same. Always together, never alone. Cookie took a deep breath. She tightened her grip on Hiram's hand. Unabashed tears rolled down her cheeks. What happens now? She asked. Now? Emily's eyebrow arched. Now, we move a piece on the board and bluff the ducks into moving one of their pieces. And if they move the piece we want them to move, we crush them once and for all. Captain Czar met Emily as she walked back to her day cabin. Well, I'd heard that you could be rather unorthodox, he said dryly. Yes, that was what young Lieutenant Master Monaco said too. Scolded you, did he? Captain Czar chuckled. Speaks his mind, Master Monaco. You have to give him that. He grew serious. And Sergeant Sanchez, will she be all right? Emily sighed. I don't know, she said honestly. But at least she won't be in a cell. Chapter 41. Timor, at forts surrounding the Might of the People shipyard. God damn it, they're here! Dominion Commander Fokker was in charge of one of the 10 space stations defending the Might of the People shipworks. He had discounted the rumors that a Vicky task force had somehow gotten through the Refuge Victoria wormhole and then destroyed the other shipyard, the one only spoken of in whispers. The rumors, which had only started 2 days ago and grew more fantastic every hour, said the Vickies had destroyed the other shipyard and then vanished into space, leaving behind a trail of dead Dominion ships. One of the Dominion internal defense security wings had been scrambled to the asteroid belt where the secret shipyard had been, but there was no trace of the Vickies when they arrived. But now, the Vickies were here. Commander Fokker watched with growing alarm as the sensor returns identified 3 Vicky Trident-class cruisers, accompanied by no less than 8 destroyers. Where the hell had they come from? He took a deep breath and quelled his emotions. Okay, the Vickies were here, but his station could handle 11 ships, even with 3 cruisers among them. Maybe. Charge the energy weapons, he ordered. 4 industrial-sized antimatter engines supplied power to 15 10-inch lasers, plus 2 dozen 5-inch lasers, and several dozen smaller lasers that would serve as his anti-missile defense. The lasers were of a rather old design, and his overall range wasn't that good, but it didn't have to be. Anything coming for the Might of the People shipworks from this direction would have to go through his fortress and 2 others just like it in order to get a clear shot at the shipyard. "Commander," it was his censors officer, "we just picked up another force behind the first. We count 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, at least 10 more destroyers, and a bunch of other ships I'm not familiar with. One of them is really big. I designate the first group Hostile 1 and the second group Hostile 2. Red triangles appeared on the huge holographic display that showed the space station around the station for 200,000 miles in all directions. Fokker gestured to his comm officer. "Pass the alert to the other stations. Make sure they can see what we see and tell them to watch their sectors closely. And pass it through to the DID security forces and see if they've got some ships they can scramble." 24 Victorian warships would be enough to make the DID jackals piss in their pants, Fokker thought grimly. They might send him help, or they might decide that every ship was needed in case it turned out the real target was not the shipyard but Timor itself. Before the comm officer could fulfill his orders, the censors officer called out again. "Sir, I've got 10 more ships coming in on a parallel course to the first 2 groups. I designate them Hostile 3. "What are they?" barked Fokker. 34 ships? This was going to be a bare-knuckles brawl, and no mistake. "Still a little far away for a reliable ID, but it looks like 3 more cruisers and 7 destroyers. We'll be within energy range of Hostiles 1 and 2 within 40 minutes. Within energy range of Hostile 3 in about 45 minutes. Fokker nodded. Perhaps the Dominion was not the only one with a secret shipyard. Perhaps these devilish Vickies had pulled the same trick. "Keep your eyes peeled. There may be more." Time stretched out. At 30 minutes, Hostiles 1 and 2 slowed their pace, allowing Hostile 3 to pull even. Then, all their groups accelerated. A minute later, they all launched missiles. Fokker ordered the anti-missile system to be set on AI and sat back. The missiles bored in, but then the smaller laser turrets began to snipe them. One after another veered off course or began to tumble end over end. Fokker nodded in satisfaction. The station's defenses were going to knock down most, if not all, of the incoming missiles. Then, all of the remaining Victorian missiles detonated at the same time, and chaff and jammers turned the station's sensors to snowy fuzz. Fokker leaned forward, heart in his mouth, waiting for the Vicky ships to burst through the chaff cloud. But nothing emerged. There were no warships. Then, things happened very quickly. Something, the computer couldn't tell what, slid from the chaff cloud. Whatever it was, it seemed to float towards the station like speckles of dust. More jammers activated, and the sensors lost what little they could see. Commander Fokker's warhead wrinkled in bewilderment. Where were the Vicky warships? What was the dust that drifted towards his station? Then, an old classroom on tactics from the War College came to mind. Oh, crap. "Mines!" Fokker bellowed. "The Vickies ejected mines and then turned around. Those are mines coming straight for us. All lasers to fire and keep firing. Anti-missile fire on automatic." Fokker gnashed his teeth in frustration. This was an old trick. If you can't take the risk of getting within range of enemy guns, eject a minefield without the stabilizers to make them cover a fixed location. The mines will continue on the course of the ship and at the same speed. When they reach their target, proximity fuses detonate the mines. It was a simple solution for taking out a fixed target, or a target like a space station that has a fixed orbit and cannot maneuver. The station's lasers erupted in fire. The 10-inch lasers drilled long tubes of destruction through the onrushing mines, but it was like sticking a pin in an avalanche. On and on the mines came. Even as dozens and hundreds of mines were destroyed, the thousands left over moved inexorably towards him. Commander! It was the sensors officer. We're picking up something else. Behind the mines there are, well, it looks like big rocks, like asteroids. I count 12 of them, all moving on our trajectory. The laser fire continued, but it was slower now as the massive capacitors had to recharge. Even with 4 antimatter engines, they couldn't maintain anything close to continuous fire. The leading edge of the minefield struck 10 minutes later. The massive armor of the station held at first, but there were too many mines, and they just kept coming. The first hull breach occurred 50 seconds later. Engineering, pump sealant into the breach compartments! The sealant would expand and close off the entire compartment. Anyone still alive in there would perish, but there was no help for it. The first asteroid was blown to dust by the lasers. The second was shattered into pieces, but the pieces continued along the same trajectory. Then more mines detonated and wrecked some of the laser firing ports. The intensity of the laser fire diminished sharply, and with that, the station was doomed. The remnants of the second asteroid struck home, followed immediately by the third asteroid. The pieces from the second asteroid struck an undamaged portion of the hull and did little more than gouge huge divots into the outer armor. But the third asteroid struck an area already depleted by mines and collapsed a 40 by 80 section of the hull, opening up 3 different compartments to space. The station shook so violently that everyone standing was thrown to the deck. Commander Fokker lay on his back, clutching a broken wrist. The sensor display above him still worked, and he could see several more asteroids about to strike. "Grendel!" he called to the station's AI. "Yes, Commander," a deep voice replied instantly. Commander Fokker shook with rage and shame. "Signal Timor! Station 9 is lost!" The remainder of the asteroids struck within the space of 40 seconds. As it turned out, the command center was never breached, although the station lost all power. There was sufficient air for 3 days, but without power, there was no heat. Commander Fokker and his surviving staff died of hypothermia 10 hours later. In his headquarters on the planet's surface, Citizen Director Anthony Nasto stared in disbelief at Michael Hudis. "What do you mean the might of the people shipyard was attacked? By whom?" he shouted. "By a task force of 34 Victorian warships." "And how in the hell did Victorian warships get past Admiral Kaiser at the Refuge Victoria wormhole?" Nasto thundered, his face turning a dark crimson. Hudis flinched. "They didn't, sir. Somehow, we don't know yet, they came into Dominion space another way." Nasto looked stunned, then got control of himself. He shifted his gaze to the Admiral standing next to Hudis. "Well, Admiral Wagner, is the shipyard safe?" he asked coldly. Admiral Wagner was an old fleet workhorse. He had held every position in the fleet except for the fleet admiral role, now held by Admiral Kaiser. He had survived 3 prior citizen directors and the constant infighting among the senior admirals, largely by being good at his job and not getting involved in politics. People sneered at him behind his back, but trusted him nonetheless. "The shipyard is safe for now, Citizen Director. The DID Rapid Response Force was summoned but declined to launch against the Victorians for fear of leaving Timor without adequate cover." Wagner spoke with a slight hint of sarcasm. The fact known to every fleet senior officer was that the DID commander had panicked at the thought of facing such a large force of Victorian warships and had dropped into a tighter orbit around Timor, ostensibly for the purpose of protecting the planet from attack. "My staff managed to pull together 25 ships of various types and scrambled them to the outer shell of forts," the Admiral continued. "As we approached, the Victorians withdrew, intact, I am afraid, under the cover of chaff, jammers, and a large minefield." "Show me," Nasto said brusquely. Admiral Wagner called up a holographic map of the Might of the People shipworks and the shell of fortified space station surrounding it. 3 of the stations pulsed a flashing red. Admiral Wagner pointed to the red-colored forts. These are 3 of the 10 forts surrounding the shipworks. Station 5 and 9 were destroyed. 7 was badly damaged. Citizen Director Nasto studied the display. The remaining 7 forts glowed a cheerful green. He glared at Wagner. "What aren't you telling me, Admiral?" "The key factor here is that we did not drive off the Victorian assault force, Citizen Director. They withdrew," the Admiral explained as if he were speaking to one of his junior officers. "I think they came here for the sole purpose of trying a tactic to see if it would work. It did work, and it took them only an hour to find out. Victoria now knows it can make a breach in the shell of forts guarding the shipworks. So put a replacement fort in there to plug the hole," Nasto said irritably. "As the Citizen Director is aware," Admiral Wagner said placidly, "all of our resources have been channeled into the shipworks at Seagester for the past several years. A replacement fort was begun, but work was suspended once Seagester came online. If work was started today on that fort, it would take 6 months at the minimum to complete it, arm it, and tow it into position." Nasto eyed the Admiral coldly. Nasto had personally given the order to channel all resources to Seagester, and Wagner damn well knew it. "You said you've got 25 warships?" Admiral Wagner held up a hand. "I said I managed to scrape up 25 ships. Most of them are old and the crews are second-rate. As I said before, we did not drive off the Victorian assault. They withdrew." He stared evenly at the Citizen Director, sure of his ground. "I believe we can expect another assault by the Victorians at any moment, with the intention of destroying the Might of the People shipworks, and I do not have the ships on hand to stop them." "And what if you're wrong, Admiral?" Nasto said icily. Wagner understood. The shell of forts surrounding Timor, the Dominion homeworld, was configured the same as the defensive shell around the shipyard. "If I am wrong, Citizen Director," he replied, "then the assault on the shipworks could have just been a test to see if they could breach the defensive shell without heavy losses. Now that they know they can, they might return in larger numbers and attack Timor itself." "What larger numbers?" Hudis cried. "The Vickies can't get anything past Admiral Kaiser's fleet at the refuge Victorian wormhole. The ships we're seeing must have been some remnant leftover from our attack on them in Tilica." Admiral Wagner dropped his mask of polite neutrality and looked at Hudis with undisguised scorn. 34 Victorian warships are hardly a remnant. In any event, this is hardly the time to gamble. "Wars are won by taking risks," Hudis retorted. Wagner nodded. "Yes, Citizen Secretary, that is what we teach every junior officer at the War College. But senior officers learn a harsher truth. Choose your risk carefully. Are you willing to risk the entire existence of the Dominion, Citizen Secretary? Because that is what is at stake here. If the Victorians have found some other way into Dominion space, then they can attack our homeworld while the greater part of our forces sit at the refuge Victorian wormhole, too far away to help us." He spoke to the Citizen Secretary, but everyone understood he addressed the Citizen Director. Citizen Director Nasto didn't like it. Didn't like it one bit. But he had not clawed his way to the pinnacle of the Dominion power structure without accepting hard truths when he saw them, and he saw one now. "Admiral, recall the fleet from Victorian space. I want them here at the soonest possible moment." He turned to Hudis. "Do we have a DID cruiser in orbit around Cornwall?" Hudis nodded. They kept one ship orbiting the Victorian homeworld in case the Vickies tried something unexpected. "Good," Nasto said. "Give me a connection to Admiral Kaiser." Standing next to him, listening to every word and understanding their implications, Admiral Wagner kept a neutral face. Chapter 42. On the Dominion ship Fortitude. "Captain, incoming call from the Citizen Director's office," the communications officer said. "Alpha level priority." Admiral Scott Kaiser said nothing. Every call from the Citizen Director's office was alpha-level priority. "In my day room," he instructed. Once there, he closed the door and stabbed the comm button. Citizen Director Nasto's face appeared instantly on the screen. "Admiral," Nasto said without preliminary, "there have been some developments here you have not yet learned about." 6 minutes later, Admiral Kaiser sat still, shocked at what he had learned. The Victorians had a back door into the Dominion sector. God's balls, his entire plan for the defeat of the Victorians was out the window. "I am recalling your entire task force, Admiral," Citizen Director Nasto continued. "We can't risk an all-out assault on Timor without your force here to protect the planet." Kaiser thought frantically. With some of the last ships in from Seagester, the now dead Seagester, his force was up to 47 ships. It should be more than enough to protect Timor, unless the Vickies managed to knock out the Might of the People shipworks. "But there is one more thing I needed to do, Admiral," Nasto said evenly. "On your way back through Victorian space, you will bypass their homeworld, Cornwall." He paused, looking intently at Kaiser. Kaiser blinked. Of course he would bypass Cornwall, but what did... Nasto leaned into the camera. "Admiral Kaiser, I want you to make Cornwall burn. Do whatever you have to do. Antimatter missiles, kinetic strikes, whatever you have at your disposal, you are hereby authorized to use. I want Cornwall sterilized, Admiral. I want the Victorians annihilated. When that bitch queen dares to poke her nose out of refuge and go home to Cornwall, I want her to find nothing but ashes. Do you understand me, Admiral Kaiser?" "Yes, sir," Kaiser said. "I understand your order." "Then make it so, Admiral. And when you are finished, come home to Timor. We may have need of you if that Vicky task force comes back." The connection was severed. Admiral Kaiser, stunned and speechless, sat at his desk. He had his orders. Now he had to figure out if he was going to obey them. He summoned Captain Bauer. Once he was there, Kaiser waved him to a chair. "Fritz, the entire assault task force is being recalled to Timor." Bauer started to object, but Kaiser held up a hand to forestall him. "Seagester has been destroyed." Bauer goggled at him. Kaiser nodded. "It's true, the Citizen Director just told me. What's more, the Might of the People shipworks was attacked. No damage yet, but Admiral Wagner says it is vulnerable, as is Timor itself." "But how?" Bauer breathed. Admiral Kaiser grimaced. "It seems that while we've been sitting here at the wormhole, the Vickies have found a back door into Dominion space. They attacked Seagester, then disappeared and reappeared at the shipworks." Captain Bauer looked stunned. "This changes everything." "Fritz," Kaiser said heavily, "that's not the worst of it. The Citizen Director has given us other orders as well." Then he explained what Citizen Director Nasto had ordered them to do. Chapter 43. On the Victorian Space Station, Atlas. "Still no word?" Queen Anne looked tired, but at that she looked better than everyone else in the room. "No, Majesty, nothing yet," Admiral Duthat confirmed. She shrugged. "These operations never adhere to a fixed schedule, Majesty. We'll just have to wait for Captain Etter to get his task force to the Refuge Victorian wormhole." "And are you confident that when he does arrive, you'll know he's there?" Sir Henry asked for the 5th time. Admiral Duthat suppressed a sigh. "Yes, Sir Henry, once Captain Etter's task force arrives, he will be able to signal to us and we will begin our attack." They had been waiting for days now for any word from Captain Etter, but there was nothing. No reports, no attack on the Dominion forces blockading the Refuge Victorian wormhole, and, thankfully, no drones with Code Omega messages. Admiral Duthat and her staff waited stoically, while Queen Anne and Sir Henry fumed, fidgeted and flirted with despair. "Your Majesty, Captain Etter understands that the preservation of the task force is his #1 priority," Duthat said reassuringly. "He will not take any unnecessary risks." Sir Henry shook his head. Forgive my nervousness, Admiral. I have complete confidence in Captain Eder. My concern is with what happens when this war ends. Let's fight one war at a time, Admiral Duthat said tartly. We already lost Homeworld because we were not prepared for war, Queen Anne reminded her pointedly. If we do not prepare for the next war now, we will lose it before it begins. She turned to the fourth person in the room, Brother Han, who had replaced Brother Zhang, now with the Eder task force attacking the Dominion shipyard. Brother Han, let us talk of the Tilica. Brother Han was very old, easily the oldest of the light that Queen Anne had met. His head was bald, and his bushy white eyebrows contrasted sharply to his walnut skin. He looked at her calmly. By all means, he said. Has the light seen any preparations by the Tilica to invade either the Dominion or Victoria? Brother Han pursed his lips. Emperor Chalibi made his preparations years ago, when he found a way to set Victoria and the Dominion against each other. Now he waits. Queen Anne glanced at Sir Henry, then back to Han. Wait to see who is going to win this war? Han shook his head. No. For the Emperor, who wins this war is a matter of great indifference. As long as the winner is weakened and vulnerable, he will have succeeded. Victoria or Dominion, it does not matter. So he will invade? Sir Henry asked sharply. He did not like being lectured to. Han nodded. When he is ready. And when will that be? Asked Admiral Duthat. Han shrugged. Emperor Chalibi can be very patient. When he thinks you are at your weakest, militarily and psychologically, he will move very swiftly. Can we stop him? Queen Anne asked softly. Brother Han smiled at her earnest naivete. I do not know, he said finally. A long, gloomy silence ensued. Then Queen Anne shook herself and slapped the table. Admiral Duthat, the coming battle against the Dominion is in your hands, as it should be. We will pray for your victory. Meanwhile, Sir Henry and I shall send out emissaries to some of the other sectors. We'll need allies in the war with Tilica. At that moment, the door opened and one of Admiral Duthat's aides entered the room. He whispered urgently to the Admiral for a moment. Duthat looked startled, then frowned. Nothing from Captain Eder? She asked. The aide shook his head. Duthat stood up. Forgive me, Majesty, but there are developments at the wormhole. I must return to my command post. Queen Anne raised her eyebrows in silent question. It would seem, Your Majesty, that the Dominion are withdrawing, but I don't know why. On board the HMS Lionheart, Captain Eder turned to Emily Tuttle. Think they bought it? Emily rubbed the bump on her nose. Some will want to risk it, but the wiser heads will honor the threat. Brother Zhang was studying the navigation display. 9 hours to the wormhole for Gilead, and then we have a choice. We can run through the light and try to get an update on the tactical situation at the Refuge Victoria wormhole, or we can go directly from Gilead to Victoria using the normal wormhole route. How long for each? Eder asked. Gilead to the light to Victoria will take 30 hours, Zhang answered. Gilead directly to Victoria will take 20, but in either case we'll come out some distance from the refuge wormhole. We'll need an additional 24 hours to reach it, so total travel time will be 54 hours to go through the light, or 44 hours to go the direct route into Victoria. We're already behind schedule, Emily reminded him. Eder considered. I'm going to send the Tartarus onto the light with the Dominion political prisoners, he ordered. I don't want to have to drag them around with us, and whatever intelligence we get will be strategic rather than tactical. The rest of the task force will go directly to Victoria and will move to the refuge wormhole. Brother Zhang cleared his throat. May I suggest, Captain, that we go through Gilead with maximum stealth and keep a sharp lookout for Tilica vessels. I would not be surprised if we see some. Captain Eder looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. I should have thought of that. Mildred? Yes, Captain Eder. asked the disembodied AI. Pass orders throughout the task force. Full stealth, and any sighting of a Tilica vessel is to be reported C2C to me immediately. A pause. Done, Captain. Eder stood. Let's go home, ladies and gentlemen. Feels like it's been a long time. As the others filed out, Captain Eder gestured to Emily to remain. I want to commend you on your idea on finessing the ducks with the attack on the MOP works, he told her. I hope it works, Emily replied. It could, though most of my commanders would have launched an all-out assault on the shipyard. He made the comment matter-of-factly, not challengingly. Emily shrugged. We have 2 missions as I see it. The first is to break out of refuge and recapture Cornwall. The second is to win the war against the Ducks. I'm focusing on our first mission. If I can accomplish it without any more pitched battles and the loss of a lot of our people, I will. You don't think you have to military defeat your enemy to win the war? Eder asked. Emily looked startled. No, do you? Eder grinned at her, white teeth against his swarthy skin. The enemy is defeated when the enemy believes it is defeated. The task force had almost reached the one-way wormhole into Gilead when one of the owls raised an alarm. Lionheart, this is Laughing Owl. We are picking up intermittent sensor readings that strongly suggest the task force is being followed. Cannot tell the size of the vessel nor its nationality. Captain Eder looked at Brother Zhang and raised his eyebrows. Not the light, Zhang reassured him. Our patrols were pulled in so that we would not inadvertently bring attention to your task force. Are you sure this isn't just a sensor ghost? Eder asked warily. Gods knew they had chased plenty of sensor ghosts before the war. Sadia Zahiri's reply was long enough in coming that Eder could almost see the scornful exchange of looks on the bridge of the Laughing Owl. The owls had the best passive sensors in the fleet. If they said they had an enemy vessel under stealth, it was a fact, not a ghost. No, Captain, no chance of a ghost. We are getting energy readings and the target has changed course and speed twice to maintain contact with the task force. We are sending you our readings now. Eder looked at the readings. He had never been a sensors officer, but it looked like there was something there. He ran through the options available to him once more and cursed under his breath at the fool who designed the owls without any weaponry. Are you confident that he doesn't see you? He asked next. Zahiri chuckled. Laughing Owl has no emissions leakage that we're aware of. We are quieter than the ambient space around us. No, we can hear his feet shuffling, but he cannot hear us. Can you get a recon drone close enough to him to get a solid reading, enough to determine who it is? There was another long pause as Zahiri considered this. Maybe, but we are behind the bogey, and that means sending the recon drone fast enough to overtake it. If he's a stealth scout like me, I'm guessing his sensors are pretty good. There's too good a chance he'll see the drone emissions. Eder shook his head in frustration. Course, you could just dump a stealth drone out of your boat bay and let the bogey overtake it, Zahiri suggested. Heck, the drone might not even have to activate its engine. If the bogey gets close enough, the drone will sniff him out. Eder smiled. 30 minutes later, the trap was set. Eder had the task force change direction again, only this time, as the task force fell into alignment along the new course heading, he had the Wellington, Oxford, and Edinburgh all drop back a little, placing the bogey within comfortable missile and laser range. He also had one of the colliers cross the Lionheart's stern, temporarily masking the battleship from the bogey's sensors, and during that brief window of time, he ejected a stealth drone from the rear shuttle bay. A tractor beam nudged it onto the right course, then quickly shut down. The collier cleared the battleship and everything looked perfectly normal. Another 30 minutes later, and everything was in place. The bogey was almost right on top of the reconnaissance drone. Bring it up, Eder ordered. Active sensor sweep. The drone, barely 1,000 miles from the bogey, lit up its sensors and pulsed a rapid pattern of energy beams in a 180-degree arc. The energy wave struck the bogie and reverberated outward. And suddenly, for all to see, there was a Tilica light cruiser where a moment before there had been nothing. The bridge crews on 4 different Victorian ships flinched to see an enemy cruiser appear so close to them. As the sensor sweep started to die away, the Tilica ship began to vanish once more. "Constant sensor sweep," Captain Etter called. "Hammer them." "Open a channel," Etter ordered. "Tilica ship! Tilica ship, this is Captain Etter of the Victorian battleship Lionheart. Drop your stealth and cut your power. You are surrounded and outnumbered. Cut your power now, or we will fire on you." "Power surge!" cried the sensors officer. "I'm seeing a huge power surge from the Tilica ship. It looks—" An energy beam blossomed from the Tilica cruiser and jitted across space to where the destroyer Oxford sat primed to fire. Before it could react, the bow of the Oxford collapsed in a slag of molten metal and plasma. The destroyer's atmosphere explosively decompressed through the massive breach, pushing the stricken ship sideways into the path of the cruiser Wellington, momentarily blocking the Wellington's shot at the Tilica. Another energy beam from the Tilica cruiser struck the Edinburgh at a glancing blow, but it tore a thin line of destruction across its hull that belched air and debris. "Gods help us!" Captain Sweeney exclaimed. Then he caught hold of himself. "Fire! Fire everything!" he screamed. The weapons officer of the Edinburgh mashed a button with the flat of his hand. A moment later, lasers shot at the Tilica ship, followed immediately by 10 missiles. Shuddering under the impact, the Tilica cruiser wheeled about and fired a brace of laser beams back at the Edinburgh, then blew an enormous cloud of chaff. The chaff began to expand in all directions, turning an already fluid tactical situation into a hazy nightmare. On the Lionheart, Captain Etter couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had expected the sensors to reveal a small stealth scout ship, not a cruiser. Instead of a mouse, they were fighting with a lion. He cursed himself for placing Lionheart at the head of the column, now farthest away from the Tilica marauder. "Pilot, bring us around! Open comm to the Wellington!" he snapped. Instantly, the picture of Captain Hilson appeared on the screen. "Captain, attack that ship!" Etter said forcibly. "I can't!" Hilson shouted in frustration. "The Oxford is literally plastered on my bow." "Well, break free, damn it!" Etter snarled. He turned to his hapless pilot. "Get us around faster!" Meanwhile, the Edinburgh finally reloaded its missile tubes. What it did not have was a target. "Missiles are up," the weapons officer called out. "Laser battery number 1 will be ready in 2 minutes. Number 2 shortly after that." "Sensors, do you have a target?" Captain Sweeney asked impatiently. "Nothing, sir," the sensors officer said unhappily. "The laser hits we took buggered the bow sensors for now. We'll have to reset and recalibrate most of them." Captain Sweeney had a choice to make. Either send out recon drones to search for the enemy cruiser, or just fire his weapons blindly into the center of the chaff cloud. Sweeney had always admired men of action, men who could make a decision when a decision needed to be made, men who boldly took the initiative. "Fire all weapons into the center of the chaff cloud," he ordered. "Reload!" Instantly, 10 missiles leapt from their tubes and blasted into the chaff cloud, their proximity fuses ready to explode the warheads as soon as they sensed the Tilica warship. But the Tilica cruiser wasn't there. After firing his weapons, the Tilica captain had gone to stealth mode and reduced power to keep his emissions to a bare minimum. Now he was creeping obliquely away from the chaff cloud, and his sensors recorded the Vicky missiles exploding behind him. If the Vickies began to close in on him again, he would drop stealth and kick in maximum military power to accelerate away as rapidly as possible. But until then, he was content to creep away unseen. What he didn't know was that the Edinburgh's first volley had sheared off one of his laser turrets and started a small fire. The fire, fed by a little bit of air escaping from the hull, left a thin trail of heat and combustion products, like small footprints in the sand. As Lionheart wheeled about and raced to the rear of the formation, Captain Eder badgered his sensors officer. "Where is it? Does anybody have a lock on it?" No one did. Emily's ship, the carrier Rabat, had been immediately in front of the Oxford, Edinburgh, and Wellington when everything had unceremoniously gone buggered. She had no idea what was happening or where that Tilica cruiser had come from, but she saw the Code Omega from Oxford and decided the best place for her Grogan to be was in space and ready to fight. "Battle stations!" she ordered. "Launch all Grogan! Launch all Grogan!" She gestured to Alex Rudd, who had come running when he heard the alarm. "Alex, send all of your gunboats down the west side of the column to the rear. Tell them to use active sensors and find the Tilica ship. Keep their IFF beacons on, or else they are going to get shot at by our own ships." Rudd turned to his console, and Emily called the carriers Haifa and Meknes. "Launch any Grogan who can fly," she ordered. "We've got a Tilica cruiser back there somewhere. Send your Grogan back along the east side of the column. The Rabat squadrons will take the west side. Hiram, the IFFs are to stay on to reduce the risk of friendly fire. All sensors to be shared with Rabat and Lionheart." "Most of the Grogan on my ship are down for repair," the Meknes captain reminded her. "Send what you can and tell them to join the Haifa squadrons," she assured him. She cut the transmission and went back to the battle holodisplay. As she watched, a swarm of blue rectangles appeared and began to move to the rear of the column. She also saw the large solid blue square that was the Lionheart racing to the rear. She thumbed the comm again. "Lionheart, be advised that approximately 90 gunboats are moving along the east and west flanks of the column toward the enemy ships. All IFFs are on." Lionheart acknowledges. And then, abruptly, there was very little for Emily to do. She had sent her men and women into harm's way again, and now it was up to them. Captain Sweeney skirted the edge of the chaff cloud rather than dive into it. His bow sensors were still down, and he was shooting off recon drones set to actively scan. After several minutes, one of the recon drones on the western edge of the chaff cloud registered a faint heat trail. "Might have something here, Captain," warned the sensors officer. He posted it to the holodisplay. "Report it to Lionheart," he snapped. "Pilot, full acceleration. Weapons at ready. Time to pay the bastards back for the Oxford." But in the heat of the moment, the sensors officer did not forward the readings to Lionheart. "Sensor readings getting stronger," the sensors officer called. Then, "Oh gods, there it is! There it is!" The Tilica cruiser came out of stealth no more than 500 miles in front of them. The captain of the Tilica warship watched with concern and resignation as the area flooded with Victorian recon drones, all actively pinging. Then the enemy destroyer suddenly changed course and accelerated towards him. "Has the primary energy weapon recharged yet?" he asked, knowing the answer. "Not yet, Honored One. 6 more minutes," the Freeman weapons officer answered. The Emperor's sword was a fearsome weapon, but it took almost 8 minutes to recharge. He had heard that the Emperor's ship designers were designing a new ship specifically to house the plasma beam and that it would have a much shorter recharge cycle. He held no hope of ever seeing it in action. The Freeman was an old hand. He knew how much trouble they were in. The captain scowled. There was no time. "Target the destroyer with a secondary weapon." "As you command." The beam that lashed out at the Edinburgh was different than the destructive plasma beam that had killed the Oxford. It was thinner, a pale green instead of the lightning white of the plasma beam. It struck the Oxford square on the bow. Instantly, all the power of the ship died. The computer stopped, life support fell silent, and lights went out all over the ship, Not even the emergency batteries came on. Later, they would learn that the antimatter engines continued to operate, but the electricity generated from the ship's turbines simply ceased to flow. Edinburgh continued on its ballistic course, blind, deaf, and rudderless. Meanwhile, the Tilica cruiser dropped back into stealth and changed course, still hoping to slip out of the tightening sensor net. But it was not to be. "Multiple contacts, Honored One," the Tilica sensors operator reported. The holo display showed a band of red lights in front of the cruiser and on either side. Coming up fast behind it to the right was the larger symbol of a Victorian battleship, hell-bent on destruction. On the other side was the symbol for a Victorian cruiser. The Tilica sensors operator could not know that the collision with the Oxford had badly damaged the Wellington's forward sensors and was almost flying blind, groping about for some sign of the Tilica ship. "Which direction?" the Tilica captain asked. The sensors operator gestured helplessly. "Everywhere," he said simply. "Very well," the captain replied, his mind already grappling with the next issue. There were secrets on his ship, weapons and stealth systems that were superior to anything the Victorians or Dominions had. They must not fall into enemy hands. He straightened. He knew his duty. He swiveled his chair to the computer console and rapidly typed in the secret code. An interrogatory flashed on the screen. He spoke into the microphone, enunciating carefully. "For the everlasting glory of the Emperor, this I command." The computer screen flashed again. The captain leaned back in his chair and exhaled a long breath. His duty was done. From the combat center on the Rabat, Emily watched the sensor displays and the position of her Grogan on the holo display. She watched as Lionheart sped down the west side of the column, its sensors actively sweeping all before it. She saw the recon drones spreading out to form a large globe around the cloud of chaff, scanning in all directions. Then she straightened as the Edinburgh suddenly changed course and darted to the southwest. They must have seen something, but when she glanced at the sensor data for an update, there was nothing. Then the Tilica cruiser appeared on sensors for 5 crucial seconds, allowing every active sensor source in the task force to get a lock. The Tilica ship then disappeared again, but Mildred began tracking it, plotting possible courses and taking into account different speeds. 3 growing concentric circles appeared. The inner one was red and was labeled 75%. The next was blue and 50%, and the last was black and 10%. Then Emily noticed that the Edinburgh was in trouble. Sensors showed she was not emitting anything, and there was no IFF beacon. She was moving in a straight line on the same course she had been on when the Tilica ship briefly appeared. What had happened? Was Edinburgh on a long walk? Hurriedly, she thumbed the comm. "Alex, can you send 2 of your birds to see what's going on with Edinburgh? We're showing her as intact, but completely without power." Rudd didn't reply, but the holo showed a pair of gunboats suddenly making a beeline for the stricken ship. Emily nodded and turned her attention back to the main display. The sensors were tracking a small heat source as it moved first southwest, then due west, and finally straight up. The Lionheart was turning and accelerating again, while the gunboats from Rabat were speeding in towards it from all directions. They moved in closer and closer, hemming in the Tilica from all sides, but now the target neither accelerated nor changed direction. In a minute, the gunboats would have a lock on it and would fire their 10-inch lasers, then close in and fire their missiles. Emily frowned. Why wasn't the Tilica captain maneuvering? He must see all of the Grogan vectoring in on him. Then her comm sounded and Alex Rudd's face appeared. "Commander," he said anxiously, "I think it's an ambush, like the duck ship at Seagester that blew itself up." Emily blinked, then she thumbed the comm that would allow her to talk to all of the Grogan gunboats at once. "All Grogan, fall back! Fall back immediately! The enemy ship is going to self-destruct!" And as she said it, it did. The cruiser vanished in a now familiar ball of incandescent white light that expanded in all directions to devour anything it could touch. The white globe grew and grew for 15 seconds, white pulsing on white as the antimatter fuel devoured itself. Then it turned an angry, cancerous red. When it finally dimmed, the Tilica ship and 12 of the Grogan gunboats were gone. No life pods, no Omega Crow drones. Gone. Then one of the gunboat pilots muttered, "We got that bastard!" To which another pilot replied, "Asshole." 20 minutes later, the Edinburgh returned under its own power, escorted by 2 of the Rabat gunboats. Captain Sweeney had no explanation for what happened. "The Tilica beam hit us and our power just went out. Poof! We went ballistic and eventually the 2 gunboats caught up to us, but without power we couldn't even radio them. We just kept drifting along, then after about 15 minutes, our power came back. Just came up." He shook his head. "Don't know why, but I tell you one thing. While the power was gone, the Tilica could have taken us out with a popgun." Then Captain Sweeney looked around, frowning. "Say, how many people did you save off the Oxford?" Everyone looked at one another. Then the censors officer cursed loudly and ordered up a replay from the last hour. 100,000 miles away, the Oxford had commenced its long walk. The Tilica plasma beam had shorn off its entire bow. Vomiting air with its bow torn open back to the number 2 and 3 laser turrets, the Oxford's antimatter cells went into automatic shutdown. Battery-powered safety lights came on, but the forward third of the ship was an airless tomb. With the artificial gravity gone, the bodies of the ship's crew, caught in the melee, floated weightlessly down darkened corridors. A bare handful in the bow had managed to climb into the emergency vac suits. One by one they pulled themselves to the nearest bulkhead door, where they waited for help that never came. Mildred remained functional, powered by a brick of Ziridium nestled deep in her core. But the rest of the ship rapidly began to fail. In life support, the main CO2 scrubbers went offline. The monitoring equipment tasked with maintaining sufficient air pressure had been knocked out by one of the many explosions, so although there was 45,000 pounds of compressed air available to alleviate the crisis, the tanks were never vented into the ship. The ship's air pressure, bedeviled by 100 rents in the hull, plunged. Despite their training, in the violence of the assault, with the confusion and smoke, the screams of injured and dying sailors, and the roar of escaping air, most of the crew did not find their vac suits in time. Not that it would have made any difference. The Oxford and all aboard her were doomed. 6 minutes after the plasma beam cut off the bow of the ship, Mildred calculated the ship would die in moments and tried to launch the Code Omega drones, but the firing tubes had been destroyed. Unable to connect the various mechanical and electronic controls throughout the ship, it was as if Mildred's arms and legs had been amputated. But she was not done yet. Years earlier, the artificial intelligence had been designed by a deeply religious woman who had foreseen with grim certainty that there would be deaths like this. Not a quick death, however unwelcoming and shocking, but a slow death, fraught with terror and pain and wretched solitude. The designer knew there was nothing she could do to prevent these tragedies, but she prayed that at least she could give comfort to the dying. So, as the Oxford spun away with the remnants of its crew, as the air bled out and the temperature plummeted, and as the bitter chill of hopelessness began to settle into those still alive, Mildred performed her final task. She sang. In a rich, lilting contralto, Mildred sang. And all through the ship, the crew, no matter how frantic, no matter how terrified, no matter how resigned, stopped and listened. Some quietly wept, some actually smiled, but they all listened. Mildred sang. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. It was the last thing ever heard by the remaining 216 men and women still alive on board the Oxford. Chapter 44. With the Lionheart Task Force in the Gilead sector. The various captains sat at the conference room table, subdued and quiet. Brother Zhang sat with them. They could have participated in the meeting by video like they usually did, but there seemed to be an unspoken need to be together. Captain Sweeney had brought 2 bottles of dark, smoky scotch and ceremoniously went around the table, putting a finger's worth in each glass. When he was done, he looked to Captain Etter. Etter raised his glass. "Absent companions," he said solemnly. Everyone echoed his sentiments and raised their glass. Emily sipped hers carefully. She had learned the hard way that she had little capacity for liquor. She noticed that Brother Zhang raised his to his lips, but did not actually drink. "In 5 hours we will pass through the wormhole into Victorian space," Captain Etter said softly, swirling the scotch in the bottom of his glass. "We still have to see if the ducks have withdrawn from the refuge wormhole. If they have, we can rejoin with Admiral Duthat and the rest of the fleet. If not, we'll see how we can be most effective." It wasn't much of a plan, and they all knew it, but it was all they had for the moment. "What about that Tilica cruiser?" Captain Czar asked. Etter glanced at Hiram Brill. Hiram nodded. "We know 4 things," he said. "Maybe 5. He spoke absently, as if he was describing a meal he had eaten the week before. Sitting across the table, Emily realized his attention was on Cookie, still aboard the carrier Rabat under the care of Dr. Wilkinson. Wilkinson, Emily decided, was either a witch or an angel, with an unerring ability to appear by a person in their moment of greatest need. "First," Hiram continued, "we know the cruiser was based closely on the chassis of a duck cruiser, so the ducks may have either built the hull and sold it to the Tilica, or at least given them the plans for it. Second, we know they have a weapon we have never seen before. We certainly don't have it, and we don't think the ducks have it." "Was that what they used on the Oxford?" Captain Sweeney asked. Hiram nodded. "It is very powerful, but it seems to take a long time to recharge, given that they only used it once during the entire engagement." "Thank the gods for small favors," one of the captains muttered. "The energy beam appears to be a stream of very hot ionized gas, but when we looked at the sensors in slow motion, we saw it was actually 5 separate bolts of gas. It's nothing like the plasma rifle we used, and it looks like the ducks figured out the heat transfer issues that would allow them to build a really big plasma weapon. It literally melts whatever it hits, almost instantaneously. Also, plasma beams would have an extremely high degree of electrical conductivity, so once a plasma beam has struck an object, a high electrical charge can be channeled to the target through the beam." He ticked off his finger. "So you get damage from extreme heat, mostly in the form of slag. You get shatter damage, as the hull cannot absorb all of the heat in a short time, and the metal literally shatters apart. And you get electrical damage to the ship systems and to the crew, as the electrical charge put through the beam electrocutes anything it touches." He nodded emphatically. "It is a very nasty piece of work, and I was surprised to see it on a platform as small as a cruiser, although that may explain why it took so long for them to recharge it." "What else?" It was Bengt Thury of the Horned Owl. "Well, we know that the Tilica are in the Dominion sector monitoring the battle between us and the ducks, and we can surmise that they are not actively helping the ducks." Hiram paused, looking at his notes. "And there's one more thing," he said, his tone grim. "Let me guess," said Sadia Zahiri of the Laughing Owl. "The Tilica have come up with a really good stealth system." Captain Etter took over. "That's what it looks like. We know it got within 6,000 or 7,000 miles of us, and we didn't have a clue. And it wasn't a small ship," he acknowledged ruefully. "So from now on, we have to be on our toes, with a shell of recon drones around us at all times, and occasional active scanning." "It will make us less stealthy," warned Zahiri. Can't be helped, Eder said curtly. What game are the Tilica playing? Mused Captain Thury. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, Hiram spoke. I don't know, but we aren't going to like it. He paused, considering. And if I'm right, neither will the Dominion. 4 hours later, the task force slipped through the wormhole into Victorian space. They found a half-completed fort and signs that the Dominion had abruptly abandoned the position. They turned away from Cornwall and towards the Victorian refuge wormhole. They had no idea they had just doomed 25 million people to death. On the Dominion battleship Fortitude, Admiral Kaiser contemplated his life as a soldier. He had joined the fleet at age 17, just a wide-eyed kid from a small farming community in the rolling plains of Timor's southern hemisphere. The young boy from the plains had flourished and grown. The fleet had fed him, educated him, taught him skills, taught him responsibility, and eventually given him command. All it demanded in return was discipline and obedience. And he had been happy to give it, happy to obey the orders of the masters who often did not wear the uniform of the fleet, but rather the civilian dress of politicians. But he was cursed with intelligence. As he grew older, he watched, he listened, he witnessed corruption, ineptitude, selfishness, and the pettiest of politics. In time, he realized that his beloved fleet was not just the shield of the Dominion, it was also the terrible sword of the politicians who managed to grasp power from the other grasping politicians, until they, in turn, were toppled by politicians even more grasping than they. And still he served. In his darkest hours, when all of his achievements tasted like ashes, he told himself that he was above petty politics, that what mattered was that he served for the benefit of the billions of people that made up the Dominion of Unified Citizenry. But now the Dominion had started a war, and he was being ordered to slaughter 3 billion people because that war was going badly. He wondered how it had all come to this. And he wondered what he was going to do about it. Our orders are clear, Fritz Bauer said bleakly. They were sharing a drink in Admiral Kaiser's private quarters. Kaiser's drink sat untouched in front of him. Bauer clutched his in his hand. We are to sterilize the planet Cornwall and destroy the Victorian people. He looked gray and drawn. His tunic collar was loose, and nervous sweat stained his underarms. Do you know how many people there are on Cornwall? Kaiser asked mildly. Bauer just looked at him without answering. 3 billion, more or less, Kaiser told him. Another 3 billion on Christchurch. What do you think the Victorians will do to us, to the Dominion of Unified Citizenry, if we drop antimatter bombs on Cornwall? If we do it right, there won't be anybody to do anything. We will be victorious. Bauer's voice was that of a desperate man faced with a dilemma he could not solve on his own. And yet, Kaiser remembered, it was Bauer who came to him when he was under arrest, and Bauer who made it possible for Kaiser to return to power. Don't underestimate him just because he is terrified, Kaiser cautioned himself. We'll never be able to kill all of the Victorians, Fritz, he said softly. You know that. Even if we turn the entire planet of Cornwall to smoldering ash, the main fleet has already escaped. They are not defeated, Fritz, not by a long shot. We've lost Seagester. Seagester. Until we can significantly update the might of the people shipworks, we can't replace our losses. And remember, Fritz, somehow the Vickies found a back door into Dominion space. Now we have a 2-front war on our hands. Bauer said nothing, just turned the glass of liquor in his hand. Looking at him, Kaiser suddenly understood. Your family is safe, Fritz. I told you I would take care of them, and I did. They are in Darwin, hidden and out of sight. The DID won't be able to find them. Bauer took a long, shuddering sigh. They're all I have left, sir. If I don't survive this war, I don't want them hunted down and killed because of something I did. Kaiser grunted. My concern is not that we'll be killed for not nuking Cornwall, but that the Victorians would hunt us to the ends of the galaxy if we do. And other sectors would help them, including the light. Those damn fanatics scare the hell out of me. I don't know how they do it, but they know everything that happens. They must have spies everywhere. Now Bauer stared at him. Is that what you're worried about, that we might get caught? He asked with surprising harshness. Kaiser shook his head. No. He held up his hands. I have commanded a warship. I have fought the enemy and killed him when I could, soldier to soldier. But this? I don't want to die with the blood of 3 billion people on my hands, Fritz. I don't want my crew to have to live with it either. It is the order of the citizen director, Bauer said, but he was not arguing the point. He was testing his admiral. Kaiser nodded once more. Yes, it is, and that leaves me with a decision to make, and I need to know if you will follow my orders. Not because you have to, Fritz, but because you want to. Bauer clenched his jaw and balled his fists, then visibly forced himself to relax. What are your orders, Admiral? Kaiser smiled ruefully. I really don't know how this will end, Fritz. I know that, sir. Kaiser stood, straightening his tunic. Then let's begin. The Dominion battleship Fortitude reached Cornwall a day after departing the refuge wormhole. Admiral Kaiser had sent the entire rest of the assault force on the fastest route back to Dominion space and then to Timor. Only the Fortitude turned for the planet Cornwall. When they arrived, they found a single Dominion Intelligence Directorate cruiser in orbit. The AI informed him the captain was Captain Kurt Adler. What do you know about Adler? Kaiser asked Captain Bauer. One of the up-and-coming DID officers, Bauer said. Strict disciplinarian, dedicated to the citizen director. He follows orders with zeal and believes that the enemies of the Dominion deserve to be punished. He also fancies himself quite the military strategist, although his performance at the War College was only so-so. Self-confident? Kaiser queried. Absolutely, and he does not take kindly to any subordinate who questions an order. Nor, for that matter, does he care much for criticism from any of his peers. Bauer chuckled. We have had our share of run-ins, Kurt and I. By now the Fortitude was coming up behind Captain Adler's ship, the Justice. As they watched, the Justice fired off a volley of 10 missiles, aimed at the planet's surface of Cornwall. Damn it! He must have received orders directly from the citizen director. The sensors officer looked up from his console. All 10 missiles struck the planet, Admiral. Where? Kaiser asked. Major metropolitan areas. 5 were nuclear devices in the 500 megaton range. 5 were antimatter warheads. There were too many variables to determine in advance how many megatons of dynamite an antimatter explosion would yield. But they all knew that an antimatter explosion in the atmosphere, at or near ground level, would be horrendous beyond imagination. Admiral Kaiser leaned close to Captain Bauer. Fritz, I want you to take the weapons station, he said softly. Bauer looked at him, and Kaiser nodded. Open a comm to Justice, he ordered. In a moment, the comm screen flickered, and Captain Adler was looking at him. Why is it that all DID officers look like they are perpetually sneering? Kaiser wondered. Captain Adler, Kaiser said harshly, I demand to know why you are firing on the planet in violation of the citizen director's orders. Adler's sneer diminished, but only a little. What are you talking about? I received order from the citizen director to fire on Cornwall. When did you receive that order, Captain Adler? Adler frowned and gestured to someone off-screen. He appeared to listen for a moment, and then turned back to the camera. We logged the order 45 minutes ago, he said confidently. Admiral Kaiser nodded. And tell me, Captain, did you log in the transmission countering the order 30 minutes ago? From the corner of his eye, Kaiser could see his own communications officer shoot him a startled look, then dive for his console, looking, no doubt, for the message from the citizen director that Admiral Kaiser was referring to. Adler's eyes widened, then narrowed. "I don't know what you are—" "You imbecile!" Kaiser shouted. "In direct contradiction of the citizen director's order, you have just annihilated 10 major Victorian cities and undermined the citizen director's latest peace proposal. Now the Sultanic Empire and Sybil Head will come into the war, all because of your gross negligence. Captain Adler, you are under arrest. You are to be confined, pending a full court-martial when we return to Timor." "You can't arrest me," Adler blurted. "I'm not in your chain of command, only a DID officer." From the corner of his eye, Admiral Kaiser could see his communications officer trying to get his attention, no doubt to tell him there was no order from Timor countering the attack order. Kaiser ignored him. "Not in my chain of command?" Kaiser roared. "I am the commander of the Dominion Assault Force, hand-picked by Citizen Director Nasto himself. I command every ship in Victorian space. Before, I was arresting you for negligence in the commission of your duties, Captain, but now I am arresting you for treason." Kaiser leaned forward, his chin jutting out. "Who is the second in command of the Justice? Speak up." A stocky, dark-haired man stepped into view of the camera. "Commander Bittman, Admiral, what are your orders, sir?" "Commander, I place you in charge of the Justice, effective immediately. I want you to personally take former Captain Adler to the brig and secure him. He is to have no communication with anyone until you have reached Timor, at which point he will be transferred to the custody of the fleet security officer in charge of the citizen director's personal security. Do you understand, Commander?" At the mention of fleet security, Commander Bittman stiffened in shock. Fleet security was the mortal enemy of the DID. Consigning Captain Adler to their custody was a sign that the DID had somehow fallen from the citizen director's good graces. "Commander Bittman, acknowledge your orders," Kaiser said sharply. "Of course, Admiral, I acknowledge your order," he replied, not quite stammering. "Then follow them and notify me once Captain Adler is safely in the brig." The comm screen went dark, and Admiral Kaiser looked at his watch. "Helm, bring us in until we are 700 miles behind the Justice. Briskly now." He looked at his watch again. A minute for Commander Bittman to overcome Adler's protests and have the guard on duty take him under arrest. Another 5 minutes to take the lift to the brig and arrive at the entrance. In the meantime, the bridge would be under the command of the third officer, probably either sensors or weapons. Either one would be fine. He was betting heavily that the bridge crew would be shocked at what had happened and would be paying very little attention to their screens. He looked again at his watch. 2 minutes had passed. The Fortitude crept ever closer to the Justice. 3 minutes. 4, then 6. Kaiser thumbed the comm and connected to the Justice. The face of a young officer appeared on the screen. "Yes, Admiral?" he asked nervously. Kaiser got on top of him at once. "Why have I not been informed that Captain Adler is in a cell?" he snarled. The junior officer visibly wilted on the screen. I don't know. "What is your name and rank?" "Lieutenant Kaufman, sir. I am the censors officer." "Lieutenant, I want you to personally go to the brig and find out what the holdup is," Kaiser said coldly. Unable to stop himself, Kaufman popped up and half-sprinted to the lift doors, completely unaware that he had not left anyone in command. Kaiser checked his watch. Almost 7 minutes. Thanks to a little verbal bullying, the 3 most senior officers in the Justice's chain of command were absent from the bridge. He turned to Captain Bauer, standing by the weapons station, and nodded once. Bauer pressed the firing button. 38 missiles and 4 heavy lasers leapt out at the unsuspecting Justice from a mere 700 miles. There was no attempt by the Justice to shoot any down. The missiles all struck in the center of the cruiser, and it died within seconds. "Okay, let's go home," Admiral Kaiser told his shocked crew. Chapter 45. On the HMS Sydney. The problem was, Admiral Duthat fumed, that when you had to make the most important decision of your career, you had no damn information on which to base it. For days, Admiral Duthat had kept the entire Victorian fleet on ready status, just out of sensor range of the refuge Victorian wormhole. For days, they had waited for some signal from Captain Etter and the Lionheart that they had launched their attack on the Dominion forces blocking the wormhole. For days, they had heard nothing. Day after day, she sent hundreds of reconnaissance drones through the wormhole, trying to keep the ducks nervous and off balance. The ducks, of course, reciprocated in kind, which, she had to admit, made her nervous and off balance. But day after day, it was the same. A half-dozen Dominion heavy cruisers patrolled near the wormhole entrance, while on the very edge of sensor range, the drones picked up signs of dozens more. Once or twice, they thought they detected new ships being added to the Dominion assault force, but they couldn't be sure. The ducks further complicated matters by mining the entire area near the mouth of the wormhole, mines which blew up dozens and dozens of the reconnaissance drones Duthat sent through. The mines inevitably were destroyed in the gravity surges near the wormhole entrance, but they successfully reduced the amount of information getting to Admiral Duthat. Then, it all changed. The recon drones went through. The recon drones came back. All of them. When the sensors officer read the results from the first drone, he refused to believe them. "Gandalf, run a diagnostic on the first drone," he ordered the AI. And while that was being done, he looked at the sensor log of the second recon drone. He frowned. It was the same as the first. So was the third. So was the fourth. Gandalf reported back that the first recon drone systems were functioning within parameters. The sensors officer pursed his lips. "Communications, find Admiral Duthat and patch me through to her." The comm officer checked her display. Commander, says here that she is in a meeting with the Queen. You don't want me to interrupt that, do you?" The sensors officer didn't bother to reply. The woman at the comm station was a new rating, and he didn't have time to either educate her or berate her. So he gently pushed her aside and typed in the code that would send an emergency signal to Admiral Duthat's aide. "This is Lieutenant Perry," the aide replied immediately. "Lieutenant, this is Commander Barnes, Fleet Sensors Control Officer. I want you to interrupt the Admiral and tell her that there is a recon drone report regarding the wormhole I must discuss with her immediately. Do you understand?" "I will tell her immediately, Commander," the Admiral's aide said calmly. "Please hold this line open." A moment later, Admiral Duthat entered the view screen. "What have you got?" Barnes liked this about her. She never wasted time. "At 1700 Fleet Standard Time, we sent 40 recon drones through the wormhole to Victoria." He paused. They all returned. Duthat's eyebrows shot up. "All?" "They report no sign of Dominion forces. No ships, no mines, no missile sleds. I have double-checked the drones and they were functioning normally." Barnes fell silent. "No other data?" Duthat asked. Barnes shook his head. Admiral Duthat gestured to an aide off-screen, probably Perry, and a moment later the faces of her top 4 captains appeared on the screen. "Recon drone reports from 10 minutes ago show the Dominions may have withdrawn from the wormhole entrance," Duthat told them briskly. "This may be the Lionheart and the task force making its move. Launch another recon mission with drones and a frigate. As soon as they are back, if there is still no sign of the ducks, launch your battle groups through the wormhole. I will be on the Sydney within 30 minutes. Captain Aux, you have tactical command until I rejoin you. Once you go through the wormhole, I want updates every 5 minutes." She paused. "I think this is it, people. Dismissed." 5 minutes later, 40 more recon drones burst through the wormhole into Victorian space, followed immediately by the frigate Olympus. All of the recon drones went to active pinging. They found nothing except a handful of deactivated mines. Olympus fired off more recon drones, expanding the sensor bubble out to 50,000 miles. Minutes ticked by, then the new sensor reports flooded in. Still nothing. Captain Alison Levitsky of the Olympus ordered them out to 100,000 miles, which would allow their sensors to detect an unstealthed vessel out to a light second. Then she tapped her fingers impatiently while she waited. Captain Oakes sent increasingly impatient requests for updates. Levitsky sent back a tart reply. Nothing yet to 50K. Expanding shell to 100,000. Let me do my job, please. Close to 30 minutes later, the recon drones reported back. Levitsky, formerly an owl captain, pursed her lips, then smiled. Take us back, Mickey, she told the helm. 2 minutes later, they emerged into refuge space where the rest of the fleet, now including Admiral Duthat, impatiently waited. Plenty of nothing, Levinsky signaled to the Sydney. Drone shell out to 100,000. No ducks. 20 minutes later, the Victorian fleet was in Victorian space, accelerating hard towards Cornwall. They had only traveled for 10 hours when an owl scout picked up emissions from a large number of ships coming fast on a reciprocal course. The owl went to battle stations, a relatively simple task since she carried no weapons. Several of the approaching ships were under stealth, but most were not. This caused some puzzlement until they got a hard read on the emissions. Tugboats. Victorian tugboats. The owl captain chuckled. Communications, please inform Admiral Duthat and Captain Oakes. The prodigal son has returned. They met in a conference room on the Lionheart. Admiral Duthat had read Captain Edder's summary report, but wanted the details that the report had not gone into. She had been shocked, but not surprised, to read of the loss of the carrier Fess, the destroyer Oxford, 4 tugboats, and the 87 gunboats destroyed or rendered inoperable. And she seethed when she read what the Dominions had done to Maria Sanchez and Otto Wisnowski. When Captain Edder finished the short version of his report, Admiral Duthat nodded in satisfaction. You've no doubt that the Seaguester shipyard is destroyed? Captain Edder shook his head. The science boffins have gone over the sensor reports extensively. The last we saw of Seaguester, it was in several pieces, all going in different directions. Queen Anne leaned forward. If I may, Captain Edder, after you destroyed Seaguester, what made you decide to attack the Dominion's old shipyard, the one you call the MOP Works? Simple, Majesty. We didn't think we could accomplish our assigned mission of attacking the ducks in the rear at the refuge wormhole. We'd lost many more ships than I had anticipated, our munitions were low, and, well, he shrugged. We didn't want to just return to refuge, so we looked for an alternative means of convincing the ducks that they needed to recall their fleet from Victorian space. So, since you were too weak to attack the duck ships, you decided to attack the duck home planet? Queen Anne stared at him in puzzlement. Not the planet as such, Majesty, but the MOP Works, their second shipyard. It was all a bluff, you see, Edder said, smiling. A bit of stage drama to rattle them and make them think they were vulnerable to a significant attack. We hoped that if it worked, the citizen director would recall his forces from Victoria to protect Timor and the MOP Works. His smile broadened. And from what you've told me, it worked. The duck forces sitting on the wormhole are gone. Sir Henry cleared his throat. Captain, what do you make of that Tilica cruiser you ran into? Edder's smile disappeared. Very bad news, that. They clearly have the edge over us in stealth technology, and that new energy weapon is going to give us fits. He shook his head. The boffins are studying it, but we are going to have to change tactics. It may be short-ranged, at least we hope it is, but one shot was enough to kill the Oxford. Sitting beside Emily, Hirama Brilla leaned in and whispered, Sir Henry doesn't care about the technology. He's thinking about the politics. Sir Henry frowned. Tell me, Captain, have your analysts drawn any conclusions from the fact that the Tilica ship was even there? Edder shrugged. Not really, sir. Either they were there to help the Dominion, or they were there to keep tabs on how the war is going between Victoria and the Dominion. Sir Henry stroked his chin with his long fingers. Yes, thank you, Captain. He glanced at Queen Anne, who gave a slight nod in reply. See? Hiram whispered to Emily. The old boy is already plotting 2 or 3 moves ahead. He knows the Tilika are waiting until the end of this war is imminent. Then they'll launch an attack against the victor, catch them while they're weak. Emperor Chalibi is a cunning bastard and likes to play the long game, but so does Sir Henry. Admiral Duthat rapped her knuckles on the table. We are 6 hours from Cornwall. Soon we'll see if the Dominion has withdrawn from it as well. Please go back to your ships and prepare for combat. She stood up, looking at Queen Anne and Sir Henry. If the Dominion forces have retreated all the way into Dominion space, we will have to make a decision whether to chase them or to stay at Cornwall. Our analysts will be looking at this, Majesty, but the ultimate decision is a political one. When the time comes, I will need your decision promptly. Queen Anne nodded once, then looked at Hiram and Emily, and then back to Admiral Duthat. If it would not be too disruptive, I would like to borrow Commander Brill for several hours. I promise to let him rejoin you in time for any military action that may be forthcoming. Admiral Duthat nodded. Of course, Majesty. She shot a hard look at Hiram, as if measuring him for an airlock. Everyone else, return to your ships. We have a lot to do and not much time to do it. The owls sped ahead to scout out the approach to Cornwall. 2 hours later, Sadia Zahiri of the Laughing Owl reported in. The fact that she reported by comm rather than messenger drone meant she did not fear discovery by the ducks, which meant the ducks were gone. Smiling, Admiral Duthat opened her comm screen and was taken aback to see a tense, angry Captain Zahiri looking back at her. Admiral, the Dominion forces have abandoned Cornwall, but before they left, they bombed the planet with antimatter strikes. Duthat's jaw clenched. This was her greatest fear. How bad? They destroyed 10 major cities. Reports from the surface are still skimpy, but they fear 25 to 30 million dead, Zahiri told her. Alice Duthat closed her eyes. She didn't know whether to curse or pray. But Admiral, Zahiri said, there is something more. The Duck Admiral left a message buoy. I think you need to hear it. They reconvened in the Lionheart's conference room. Admiral Duthat, Captain Etter, Queen Anne, Sir Henry, Captain Zahiri, and Hiram Brill. And, sitting unobstructively in the corner, Brother Jong. The planetary strikes destroyed the cities of Liverpool, Brighton, Belfast, Westminster, Dover, and Lancaster, Captain Zahiri said. She glanced quickly at Queen Anne. And, of course, London was destroyed during the initial attack. It seems so long ago. But what I want you all to hear is this message buoy left in orbit around Cornwall. She touched her tablet, and a hologram came on above the middle of the table. It showed a gray-haired man of middle years wearing the uniform of an admiral in the Dominion fleet. The man looked evenly at the camera for a moment, then spoke. I am Admiral Scott Kaiser of the Dominion of Unified Citizenry Navy, he said. I am in command of the task force that has had the Victorian fleet bottled up in refuge for the last 3 months. 2 days ago, I received an order to return to Dominion space. He paused and pursed his lips. I was also ordered to bomb Victoria, to sterilize it. This I chose not to do. Unfortunately, one of our ship captains also received the order. That ship was in orbit around Cornwall at the time and fired several high-yield weapons against the planet's surface. Admiral Kaiser's face hardened. I am an officer of the Dominion fleet, he continued. I owe my loyalty to the fleet, but I will not abide the slaughter of innocents. I destroyed the ship that was firing on your planet, and I apologize to you that I did not arrive in time to prevent it from happening. Now we must look to the future. You will undoubtedly launch an attack against Timor. Timor is my homeworld. If you attack, when you attack, I will do my utmost to defeat you. Do not think otherwise. If I fail and Timor lies helpless at your hands, remember that we did not destroy your planet even though we could have. Even in the embrace of war, I hope that counts for something. Kaiser out." The hologram collapsed. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other. "Do we believe him?" Queen Anne asked harshly. "Our planet is in ruins and he tells us it could have been worse?" "Your Majesty," Hirama Brilla said evenly, "it could have been worse. They could have made the entire planet uninhabitable for centuries to come. But even if we take him at face value, the real question is whether we push on to attack the Dominion or stay here and try to build up Cornwall's defenses." Queen Anne looked coldly at Hiram, then relented a bit and turned her gaze to Admiral Duthat and Captain Etter. "Are our forces strong enough to attack?" Captain Etter started to shake his head, but Admiral Duthat said, "Yes, Majesty. We can launch an attack within 3 days." Etter shot her an incredulous look, but said nothing. "And how long would it take us to build up a credible line of defense?" Sir Henry asked gruffly. Admiral Duthat pursed her lips. 2 to 3 years if most of our industrial base has survived the strikes against Cornwall. 5 years if the industrial base is badly damaged, or destroyed, maybe 6. Sir Henry snorted derisively. More like 10. Queen Anne rose to her feet. "It seems every time I meet with you, Admiral, we are rolling the dice with the fate of Victoria in the balance. Let us strive to make this the last time. Admiral Duthat, you have my permission to launch an attack on Dominion space. I wish you Godspeed." 2 hours later, Sadia Zahiri of the Laughing Owl reported in. Emily waited patiently for Duthat to start. Hiram looked distracted. Admiral Duthat looked at them both and scowled. "You both know that Queen Anne has given us the go-ahead for an attack on the Dominion homeworld." She jerked a thumb at Captain Etter, who sat expressionless beside her. "For reasons I don't entirely understand, Captain Etter here has urged me to allow the 2 of you to review the proposed attack plan. Have you completed your review?" Emily and Hiram exchanged a glance and then nodded. The attack plan had been prepared by a committee of the cruiser and destroyer captains, primarily drawn from the Queen's own guard, for the simple reason that it was the most intact of the old battle groups. The fact that it was the most intact, however, also meant that it had seen the least action and was, relative to the remnants of either the Coldstream Guards or the Black Watch, less experienced and less knowledgeable. "Well?" Duthat asked, an edge in her voice. "It is a very solid, traditional fleet attack plan," Emily offered. "Very traditional," Hiram echoed. Duthat looked from Hiram to Emily, then turned to Etter, started to say something, but changed her mind, and turned back to Emily and Hiram again. "You don't like it," she said flatly. "Why not?" "It's not a bad plan," Hiram explained. "For a Baroom brawl. Oh, there is a good chance we'll win, but use that plan and we'll suffer significant losses. And then we'll be sitting ducks, no pun intended, for the Tilica when they kick the door in." "We need to fight one war at a time," Duthat said coldly. "Perhaps," Hiram conceded. "But while we may fight only one war, we damn well better plan for 2, or the Tilica will clean our clock when they come in." He gestured to the tablet. "This plan will result in 1/3 or more of our ships getting shot to pieces. We can still beat the Dominion, maybe, but even if we win, we will be helpless when the Tillies come in, guns blazing." Duthat glanced at Etter. Etter nodded once. She sighed. She had written a good part of that plan, knowing it wasn't what they needed, but not being able to come up with anything better. Captain Etter had tried to be diplomatic, but it was clear he didn't like it either. Now these 2 young officers, well, it was galling, that's what it was. "What do we need?" Duthat asked sourly. Emily smiled and leaned forward. "We want to win without losing too many ships. We think we can do that if we do 3 things." She explained what they were. When she finished, Admiral Duthat stared at her. "How do you propose to achieve those 3 things?" she asked skeptically. "We have ideas how to accomplish the first 2, Emily replied. "And the third?" Duthat probed. Emily shook her head. "I don't have any idea," she admitted, but then smiled. "But I think Queen Anne might." 3 days were spent in frantic rearming and repairs. Missile racks were filled, laser cannon repaired and calibrated, laser turrets replaced, new crews were brought on board from Cornwall, and anti-missile defenses restocked. On the second day, 2 carriers from Refuge arrived, carrying a total of 75 new gunboats. They did not have crews, but Emily had been scouring the Victorian Navy for suitable pilots, gunners, and system operators, and had them in simulators around the clock. Near the end of the 3rd day, there were 2 meetings. One was held in secret. The first meeting was held in the conference room aboard the battleship HMS Lionheart, and the table was crowded with holograms, tablets, empty coffee cups, and tired, disgruntled people. The most senior in rank was Admiral Alice Duthat, First Sea Lord and commander of Her Majesty's fleet, such as it was. The most junior officer was Ensign Laurie Romano, formerly Specialist 4, Artificial Intelligence Systems. Romano was the first ensign in the fleet in 300 years, a rank reinstated by Admiral Duthat for those specialists and NCOs elevated to officer rank, but who had not graduated from the academy. Duthat looked exhausted and worried. Romano looked exhausted, worried, and terrified at being in the same room with the august persons around her. Admiral Duthat rapped on the table to get everyone's attention. "Okay, all of you have the outline of the plan. It hinges on 2 things. First, the location of the Dominion battleship Vengeance, and second, the operational status of the transporter systems." She looked to Captain Etter. Etter nodded. "The Ducks have split their forces. The bulk of their fleet is in high orbit around Timor. They know we have a back way in, but they don't know where it is, so they are worried we could attack from anywhere. The owls we left behind report that they've got a battleship and approximately 45 other ships positioned around Timor. There are 2 or 3 heavy cruisers near the MOP works, but the MOP works is close enough to Timor that they could rapidly reinforce from the planet if it looked like the shipyard was our primary target. The Ducks have left a picket line at the Victoria Dominion wormhole. That is comprised of 5 destroyers, several frigates, 1 cruiser, and—" Etter smiled down the table. "They have reinforced it with the battleship Vengeance. As of 1 hour ago, the Vengeance was still there." Admiral Duthat turned toward Ensign Romano, who squirmed uncomfortably in her seat. "Relax, Romano. Although you are the junior officer, you are the expert on the Tilica transporter devices, and we all are relying on you. You know what we're planning. Can the transporters do it? Do we have enough of them? Are they reliable?" Romano took 2 deep breaths to steady herself. "Yes, ma'am. Well, I guess you all know we used the transporters to attack the prison ship Tartarus. They worked flawlessly. I think it was because we reduced the maximum number of people being transported from 40 to 30, so we wouldn't overload." Sitting across from her, Emily cleared her throat and raised her eyebrows. Romano flushed, then stammered on. "Yes, well, the important thing is that they worked, so the next thing is the number of platforms. We've been building them, and now we have a total of 15 transporter stealth ships, patterned on the little Tilica vessels we captured at the beginning of the war. We also have transporters in half of our ships, 2 in the Lionheart, 2 in the cruisers, and—" "Ensign," Duthat interrupted. "The last time we attacked the Vengeance, we were unable to send a second wave of Marines. Has that problem been fixed?" "Oh, yes, ma'am, absolutely." "Good." Duthat looked to Emily. "If I might ask Ensign Romano a quick question?" Emily asked. Duthat eyed the voluble ensign for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. "Ensign Romano, is there something else you wanted to tell us about the transporter system?" Emily asked. Romano frowned in puzzlement. About the improvement you made to the transporter system? Emily prodded. Yes, ma'am, Romano said, finally understanding. I couldn't get over why the transporters would not transport metal or anything explosive, so I kept poking around in the design and finally realized that it was designed not to. It's not a limitation of the physics. Rather, it appears that the Emperor did not want his Savik commanders to have the ability to transport with heavier weapons. She stopped, smiling broadly. Admiral Duthat and Captain Eder looked at her blankly. Emily sighed. What Ensign Romano is saying is that she has removed the design limitation from the transporters so that now we can send our soldiers through the transporter with their normal weapons and armor, including energy weapons and battle helmets, Emily explained. Yes, exactly, Romano exclaimed. Raphael Aten leaned forward. Admiral, this will give us an enormous advantage when we go in, not only in terms of raw firepower, but command and control as well. It's a huge help. Admiral Duthat nodded at Romano. Ensign, thank you for your contribution. You are dismissed to attend to your other duties. With a greatly relieved expression, Romano hurried from the room. Admiral Duthat shook her head. I swear I don't understand half of what she says. Will those damn transporters really work the way she says they will? Emily and Captain Eder both nodded. They worked just fine when we took the Tartarus, Eder replied. She's very capable, Emily said reassuringly. She just requires some translation now and then. Admiral Duthat stood. You know what you have to do. Brother Zhang assures me that 24 hours will be sufficient. As we go forward with this, remember that the Dominion killed 25 million of our fellow Victorians, innocent civilians. You are dismissed. While Admiral Duthat was holding her meeting, Queen Anne and Sir Henry met with Brother Zhang. You know they're coming, she said to Zhang. Of course, Majesty, he replied solemnly. And Abbot Cornelia? Zhang bowed his head. We have a common foe, Majesty. I believe the phrase from Old Earth is that we can either stand together or hang alone. Queen Anne sat back in her chair, glancing once at Sir Henry, who nodded minutely. Brother Zhang, I have placed a destroyer at your disposal. Then, Majesty, with your permission, I shall depart at once. He paused briefly, then added, I regret that Queen Beatrice did not live to see you in this role, Majesty. She would have been very proud. He smiled at her, nodded briefly to Sir Henry, and left the room. When Zhang was gone, Sir Henry shifted his seat and looked at the Queen. I hope we can trust the little bastard, he said sourly. The Queen smiled wearily. We can, but it is still a long shot. She shrugged. We just don't have enough ships. Sir Henry offered her his arm. Your Majesty, perhaps we might order some wine, go to the command center, and watch the war? Queen Anne took his arm. Tell me, Sir Henry, with lines like that, did you have trouble getting dates as a younger man? Chapter 46. The Attack on Dominion Space. 50 missiles shot through the wormhole, locked on the Dominion destroyers 500 miles away, and streaked towards them. The 3 destroyers began to shoot chaff and jamming pods and saturated the space around them with anti-missile lasers and shot. But it was too late. 10 missiles were destroyed or spoofed, but with a solid lock on their targets, the rest accelerated and struck the destroyers within a moment. One of the 3 destroyers managed to turn and limp away, trailing air and chunks of its hull, but the other 2 broke up under the onslaught. The battle for Dominion space had begun. Sensor drones had been mixed in with the attack missiles, and after 30 seconds they dutifully turned and raced back through the wormhole to Victorian space. Emily blinked in delighted surprise when she saw the quick hits on the 3 destroyers. Second-line troops, she thought, to sit so close to the wormhole like that. But she would take what she could get, cheap shot or no. A dead enemy was a dead enemy. The sensor report also revealed 2 more destroyers 1,000 miles out, along with a handful of frigates. In the deep background, they could dimly make out the emission signatures of 2 Dominion cruisers and the battleship Vengeance. A moment later, the second wave of missiles erupted through the wormhole, this time targeting the half-dozen ships at the 1,000-mile range. Behind the missiles came the carriers Rabat and Haifa, which launched their gunboats, turned and dove back into the wormhole to Victoria. 60 Grogan gunboats formed up in squadrons and spread out, making a wide detour around the Dominion warships at the 1,000-mile range. They had bigger game in mind. The Dominion ship reacted with a fusillade of missiles and laser beams, but the gunboats were small, and the emissions and debris from the earlier explosions wrought havoc with the Dominion sensors. There were no hits on the gunboats, and soon the Dominion destroyers and frigates had more pressing concerns. The fourth and fifth waves followed immediately. In the fourth wave, the 2 new carriers from Refuge, Rishon and Ashdod, slipped through the wormhole and launched more gunboats, and, mixed in with them, 15 Krite-class transporter ships. The Krite ships immediately went to stealth and swung around to follow the gunboats that had gone before. The new gunboats, all with inexperienced pilots, drew up in sloppy formations and went over the top of the Dominion warships at the 1,000-mile circle. They were new, bunched too close together, and the Dominions could attack them with little difficulty. Missiles reached out and caught some of the gunboats on the periphery. Emily watched it all through the sensor drones. Sending the newbies straight over the Dominion destroyers had been a cold-hearted decision on her part. It sickened her and satisfied her in equal parts. The new gunboats were bait, intending to serve as a distraction while she positioned her real forces. While she didn't want to lose any of her new pilots, she couldn't afford to lose her experienced pilots. She had strong assets and weak assets. If she had to, she would sacrifice the weak assets to preserve and maximize the strong ones. It was a terrible calculus, measured in lives, but one that had been used by generals long before Hannibal crossed the Alps. So why did she feel so guilty? Or did she feel bad because she did not feel guilty enough? The Victorian fifth wave included 6 destroyers. It could have included 2 cruisers as well, but Emily held them back. She wanted to lure in the big fish, not scare them away. She sweetened the bait by sending in one of the carriers, the Rabat. The Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod stayed back in Victorian space, along with the Meknes. Intent on shooting the last wave of gunboats, the Dominion destroyers ignored the new wave of Victorian warships a few minutes longer than they should have. The Victorians opened up with laser fire, scoring hits that finally got the Ducks' attention. The Ducks, of course, had no way of knowing that the Victorian laser fire had been powered down and was not at full strength. The Duck destroyers survived the initial laser barrage and fell back, calling for help from their big brothers. Loitering at the 20,000-mile mark, 2 Dominion cruisers and the oversized battleship Vengeance heard the call for help and sped off at full military speed. The ships had a combined closing speed in excess of 30,000 miles per hour, and the distance shrank rapidly. Emily watched it all. Now it was all about position and timing. She needed to threaten the Duck destroyers and frigates enough to bring the big guys, but she couldn't get too far from the wormhole entrance or risk being overrun and annihilated. What could possibly go wrong? She thought ruefully. As if reading her mind, Alex Rudd grinned from her across the bridge and waggled his eyebrows. The time ticked down. "We are within missile range of the battleship," Chief Gibson warned her. "The only reason they're not firing is because they probably don't have a firm lock on us. It's possible the Duck destroyers are masking us." "The Duck ships are coming in hard," Tobias Partridge reported. "Still accelerating. The 2 cruisers are starting to pull away from the battleship, maybe a 60-second separation. Clear laser range within less than 15 minutes. "Where are the new gunboat squadrons?" Emily asked. She was staring at the hologram battle display, at the icon for the Dominion battleship Vengeance. That damned ship had chased them clear across Victorian space to the refuge wormhole, and had destroyed well over a dozen Victorian warships. It had caused the sacrifice of Cookie. It was silly to hate inanimate objects, but Emily hated that ship. "Presently in between the 2 Dominion destroyers and the 2 cruisers and the battleship," Chief Gibson said. "And the first gunboats from Haifa and Rabat?" Alex Rudd was monitoring the battle display. "They have all gone quiet, but they should be astride the path vengeance will take to come to the support of the Dutch destroyers." He looked up, grinning evilly. "Perfect place for an ambush." "And the Krite transporter craft?" Emily asked. They were the key. She had the stray thought that she had to find a better name for the little transporter ships than Krite. Krite was what the Tilica called their transporter ships. She pushed the thought aside, glancing up at the countdown timer Mildred was running. "Mildred estimates they are in position," Chief Gibson told her. "And the gods help us if they aren't," Emily thought. 2 minutes and counting. Emily's hand was not trembling, but she had to repress the impulse to sit on it anyway. Chief Gibson and Tony Partridge were looking intently at their monitors, but Rudd was grinning like a fool. He really enjoyed this razzle-dazzle stuff. She opened the command comm to the 6 Victorian destroyers. 15 seconds to Phase 1. She watched the clock, even though she knew Mildred would automatically warn her when the time had elapsed. Phase 1, execute! The 6 destroyers each fired all of their lasers, then all of their missiles, all targeted on the Dominion destroyers and frigates at the 1,000-mile range. Then they reloaded and refired again. The lasers were at full strength this time, and the missiles followed them in. 2 enemy frigates succumbed immediately, blinking off the holo display. The Dutch destroyers had time to return fire, then began to fire chaff and jammers. They ran for the safety of the Dominion cruisers and battleship coming fast towards them. As the second wave of missiles reached the enemy ships, the Victorian destroyers reloaded once more and fired another wave of 60 missiles. One of the enemy destroyers staggered as it was hit by several missiles, then began to slowly tumble along its long axis. One of the enemy destroyers staggered as it was hit by several missiles, then began to slowly tumble along its axis. Another frigate vanished in a fireball, but the remaining enemy frigates and the destroyer seemed unscathed. The 2 cruisers and the battleship continued to come in hard and fast. Now laser beams reached out for the Victorian destroyers, and the recon drones reported missile launches. "Time to run," thought Emily. Phase 2! Phase 2! She ordered. Immediately, the 6 Victorian destroyers made wide, sweeping turns to reverse their course and thin out the enemy's incoming fire. They dumped chaff and fired decoys that exactly mimicked Victorian destroyers, then accelerated to full military power and headed for the wormhole entrance, pursued by dozens of Dutch missiles. One of the destroyers unmasked itself as a new Hedgehog-class destroyer and began methodically shooting enemy missiles, but there were a lot of them. "Phase 3," Emily said. 2 things happened in quick succession. First, the Rishon and Ashdod gunships turned and swooped down on the Dominion cruiser nearest the Victorian destroyers. Next, the Rabat gunships targeted the second cruiser. All hell broke loose as the Dominion cruisers suddenly realized they were being swarmed by vicious, small attack craft that seemed to be firing an inordinate amount of missiles and lasers. The 2 cruiser captains, hard, experienced men, not given to panic, broke off their attack on the fleeing Victorian destroyers and activated their close-in anti-missile defenses. This had little effect on the Rabat Grogan, who had kept a prudent distance from their target. But the new gunboats attacking the first cruiser suffered badly. Meanwhile, the Dominion battleship Vengeance came into closer range and began blasting the gunboats from the rear. The attack on the first cruiser began to falter as first 1, then 5, then 24 gunboats exploded after being hit by laser or anti-missile fire. The Rabat gunboats, being more widely dispersed, fared somewhat better, but they were caught between two fires and soon they would have to break off. The two cruisers and battleship were focusing entirely on the gunboats. Good, Emily thought. Phase 4, now! On board the carrier Rabat, Colonel Tamari of Her Majesty's Fleet Marines thumbed the comm. He uttered one word. Go! 15 stealthed Krite-class transporter ships activated their transporters and beamed 450 heavily armed Fleet Marines and Refuge long-range reconnaissance troops to designated spots on the enemy battleship. The Vengeance never saw it coming. God damn it! Raphael Eitan had hoped to materialize on the bridge of the Vengeance. He looked around at the high walls lined with industrial-sized shelves filled with boxes and crates. This sure as hell wasn't the bridge. He checked his HUD display and could see a large number of Victorian and Refuge soldiers scattered throughout the ship. He flipped through the channels. As a commander, he could access any unit's communications, and found that about half the units were already in contact and some were under heavy fire. He also realized that almost none of the teams had ended up where they were supposed to, a snafu he'd have to take up with Ensign Romano once they managed to take control of this big bitch of a ship. And it was a big ship. The assault force was scattered over 30 different decks in a ship over 1,000 yards long. Sergeant Mayman walked through the rapidly melting snow to where Raphael stood. "Looks like the usual cock-up, sir," he said cheerfully. He glanced around the storage room. "What do you think, Captain? Should we take inventory or go find some little ducks to kill?" Raphael grinned despite himself. "Let's go find someone who might give us directions, Sergeant. How far away can the bridge be?" There were 30 Refuge long-range reconnaissance troopers, an entire Krite's worth, and they went up both sides of the passageway. The last 5 men walked backwards, constantly checking their rear. Far off, they could catch snatches of gunfire and shouting, sometimes followed by screams, sometimes by silence. Captain Eitan walked in the center of the group. His job was to be more than a rifleman. As he walked, he kept an eye out for any signs that might tell him where he was and at the same time kept checking his heads-up display to see what was going on with the other teams. There were 4 companies on the Vengeance, 3 Refuge long-range recon and 1 of Victorian Fleet Marines. Raphael's company had 3 platoons, which were labeled on his HUD. He quickly spoke with each of his 3 platoon leaders. One was already in contact and under heavy fire. He directed the other platoon, which was the closest, to move that way and give support. He watched his HUD until he saw that the second platoon was moving in the right direction, then turned his attention back to the platoon he was embedded in. He was not particularly concerned about being in the wrong place. Things always went wrong. As Sergeant Mayman was fond of saying, any damn fool can get things done when everything goes right. The real test is when things go balls up. Sergeant Mayman made sure that in the long-range recon training exercises, things constantly went wrong. Men and women who could not improvise and achieve the mission did not last long. A telltale flashed in the corner of his HUD, alerting him that the colonel was trying to reach him. He blinked twice to connect. "Status?" asked Colonel Dov Tamari. Colonel Tamari was riding in the carrier Rabat, monitoring the battle. "Missed our assigned designation and are now trying to find the bridge. Do you know which way we should be going?" Colonel Tamari shook his head. "All the teams are out of position. As soon as you get a location fix, spread the word." "Always glad to help the Royal Fleet Marines find their way," Raphael deadpanned. Colonel Tamari snorted rudely. "Also, don't forget to drop repeaters. It is just a matter of time before they start jamming you." "Yes, sir." Raphael signed off and made his way to the front of the column. His platoon leader, Lieutenant Bina Shalvi, was just behind the point men, Nur and Amali. Nur was a little older and very steady. Amali had the reputation for the fastest reflexes in the company, but sometimes was prone to be a little too quick. Just as he reached them, a man stepped into the passageway, turned and gawked at them, then crumbled to the ground with a neat hole in his forehead. Raphael stifled a curse. He pushed behind Private Emily, confirmed the man was dead, not much doubt about it with his brains splattered on the wall, and then turned to Emily, forcing himself to keep his voice even. "Private, I want you to question this man and find out where the combat command center is," he ordered. Private Emily scrunched her face in confusion. "But, sir, he's dead." Raphael stuck his face close to hers. "That's right, Private. That's why I told you we wanted a live prisoner, because it is considerably harder to interrogate a dead one." Private Emily looked abashed. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." "You are long-range reconnaissance, Private," he reminded her. "You are more than your trigger finger." "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, they bagged a prisoner. A smiling Private Emily hauled the man off the floor by his collar and presented him to Captain Ayton. The man was in a uniform that suggested he worked in one of the support services, like environmental or engineering. He glared at them defiantly. Raphael nodded to Sergeant Mayman, who stuck a spray injector against the prisoner's neck and injected him with a fast-acting, tell-all drug. In a moment, the pupils in his eyelids dilated, and the muscles in his face relaxed and softened. He looked for all the world like he was about to take a nap. He smiled a goofy smile. Raphael leaned closer and smiled warmly. "Hi, my name's Raph. What's yours?" 10 minutes after that, they had a map. Engineering was, not surprisingly, at the rear of the ship near the engines. Life support was on the 5th deck in the center of the ship. The bridge was on the 30th deck, about 1/4 of the way back from the bow, and the combat center was a mere 2 decks above where they were standing. Raphael uploaded it to the 4 companies. Colonel Tamari immediately issued orders. "Listen up. Fleet Marines are closest to engineering, so they get that. 1st Company gets the bridge, 2nd takes the combat center, and 3rd Company is in reserve. Be advised that prisoners have told us there are 500, repeat, 500 Dominion security forces on board. We have recovered the Krites and will be sending you reinforcements as soon as we can. Execute." 500 security forces? Ayton thought in disbelief. God's balls. "2nd Company, our target is the Combat Command Center. It is 2 decks above us on Deck 15. Move out." Alpha and Charlie platoons were still a couple of 100 yards out, moving as quickly as they could through the narrow corridors. Nur and Amali led the Bravo platoon up a series of stairs, guns raised to their shoulders. The stairs felt like a death trap. Hell, Raphael thought, the stairs were a death trap. At the top of the stairs was another corridor, disappearing left and right in a gentle curve. Raphael signaled to Colonel Tamari with a location check and sent a large glowing question mark. A moment later, Tamari replied, "Left, I think." Raphael signaled to Nur and Amali to go left. They had barely taken 2 steps when a grenade came hurling along the outer wall, slid to a stop 60 feet away, and blew up. The narrow corridor channeled the force of the explosion, and everyone in the front was knocked off their feet. 2 men didn't get up. The soldiers behind them laid down, suppressing fire to discourage the Dominion security forces from charging in. Instead, another grenade arched out. Everyone hastily retreated, and the grenade blew up harmlessly. Raphael looked at his watch. Time was slipping away. "Bina," he said softly to the platoon lieutenant, "take out that blocking force. I'm going to try to guide the other platoons to come at this from another side." Lieutenant Shalvey nodded briskly and turned to the soldiers strung out in a long line behind her. "Alpha Squad, take the corridor in the other direction and tell me what you find. Bravo Squad, send a wasp down there to see what they've got. Move it." One of the sergeants reached into a pocket and took out a small box, a little larger than a jeweler's box. He opened it and took out a tiny reconnaissance drone, activated it through his combat helmet, and sent it flying down the corridor and around the bend. The display from the Wasp drone projected onto Raphael's and Lieutenant Shelby's HUDs. 40 feet back from the turn in the corridor, 4 men sat with a tripod-mounted energy weapon of some sort. 2 of the enemy were crouched down behind clear ballistic shields. "That gun looks nasty enough, don't it?" the sergeant commented. Shelby sighed. It was never easy. "Okay, softballs, set them for 4 seconds. 3-second spread, 2 and 2. Moments later, 2 softball-sized spheres raced down the corridor, followed the curve through the bend, and then sped toward the 4 enemy defenders. It took the defenders a second to spot them in the dim corridor light, but then opened up with everything. The tripod gun turned out to be a heavy pulse laser. They successfully shot the first 2 softballs, but the second 2, following closely on their heels, got through and blew up, spraying the defenders with shrapnel. The 2 defenders behind the ballistic shields were knocked down by the blast concussion against their shields, but not taken out of the fight. "2 more," Shelby ordered. This time, as soon as the defenders saw the explosives rolling towards them, they retreated out of sight, and Shelby moved her platoon forward. The corridor gradually bent in a fixed curve, and every 100 feet or so they ran into more defenders, with more and more at each barricade. By this time, Raphael had guided the other 2 platoons onto Deck 15, coming at the Combat Command Center from the other side of the ship. They quickly met up with Shelby's 3rd squad, and then promptly ran into a large, well-defended barricade bristling with Dominion security forces armed with energy weapons. Wasps buzzed back and forth, and soon the visual picture was complete. Raphael and his troops held the western half of the circle, while the Dominion forces held the other half. Somewhere in that half, there was an entrance into the Combat Command Center, but punching through it would cost more of Raphael's 2nd Company to do it, and could take hours. And, in the meantime, the damned ducks were sending up reinforcements. Raphael could almost hear the clock ticking in his head. Raphael studied the map on his HUD, then went over and put his hand flat against the bulkhead. Sergeant Mayman stood beside him. "What do you think, sir?" the older man asked. "Sergeant Mayman," Raphael replied, white teeth flashing in a grin, "I think it's time to blow things up." Scanners showed the bulkhead was 4 inches thick, and they detected numerous electronic emissions and voices on the other side. It took 20 minutes to set the charges, then the platoon withdrew as far as they could around the bend and lay flat. Everyone sealed their helmets and turned the external audio off. Sergeant Mayman pressed the trigger. The cutting charge relied more on heat than actual explosive force. There was a distinct, high-pitched crump, followed by a hissing sizzle sound like drops of cold water hitting a hot frying pan. Then, a 7-foot-high, 10-foot-wide section of the bulkhead shuddered and sagged, then fell backwards into the room. No sooner had it hit the floor than Shelby's platoon was up and running through the opening. One brave soul pulled a pistol and began to fire, only to be dropped by a Mali with a crisp shot to the center of his forehead. 2 others ran frantically to the main entrance, intending to slap the emergency open button and let in help from the security guards on the outside. "Freeze!" Nur bellowed. One skidded to a halt and lived. The other desperately reached for the button and fell to Nur's sonic rifle. "Everybody down on the floor! Down! Anybody still standing will be shot!" shouted Lieutenant Shelby. The 15 surviving combat command crew lowered themselves to the floor. Refuge soldiers quickly swarmed over them, securing their hands and patting them down for weapons. Raphael A-10 ducked in long enough to make sure things were under control, then called Colonel Tamari. "This is Jumper 1, actual. The Combat Command Center is ours, for now at least," he told the colonel. "Can you get those tech boffins over here right away? We expect a counterattack any moment." "ETA 10 minutes, Tamari replied. "Krites are loaded and have been hovering near you." Tell our favorite ensign to make sure she puts them in the command center. Tell her we have a beacon broadcasting on the emergency frequency. Also, we need reinforcements and Marvins, as many as you can give us, Raphael said. Reinforcements will come by transporter, but we'll need to send shuttles with the Marvins. Understood. If you can get close enough, we could use some beekeepers. Beekeepers were the operators for the Wasp drones. Raphael wanted reconnaissance drones saturating the entire area around the command center. Already in the works, Jumper 1. Jumper 1 out. Raphael closed the circuit. Sergeant Mayman stood beside him. Word is that we took engineering, the sergeant said. But the Ducks have already launched a counterattack. Marines say they're holding, but as sure as my Aunt Edna died a virgin, they'll be screaming for help pretty soon. Raphael frowned, checking the disposition of his forces on the HUD. Then he called the other 2 refuge company commanders. The news was ugly. Raph, we are getting our asses kicked here. Chris Green was commander of 1st Company. She was shouting over the sound of fighting, and she sounded angry. We almost reached Environmental when we ran head-on into a Duck DID reinforced company. They've got bots and all sorts of nasty shit. What's your status, Chris? 20. 20. Dead. 30 walking wounded. She paused. I had to leave 3 of the more seriously wounded behind. The bastards just killed them. We are retreating down the main corridor to the shuttle bay we started at, but they are pushing us hard. The bots are very hard to kill. Also, the Ducks keep flanking us and popping up behind us. I think they are going up a floor and running until they are behind us, then just taking a stairway down. I have sent troops to probe ahead of us. The word from 3rd Company was equally grim. We are trying to get to Combat Command to help you, Ahmed Hamid of 3rd Company told him. He was breathless and panting. We're coming fast, but they've got a bunch of bots with flamethrowers and cannons chasing us. We're on deck 10 now, and I'm moving up to 12 to try to shake them off. I can certainly use you, Ahmed. What's your ETA? 15 or 20 minutes, Hamid panted. Raphael checked his HUD and queried 3rd Company's casualty status. He blinked when he saw the results. He shook his head. That had to be wrong. Ahmed, Caesar says you have a 50% casualty rate. Is that right? These damn bots are chewing us up, Raph. 60 dead or missing, many wounded. Getting low on ammo and batteries. No more wasps, so we can't scout out our route to you. Raphael thought frantically. The platoon he was embedded with had come along an open passageway on Deck 13, lined with heavy equipment and high catwalks to allow maintenance on the machinery. It would make a nice spot for snipers. Ahmed, listen. Go all the way up to 13, then come straight towards the Combat Command Center. Be advised there are Ducks wandering around up here, but they are mostly preoccupied with us right now. I am sending someone to help you on 13, so ID your targets before you fire. Jumper 1 out. Raphael looked around to see who he could send. His eyes fell on Amali and Noor. Amali, Noor, grab 5 guys, go down to 13, and get in position on the catwalks to cover 3rd Company as they come in. You're shooting bots, so take the heavy plasma rifles. Watch your rear and watch your flanks. The Ducks know this ship a hell of a lot better than we do. Go. Sergeant Mayman called from the corridor. Got a Duck bot coming! Raphael took a deep breath. He suddenly flashed to when he and Emily were being chased by Grogan in the forest high above his home village. Stay focused, Raph. He thumbed his comm. Jumper 1 actual to tower. ETA on reinforcements? Soon, Jumper 1. Colonel Tamari replied instantly. We're trying to get the shuttles carrying the Marvins past the 2 Duck cruisers. Soon. Raphael grunted. Somebody else's problem. Tower, Jumper 1. Get the boffins here and we can take out the cruisers. But hurry, we are under heavy attack. Jumper 1, Tower. Krite is 5 minutes out. 30 miles away from the Dominion battleship Vengeance, senior pilot Stephanie Mastromonaco scanned the sensor display. Dozens of small ships buzzed around the enemy cruisers, which sent up a hellstorm of anti-missile fire. Fire from the battleship had stopped abruptly, which told her that the troops who had transported over earlier must have taken the key targets. No one was painting her ship or seemed aware she was there. All to the good. On board her Krite, she had 21 passengers, including 20 very frightened Victorian tech specialists trained on how to fly and fight a Dominion battleship. They were not soldiers. Every time a stray explosion made the ship lurch, they screamed and looked frantically up at the ceiling. She shook her head in exasperation. Didn't they understand that if a missile hit them, they'd never even know what happened? No matter. Her job was to get in close to the Vengeance and beam the techs to the right room. She goosed her thrusters and dropped closer to the battleship. Big sucker, she thought, then blanched when a targeting sensor beam painted her. "Enemy sensors!" Gertrude warned. "Evade! Evade!" Without thinking, Mastromonaco dropped 100 feet and shot sideways 1,000 feet. A small anti-missile sped past, streaming a red exhaust trail, missing her by no more than 200 feet. Mastromonaco dropped another 1,000 feet and jinked hard to the right, then climbed and jinked to the left. She never saw it, but Gertrude screamed, Laser beam to port!" "Gertrude, tell me where it came from!" Mastromonaco snapped. A red circle appeared on the visual image of the Vengeance. "Magnify!" Mastromonaco ordered, taking the ship into a tight spiral towards the battleship. Another anti-missile sped past her. "Keep on missing," she pleaded silently. "Keep on missing." The image flickered and zoomed in. On the hull of the battleship, 2 gun blisters sat side by side, one identified as an anti-missile turret and the other as a laser turret. Somebody down there was firing on independent control, showing a little initiative. "Great, just friggin' great," she muttered darkly. "Don't you guys know I'm supposed to be stealthy?" She couldn't stay out here exposed for very long without getting tagged by one of those guns. She scanned the battleship's hull, which was cluttered with gun blisters, sensor bubbles, environmental controls, and God knew what else. Then she saw something that made her grin. Halfway down the hull, there was a pair of stubby wings sticking out, not for flying, but as a platform for more sensor nodes. Underneath those wings, her little Krite would be invisible to the 2 gun turrets that were causing her so many problems. "Hang on, boys and girls!" she whooped, then plunged down toward the hull like a rocket, violently jigging side to side. 3 minutes later, she flipped the ship upside down, slid sideways using the little docking thrusters, and then clamped onto the underside of the wing. She let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Safe. For the moment, at least, they were safe. "Thank you for flying on Krite Airlines," she said sweetly to her passengers, most of whom were vomit-stained and shaken to their core. "Now please get the hell off my ship and go win the war." The transporter operator, green with nausea, located the beacon from the long-range recon leader, calibrated the jump, and pushed the initiation button, then slumped back in his chair. "God's balls, I feel terrible," he complained, then threw up for the 3rd time. A scant moment later, a snowstorm erupted on the Vengeance's Combat Command Center. 21 human shapes appeared in the swirling, blowing snow, then solidified into real people. Rather sad-looking, ragged people, Raphael Eitan thought skeptically. A few of the techs sagged to the floor, some dry-heaving helplessly. The rest just stood there looking dumbfounded. Except for one. "All right, people," Emily Tuttle said cheerfully. "We had a fun ride in, but now we have work to do." Raphael walked to her and saluted, then smiled. "I'm glad to see you, Commander," he said, trying hard to keep it formal and not entirely succeeding. "But what we really need are some reinforcements." "About a minute behind me, Raph," she said, smiling back at him. Just for a moment, her mind darted back to their night together on Atlas. Then a tech standing near her, dry-heaved and collapsed to the floor, moaning. So much for romance. Raf, these are all tech boffins with no combat experience. They just came into a hot landing and had their first transporter experience. As you can see, they're nauseous and dehydrated. Do you have some water or even sweet tea we can get into them? Sweet tea? Here? Aiton started to look around, but Sergeant Mayman was at his elbow. "I'll take care of it, sir," the sergeant said briskly. He glanced at Emily. Whoever this Vicky commander was, it was pretty obvious the captain was rather smitten with her. Sergeant Mayman, therefore, would make sure that the captain looked like the most competent, efficient captain in the long and storied history of the Refuge Long-Range Reconnaissance Force. That's what sergeants do, or at least that is what sergeants do if they like their captain. What was left of Ahmed Hamid's 3rd Company staggered up to Deck 13. Behind them, 4 armored combat bots slowly negotiated the stairs. The soldiers of 3rd Company reached the top of the stairs and found themselves in a very long, open passageway, lined with what looked like storage tanks on the left and right. On either side, tucked in just below the ceiling, ran a long catwalk. From the far end of the passageway, a white light blinked on and off, stopped, then repeated. A voice spoke into his helmet speaker. "Got you covered, Captain," the voice said laconically. "But it would be best if you moved ass. Our WASP says those damn bots are almost at the top of the stairs." Captain Hamid took a deep, shuddering breath. "We've got friendly snipers up in the catwalks," he shouted to his troops. "Move out fast to the far end. Nobody gets left behind. Drop gear except for guns and ammo. Go!" But they were not capable of speed. Those who were not wounded were too tired. Those who were not too tired helped the wounded. They moved at a lurching, staggering shuffle, nervously looking over their shoulders at the bastard bots from hell that had already killed half their company and just kept coming. They kept coming with energy beams, projectile weapons, and twice, when the bots had closed the distance enough, with flamethrowers that had all but shattered the morale of the 3rd Company and sent men screaming in panic. The first bot made it to the top of the stairs and turned to pursue them. Seeing its prey, it opened fire with a laser beam, but then rocked backwards as a plasma pulse scorched its front sensors. Its gyros compensated, and the bot stabilized. Then a second plasma bolt struck it, then a third. As programmed, it fired all of its weapons, hoping to kill or at least suppress its unseen enemy. 4 more plasma beams struck its front panel in quick succession, finally burning through the armor and frying its internal circuitry. The bot stopped firing and just stood there, inert. "Tough bastard," Corporal Nur murmured, a little awed that it took 7 plasma bolts to stop the damn thing. "Not tough enough," Private Amali grinned. Around her, the other snipers chuckled. Amali glanced at her energy pack, still at 90%. Smiling contently, she put the scope back up to her eye and settled into the simple pleasure of killing things at a distance. "Here comes the next one." The snipers went back to work. The first Dominion attack to take back the command center was rushed, and the DID officer didn't really have enough troops to pull it off. He augmented his attack with 2 combat bots, using them as shock troops. The bots were each 7 feet tall, painted black with demonic scarlet faces that leered at their prey and bristled with weapons. Hoping to shatter the resolve of the Vicky troops in the command center, the DID officer sent one of the bots forward to scout out the defenses and demolish them. The combat bot moved silently, hovering 4 inches above the deck on an electromagnetic cushion. When it came in contact with the enemy, it would start playing the discordant, frantic movement of The Rite of Spring by Igor Stravinsky. This had been selected by the PsyOps researchers as the sound most apt to cause a human being to flinch and run. It had certainly had that effect on audiences when The Rite of Spring first premiered on Old Earth. The bot moved boldly down the corridor, passing side corridors and rooms with little more than a quick scan by its thermal sensors. Up ahead, 5 softballs suddenly bounced around the corner, fixed on the bot and accelerated towards it. The bot blasted them with shotgun pellets and needler weapons, and the softballs exploded harmlessly. The bot paused, concentrating most of its sensors on the corridor in front of it. 20 feet behind it, Sergeant Mayman quietly opened a door and glanced outside. Seeing no infantry support for the bot, he lobbed the plasma grenade underhanded and stepped back into the room. The bot, sensing the motion, whirled about, opening fire with needlers, shotguns, and even a laser that slashed left to right at knee height, none of which affected the plasma grenade overly much. It blew up 2 feet away from the bot, encapsulating it with searing heat and slag. It disrupted the bot's electromagnetic propulsion, and the bot dropped to the floor, still upright, but immobile. The blast also melted most of the bot's sensors, leaving it blind, and melted its armor plate, closing or warping most of its firing tubes. The bot still had energy, but it couldn't move, see, or fire any of its weapon systems. Annoyed but undaunted, the DID officer sent in the second bot, this time heavily supported by some 70 soldiers. They snaked down the main corridor and 2 side corridors, hoping to get close enough to the heavy blast doors at the command center to plant cutting charges on it. Inside the command center, A-10 decided to leave the blast doors closed, but sent troops out the back and flanked the ducts to harass them with sniper attacks and grenades. This worked for about 30 minutes, until the DID officers stopped to consider just where these harassing attacks were coming from. Some dogged reconnaissance revealed that the Vickies had blasted through the rear of the command center, so the DID officer moved the focus of his attack. He left a light covering force on the blast doors and sent the rest around to the rear to press the attack there. About this time, Captain Hamid's company reached the combat command center. Although they were still short on ammo, his men's morale had gotten a boost from seeing the duck bots shot to pieces by the snipers. Now, 3rd Company wanted payback. When they came around the bend and saw only 6 men covering the blast doors to the command center, they didn't hesitate. There was no fancy maneuvering, no clever plan. They just opened up with everything they had and mowed down the unfortunate Dominions. In 3 seconds, it was over. Hamid's soldiers looked at the bloody carnage they had wrought, and then nodded in satisfaction and smiled at one another. It felt pretty good to be on the giving end for a change. A speaker on the blast doors crackled to life. "Ahmed, this is Raf. Nice job. We are opening the doors. Please come inside fast. Our wasps tell us more ducks are on the way." Emily's crew of specialists wandered around the combat command center, cups of tea held in shaky hands, trying to find familiar equipment. They had been trained on the equipment that Victorian spies had reported was on the bridge and combat command center of Dominion battleships, but, of course, things were never quite the same in real life, and this was no exception. One by one, or 2 by 2, they gradually found what they were looking for and sat down to get better acquainted with the controls. Emily tried not to hover, but as the sounds of fighting outside intensified, she leaned over to the person at the weapons station. "Fiona, how long before you can track a target and shoot?" Fiona Campbell pursed her lips in thought. "Oh, Mum, I should think 5 or 10 minutes, no more." "It is just like the simulators, isn't it?" "As fast as you can, Fiona," Emily said. From across the room, Raphael A-10 beckoned to her. "What have you got, Raph?" "4 shuttles just landed in one of the shuttle bays," he grinned at her. "They've got 10 Marvins and their controllers, and they're starting a sweep through the ship. 3 Marvins are coming here, 2 to engineering and 2 to the bridge." Emily felt a surge of elation and relief. "Can we hold until they get here?" Raphael grimaced and shrugged. "I think so, but it will be heavy going." Emily looked around the command center. The work consoles were scattered throughout the room. Once the fighting got inside, all of her specialists would be exposed to enemy fire. Fiona Campbell's weapons console was just a few feet away from the breach in the wall that Raph had blasted, There was no way she would be able to handle the targeting of those two Dutch cruisers once the bullets started flying. She absently rubbed the bump on her nose as she thought about it. How do you defeat the enemy without fighting? She turned and looked at the captives huddled in the corner. One of them bore the rank of Dominion Admiral. Okay, then. Emily squatted down beside him. Admiral, you have a problem. No, Commander, Admiral Baum retorted. You have the problem. In about 3 minutes, the DID will storm this place with their dragon bots, and you will be dead. I suggest that you surrender to me now if you wish to spare your troops. Emily laughed. You know, last time a Dominion officer told me that, I had to blast her out of space. She reached forward to open his tunic. He tried to squirm away, but one of the refuge long-range recon soldiers grabbed him and held him still. Emily felt inside the tunic and withdrew a large wallet. In it was an ID card, a money chip, a card for a restaurant on Timor she had never heard of, and 3 photographs. The Admiral looked at the pictures, his lips thin with stress, then turned away, feigning indifference. Interesting. Following her hunch, Emily inspected each of the pictures. The first was one of the Admiral himself, much younger, standing with a number of classmates at the Dominion War Academy. The second was a picture of the Admiral with a petite, luminous woman with raven black hair and pale, pale skin. She was very pretty, but if Emily guessed correctly, she was also ill. She flipped the picture around and saw the date was 26 years earlier. She flipped it back and studied the Admiral's face. The woman was looking at the camera, but the Admiral was gazing at her with great adoration. The look on his face was a mixture of love and of fierce protectiveness. Emily looked up. I'm sorry about your wife, Admiral. What did she die of? Admiral Baum clenched his jaw. Her name was Julia. She died of acute lymphoblastic leukemia. He fell silent, but Emily had the distinct impression he had been just about to say something more. A young Dominion warrior, perhaps already being groomed for an admiral's star. A beautiful young wife with a cruel disease. What else? What was she missing? She looked at the last picture. All of the pieces abruptly fell together. The last photograph showed a young man in a Dominion cadet's uniform, with the gold braid of an honor graduate, standing in front of the Dominion War Academy. He had dark hair and pale skin, the color of moonlight, and he looked so much like his long-dead mother that it made Emily catch her breath. And standing beside him, beaming with a father's pride, was Admiral Baum. Your son looks like his mother, Emily said matter-of-factly. The Admiral said nothing. Having children is a wonderful thing, she continued, and in your case doubly so because he is a constant reminder of his mother. You must cherish him, for every time you see him you can see her living through him. Admiral Baum kept silent, but there may have been the slightest nod. There was something more, something the Admiral was still hiding. She glanced at his uniform again. Not black, so he wasn't DID, just a normal part of the Dominion fleet. No way to know his politics. But he was an admiral. He was in charge of the Dominion's largest battleship, at least since the death of Admiral Mello. She glanced again at the photograph of the son's graduation. What hopes and aspirations did he have for his son, his only living child, his only link to his beloved wife? And then she had it, mentally chiding herself for not seeing it earlier. Admiral Baum, she said evenly, we have just landed shuttles in your shuttle bays. They brought with them Victoria's version of your combat robots. There are 20 of them, she lied. They are each more armored and more heavily armed than your bots. Dragons, he supplied. Then your dragons. We call our combat robots Marvins. With 20 of them on board, I can pull our soldiers back to secure areas and let the Marvins roam around until they have killed everyone on board the Vengeance. Every last person. Do you understand? You wouldn't do that, he protested, but she could see the doubt. After all, he knew what the Dominions had done. Emily leaned over until her mouth was just an inch from his ear, invading his psychological space and forcing a sense of intimacy that would put him off balance. Admiral Baum, we didn't start this war. You ambushed our fleet, then you attacked Cornwall. You dropped nuclear weapons on our homeworld and killed our queen. You took 2 of our soldiers as prisoners, and your Dominion Intelligence Directorate thugs raped the woman for 6 months and chopped the hands off the man. I had nothing to do with. And then, Emily pressed on, Citizen Director Nasto ordered that Cornwall be bombed with antimatter bombs until it was nothing more than ashes and everyone was dead. We stopped that, she told him, choosing to omit that one of his fellow admirals was really the one who intervened. But we still lost over 25 million souls. So here's what I'm going to do. She held up the picture of his son. First, Admiral, I'm going to send your son's photograph to all of the Marvins with instructions that they are to scour the ship for your son. And when they find him, they are to shoot him in the head and then drag his body back here for you to see what you could have prevented. Then, I'm going to send orders to every Victorian soldier on board this ship, telling them that they are to hunt down everyone on board and shoot them. No prisoners. Baum stared at her with a mixture of cold fury and pure horror. Your son will die within the next hour unless you surrender this ship and tell your security forces to stand down, Emily told him in a flat tone. She could see he believed her. Admiral Baum scowled at her. You are a ruthless, immoral witch. Emily nodded in agreement. You decided to wage total war against Victoria, Admiral. This is what total war feels like. 15 minutes later, the last of the Dominion security forces had piled their weapons in a corner and were being led to a shuttle bay under the guns of 10 Marvin combat bots. The last of the Dominion Dragon bots had been deactivated. Then Emily had Baum order the 2 Dominion cruisers to surrender. One shut down its weapon systems and turned off its power plant, but the other tried to run, accelerating wildly, spitting chaff and jammers. The missiles and energy beams of the Vengeance caught it within seconds and sent it tumbling, airless and shattered. A few life pods shot out, set a course for Timor, and soon vanished from sight. They'll warn the ducks we're coming, Fiona Campbell cautioned. Yes, Emily replied. They will. She smiled. It took 3 days of frantic, round-the-clock activity to ship all of the Dominion prisoners to POW camps back at Refuge. They decided on Refuge rather than Victoria because Emily was afraid that the prisoners would be lynched if they were housed there. It had become a war of ghastly horrors, and Emily did not want to add another one. Admiral Baum was reunited with his son. Baum had never been a demonstrative man. Few career military men are. But when he saw his son, alive and well, the Admiral covered his face with his hands and wept. More crews were brought in from Cornwall to man the Dominion battleship and cruisers. The Victorian fleet had just added 3 large capital ships to their ranks. The HMS Vengeance was now the largest ship in either the Victorian or Dominion fleets. Emily transferred back to the Refuge carrier Rabat, which now had a full complement of Grogan gunboats with full crews. On the 4th day, the new assault force, made up of 1 battleship, 4 cruisers, 6 destroyers, 4 carriers, a hedgehog, a repair vessel, and a gaggle of owls and tugboats, moved deeper into Dominion space to meet up with Captain Etter and Admiral Duthat. Phase 1 was complete. Chapter 47. The Final Battle. Admiral Kaiser had 2 insurmountable problems. First, he had fewer ships than the Victorians, and the ships he had were smaller, with fewer missile tubes and lasers. And second, he was hamstrung by Citizen Director Nasto and that little weasel, Hudis. Despite all of his arguments and pleadings, they insisted that the fleet be kept in orbit around Timor, rather than let him aggressively patrol and then meet the Vickies in a moving battle. In a moving battle, he could use stealth, deceit, and maneuverability to compensate for his fewer numbers. but tied to the planet, he would be forced to go toe-to-toe with a heavier opponent. He had already received word that the battleship Vengeance, the Dominion's pride and glory, had been captured. Not only did he have to suffer its loss, but it was actually in enemy hands and would be used against the Dominion. Captain Astrid Drescher of the frigate Draugr had volunteered to go hunt for the Vengeance and destroy it, but Kaiser had told her no. He thought the battle, and the war, might take a different turn, and if it did, he would need as many Astrid Dreschers as he could find. The enemy force that had come through the wormhole from Victoria had now moved deeper into Dominion space. Kaiser had sent out scouts, of course, but the Vickies had detected the scouts and destroyed them, so now Kaiser was not sure where the force was. Worse, it was a relatively small force, only 15 ships. Where was the rest of the Victorian fleet? There was another battleship out there somewhere, plus a bunch of Victorian heavy cruisers and God knew how many destroyers. And the cursed carriers, though in his mind Kaiser still could not think of them as a serious threat. But where were they? From which direction would they come? He shook his head. If the citizen director would not let him send out patrols to locate and fix the Vickies, then he had to have as many ships as he could find to protect Timor. The citizen director had insisted that Kaiser leave 12 ships to protect the Might of the People shipworks, but Kaiser knew that that was not enough and that he really needed them here at Timor, where they might do some good. Taking a breath, he mentally stepped back. Every enemy has a weakness, a flaw that can be exploited if the time and the conditions were right. For the Vickies, it had always been their insufferable arrogance. It was a cultural conceit, a personality flaw of an entire people. That had allowed the Dominions and the Tilica to lure the vaunted Victorian fleet into the ambush in Tilica space, and that had allowed Admiral Mello to make his surprise attack against the Vicky homeworld itself, with devastating results. The Vickies' arrogance had been rubbed in their faces, but had they really learned anything? Or, even now, could he take advantage of their Achilles' heel? He stared moodily at the hologram of Timor's defenses, mentally figuring out how he would go about defeating them if he were the Victorian admiral. He studied the hologram for a long time, then nodded briskly to himself. Some risks were worth taking. "One of the owls is scouting out the MOP works," Toby Partridge called out. "Sensor packet coming in now." The original plan was to bypass the MOP works altogether and proceed directly to the planet, but it never hurt to look. "Put it up, Toby," Emily said. The main hologram flickered as the new data was added. The forts protecting the MOP works were still there, but oddly, there were fewer of them. Where there had been 11 active forts, now there were only 4. And the defending ships. She leaned forward to look at the information bars, then frowned. "Can this be right?" she asked. Chief Gibson folded his arms and shook his head. "That's what the sensors say, but we need to confirm it." "Which owl reported in with this?" Emily asked. "Laughing Owl, ma'am," Partridge replied. Emily's eyebrows went up, and she exchanged a glance with Alex Rudd. Captain Zahiri was the most experienced of all the owl captains. She would have sent an annotation if she thought the data was either wrong or incomplete. "Well, this is tempting," she said to Rudd. "Very tempting." She took a breath. "Okay, here's what we have. The Ducks have pulled back most of their forts and ships from the MOP Works shipyard to defend their planet. Good news for us. Sensors only pick up 12 destroyers and 4 forts. No battleships, no cruisers. This looks too good to pass up. The fort looks like they are positioned such that they can't support one another, so we are going to take out just one fort to give us a path into the shipyard, then concentrate on taking out the destroyers. I don't want to lose anybody, so let's keep a distance and just chip away at them." Alex Rudd and Chief Gibson looked at one another, then shrugged. "How do you want to take the fort?" Emily considered this, absently rubbing her nose. Well, shoot. Let's start by asking them to give up. It took almost 30 minutes to get the commander of the MOP Works defense on the comm screen. Finally, a balding, pudgy man of about 50 appeared, wearing the uniform of an admiral. "I'm Admiral Manfred Duer," he said solemnly. "To whom am I speaking?" "I am Commander Emily Tuttle of the Victorian 1st Assault Force," Emily said crisply. "Admiral, I am calling to give you a chance to surrender." She was sending her reply not only to the MOP Works itself, but to all of the Dominion forts and destroyers. "You must realize that we have a force strong enough to defeat you. Perhaps more importantly, you must know that Timor has abandoned you. There will be no reinforcements, Admiral. You are on your own. I am giving you this chance to save the lives of the men and women under your command." Admiral Duer looked at her with disapproval. Emily was reminded of a French general during World War II on Old Earth who insisted on surrendering only to someone of equal rank. "Commander, you presume too much," he said haughtily. "I can assure you that your force is insufficient to penetrate our defenses and that, if you try, you shall die. Moreover, I have been assured by the Citizen Director himself that if I call for reinforcements, they will come." This was just what Emily expected. She opted for planting a seed of doubt, if not for Admiral Duer, then for anyone else listening in on the broadcast. "I rather doubt that, Admiral. We have been eavesdropping on the Citizen Director's communications. He has no intention of supporting you. That's why he had those other forts towed back to Timor. That's why most of the warships were recalled. The Citizen Director is hoping that before you fall, you might take a few of my ships with you. Soften us up, so to speak." Emily smiled. "That is not going to happen. We're going to start with the fort nearest us. We'll begin in 20 minutes. If you want, order them to take their lifeboats now, because in a little while it will be too late." Emily cut the communication. Rudd looked at her amused. "We've been eavesdropping on the Citizen Director?" Emily shrugged. "No, but if we had, that's what I expect we would have heard. You never know, it might make Duer a little less confident." She turned to Toby Partridge. "Get me Captain Zahiri of the Laughing Owl on the comm, Toby. I'll take it in my day room." A minute later, Emily was seated in the privacy of her day room, and Sadia Zahiri was looking at her from the comm screen. "It's time, Sadia," Emily told her. "I need to send you on your errand." No lifeboats left the Dominion fort. 2 hours after the conversation with the Admiral, the first asteroid was maneuvered into position and sent hurtling toward the fort from 30,000 miles away. The fort fired a volley of missiles on the ships involved, but at that distance there was enough time to spoof the missiles, shoot them down or evade them. The first asteroid missed, as did the second. The fort caught the third with 3 missiles, causing it to break up into several pieces. 2 of those pieces slammed into the fort, pushing it very slightly out of its fixed orbit around the MOP works, giving it a spin and a wobble. On the Rabat, Emily frowned, then ordered the next asteroids to be released closer to the fort. "Bring it in to 20,000 miles." Next to her, Alex Rudd shifted his feet. "Don't get impatient, Emily," he said in a low voice. "We've got time. Reel 'em in slow. We have to make them believe. And we don't want to lose any of our ships for nothing." Emily stifled a retort, then mentally shook herself. "Disregard that order," she corrected. "Release at 28,000 miles." She glanced at Rudd, who smiled and nodded. "Impatience is the hobgoblin of little admirals," he said pompously. "Keep it up, Cadet Tuttle, and I might let you graduate from my tactics course yet." Emily snorted rudely. Rudd chuckled. From the communications console, Toby Partridge cast them an inquisitive look, which made Emily turn away to hide her smile. "Much better," Rudd told her softly. The next 3 asteroids missed, one by a scant 100 yards. Finally, the last asteroid squarely smashed into it, buckling the fort's armor plate and rupturing its hull. The fort staggered further out of orbit, venting a huge cloud of air behind it. A few minutes later, lifeboats shot out of the fort's shuttle bays, turned and headed for the MOP works. The tactical map now looked like a sack. By taking out this fort, they had opened the sack on one end. In the middle of the sack lay the might of the people shipworks. Above and below the shipyard were two forts, with a third far behind the shipyard forming the end of the sack. The 12 Dominion destroyers were about even with the shipyard. The shipyard, in turn, was within missile and laser range of each of the three forts, so whoever went into the sack to get the shipyard would be exposed to fire from at least one of the forts. The door to the MOP works was open, a little. Emily's best move, she knew, was to now take out a second fort, leaving a much larger and safer hole through which to attack the MOP works. And she would have done that if the MOP works had been the real objective. "Bring the tugs in closer, 20,000 miles, and throw the next batch towards the shipyard," Emily instructed. She glanced a little anxiously at Chief Gibson. "Master Chief, anything?" Although the combat center was cool, Master Chief Gibson was sweating, droplets of water reflecting in his gray hair. Gods of our mothers, the Master Chief is getting old, Emily realized with astonishment. "Nothing yet," he said. The Dominion destroyers shot mountains of chaff into the zone between the shipyard and the Victorian forces, fogging the Victorian sensors and daring Emily to move closer. But Emily raised the dare. She didn't need to move closer because recon drones on the other side of the chaff cloud told her precisely where the shipyard was. The first asteroid missed the shipyard and went tumbling harmlessly into space. The second and third got closer, but still missed. The fourth looked dead on, but laser and missile fire from the shipyard and the forts broke it up just in time, the pieces flying either side of the shipyard. The Dominion destroyers began to creep up to the left and right of the sack, anticipating that the tugboats would have to move closer in if they hoped to score a hit. "The destroyers are creeping up," Master Chief Gibson warned. Emily grinned at Alex Rudd. "Almost time." She got the rest of the assault force on the comm and snapped out orders. In orbit around Timor, Admiral Kaiser had been following the battle closely, using information beamed to the Fortitude directly from the might of the people shipworks and the three remaining forts. It had pained him to lose the fourth fort, but he needed the Vickies solidly committed. "Admiral Dewar," he said, "how are you holding up?" Admiral Dewar grinned wolfishly. "We've had a couple of close calls, but we're holding our own. The Vickies are still throwing rocks at us, but I think they're getting ready to send in their ships to take a crack at the destroyers." "Keep their attention, Admiral. That's all I ask. Keep their attention." Dewar laughed again, a man who enjoyed a good fight. "It will be my pleasure, Admiral Kaiser. It will be my pleasure." Emily watched the battle hologram. Yes, the duck destroyers were creeping in. "Mildred, tell me when they have reached missile range." "Yes, Commander," Mildred replied. Another asteroid missed the shipyard, this one by a wider margin. The Dominion destroyers crossed the invisible line in space that brought them within range of the Victorian missiles. "Now!" Emily shouted. "Now!" Admiral Dewar cried. Many things happened in an instant. The Dominion cruisers volleyed 100 missiles against the Victorians, then accelerated madly forward, laser beams stabbing out. The HMS Vengeance, the Victorians' newest battleship, fired 60 missiles in return. Its crew, still new to the Dominion control systems, fumbled for a gut-wrenching moment to get their laser batteries online, then began to pepper the oncoming destroyers with 10 and 12-inch lasers. Emily's 6 destroyers darted forward, each volleying its missiles, then concentrating all of their lasers on 2 specific duck destroyers. The assault force's only Hedgehog swept forward with them, already targeting incoming missiles. The 4 Victorian cruisers concentrated all of their 80 missiles against the fort to the left of the MOP works, then accelerated in to blast it with laser strikes while reloading their second volley. The 4 carriers, Rabat, Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod, split up, with Rabat and Haifa diving below the plane of advance so that they would be looking up at the MOP works, and the Rishon and Ashdod climbing up so that they would be looking down at it. Inside the carriers, a total of 300 gunboats waited for the order to launch. Many of the crews were new and untried, and they sat in their gunships, stomachs clenched with anxiety, bile in their throats. More than 240 missiles passed each other in flight, their guidance systems trying desperately to parse through chaff and jammers and lock onto the real targets. The Victorian missiles had the benefit of numerous recon drones beaming them real-time data on both the destroyers and the fort on the left, which everyone had decided to call the Alamo. The Victorian Hedgehog burst into action, shooting hundreds of laser beams and dozens of small anti-missile missiles against the incoming flock of Dominion missiles. 3 minutes later, the surviving missiles on either side reached their targets. One of the Victorian destroyers seemed to pause mid-flight, then shuddered and tumbled. Life pods popped out from all sides as the crew hastily evacuated the stricken ship. 3 other Victorian destroyers took hits but continued forward, damage control teams racing to put out fires and temporarily seal hull breaches. The Dominion ships were fewer in number and had more missiles and lasers aimed at them. One of them was already heavily damaged by laser strikes, which knocked out its anti-missile system. Naked before the incoming missiles, its crew was in the midst of abandoning ship when the missiles struck. It fireballed, killing all of the crew still on board, and incinerating several of the life pods attempting to flee. 2 other Dominion destroyers were crippled, tumbling and turning as internal explosions tore them apart. Of the remaining 9, 6 took hits but stayed in the fight. One of the unharmed destroyers, its captain succumbing to panic, abruptly turned and ran, trailing chaff and decoys. On the left flank of the battle, missiles from the 4 Victorian cruisers closed in on the Alamo, but the Alamo's strong anti-missile system began knocking them down, 1 by 1 and 2 by 2, then 3 by 3. 10 of the 80 missiles fell, then 15, then 30, then 50. Of the original 80, only 15 reached their target, and of those only 5 successfully breached the hull. The fort was hurt, but not crippled, and it began to pour out a steady stream of missiles and lasers at the incoming Victorians. "Press on," Emily calmed to the ship captains. If her ships could punch through the Dominion destroyers, they would be so close to the MOP works that the forts wouldn't dare fire on them for fear of accidentally hitting their precious shipyard. She glanced anxiously at the sensor display and the battle hologram. Where were they? Had she misjudged the whole thing? Then everything changed, for the worse. One moment there were 3 Dominion forts and the MOP works struggling to hold their own. And the next moment, 28 Dominion warships were boiling out of the sensor shadow behind each of the forts and the MOP works to join the fight. Multiple contacts! Multiple contacts! Master Chief Gibson shouted. "We have 20 additional destroyers and what looks like 8 frigates. The frigates are coming from the rearmost fort. 7 destroyers from the left fort, 7 from the right fort, and 6 coming from behind the MOP works. All the destroyers are in missile and energy range. Frigates will be in range in 6 minutes." Emily recalled the earlier recon estimates of the total forces guarding Timor. She allowed herself a surge of satisfaction. The Dominion admiral had screwed up. This ambush had left him with only 20 or so ships to guard the planet. Finite resources, she thought to herself. We all have to make do with finite resources. The trick was in exploiting your enemy's finite resources while not allowing your own to make you vulnerable. Download the sensor update and send the communication drones, she ordered. Then, Toby, connect me to all ships. Across the command center, he punched some buttons and then nodded to her. All ships, disengage now. Disengage now and proceed to the planet. Orders to the carriers. Launch all gunboats to cover the warships. As the Dominion destroyers and frigates raced forward, all of the Victorian cruisers, destroyers, and carriers abruptly turned away, dark matter brakes flaring, and dove towards the planet. The Hedgehog, named the Lochaber Axe, fell in with the rear line of the retreating ships and began to shoot down incoming Dominion missiles. Other ships dumped chaff and mines. Tasting blood, the Dominion forces accelerated further. On the Dominion battleship Fortitude, orbiting the planet Timor, Admiral Kaiser frowned in confusion. The trap had been sprung, and the Vickies were running, but why were they running towards him? No matter. He began issuing orders, getting the planet-side missile batteries and his remaining fleet ready to fire if the Vickies came within range. He paused, nodding slowly to himself. His plan was working well so far. So why did he feel uneasy? The Dominion destroyers began to outpace the cruisers and brought the Victorian ships into missile range first. There was, fortunately, no concentrated volley of missiles, so Lochaber Axe was able to knock down the incoming missiles without difficulty. Then the Grogan gunboats flashed in to swarm the two leading destroyers, blanketing them with missiles and laser strikes. The destroyers abruptly jinked and veered away, holed in numerous places by laser fire and missile strikes. 4 more destroyers that had been overtaking the Victorian ships prudently powered back to let the other Dominion warships catch up. 30-second countdown has commenced, Mildred announced calmly, but loud enough to pierce through the noise on the command center. 27, 26. Carriers to start recovering the gunboats, Emily said into the comm. All gunboats to be aboard. If a carrier is not available, land in the shuttle bay of the nearest ship. 22, 21. Within missile range of the planet's defense envelope in 60 seconds, Master Chief Gibson said loudly. Dominions continue to overtake us from behind, within their missile range in 40 seconds. On the holodisplay, there was a ripple of pulsing lights that indicated mine explosions. The ducks ran into the minefield, Rudd exulted. He tapped his keyboard for a moment, leaning closer to peer at the data display. We got one for sure and may have damaged some others. On the holodisplay, one red square suddenly flared and disappeared, while 2 others veered left and right and seemed to slow down. 10, 9, 8. Prepare for DMB and flip up, Emily broadcast. On the Dominion ship Fortitude, Admiral Kaiser watched in growing wonderment as the Victorian raiders hurtled directly at him. He shook his head. What were they trying to do? In a few seconds they would be vulnerable to fire from the planet, from his orbiting ships and from the Dominion warships chasing them. Were they mad? 2, 1. All ships, tilt up and full military power, Emily commanded. Almost as one, the assault force turned away from the planet and went to full power. Their curve took them on a path skimming just beyond the missile range of the planetary defenses and just beyond the reach of Admiral Kaiser's orbiting forces. Then the Victorian ships executed another turn, leveling off and taking them further away from the pursuing Dominion destroyers and frigates. The pursuing ships were all in a line now, bunched together, doggedly staying on the heels of the Victorians, moments away from launching another missile volley. Countdown commencing, intoned Mildred. 15, 14, 13. And from 200,000 miles above them, far beyond the reach of any sensors, came a flight of shooting stars. They arced across the sky, huge cauldrons of heat and light and frothing energy. In a few moments, anyone with a sensor, or even a porthole, could see them as they hurtled toward the combatants. Strangely, as they came closer, instead of speeding up, they appeared to be visibly slowing down. But the more they slowed, the greater the penumbra of heat and light that trailed them, like swirling comet trails filled with icterine yellow, palatinate blue, green the color of a Caribbean sea, and carnelian red. They were so brilliant that on the Fortitude Admiral Kaiser could easily see them with his naked eye. The spectacle was breathtakingly, astonishingly beautiful, and he knew he would never see the likes of it again. They seemed to fill the sky, as numerous as the stars themselves, but from his vantage point on the Fortitude, Admiral Kaiser could see that, in fact, there were only 40 or so. "Dark matter breaks," he muttered foully. The Victorian fleet had arrived. 4, 3, 2, 1, Mildred counted down. The 39 ships of Admiral Alice Duthat's fleet swept in behind the remaining 31 Dominion destroyers and frigates, still dumping speed so as not to overrun them. In front of the Dominion ships, Emily's task force flipped over to point their bow weapons at the ducks. And in that instant, the odds shifted from 31 confident Dominion warships attacking 14 Victorian ships to 54 Victorian ships, including 2 battleships, attacking 31 very nervous ducks. The threat sensors on every Dominion ship blared their warning as targeting sensors locked onto them. 31 captains cringed at what must follow. But the dreadful onslaught of missiles and lasers did not come. Instead, the comm screens on each of the destroyers and frigates suddenly showed a short, stout, dark-haired woman wearing the uniform of an admiral in the Victorian fleet. She scowled at them. "My name is Admiral Alice Duthat," she said in a voice like gravel in a cement mixer. "Each of you has exactly 5 minutes to decide whether you will live or die. You will immediately turn off your sensors. Any ship still showing sensors will be destroyed. You will bring your ship to relative zero velocity and abandon ship using your shuttles and life pods. You will not scramble your computers. You will not activate any self-destruct device. When you abandon your ship, proceed to the planet's surface. You will not be interfered with." Admiral Duthat's eyes hardened. "Disregard this order, and you will be destroyed without further warning. You have 5 minutes, starting now." The face on the screen vanished and was replaced by a clock ticking down from 5 minutes. For several long seconds, nothing at all happened. All of the ships continued at the same speed. The Dominions kept on their power and their targeting sensors, but they did not fire. "Lots of chatter on the duck's comm frequencies," Toby Partridge said softly, holding headphoned to one ear. "Mildred has decrypted some of it, and they appear to be arguing about whether or not to fight or surrender." Emily nodded, trying hard not to hold her breath. She jumped a little when her comm flared to life. Admiral Duthat nodded to her. "Glad to see you made it, Tuttle. Nice job snatching the duck battleship." Emily nodded back. "What can I do for you, Admiral?" "Let's give the ducks a little more to worry about. Scramble all the gunboats and have them take position on the flanks. Duthat out." The comm blinked off. A minute later, the gunboats poured out of the 4 carriers and moved in squadrons along the flanks of the Dominion destroyers and frigates. Perhaps the Dominion captains had already decided, or maybe the image of 300 gunboats swarming out of the carriers made the difference. But whatever it was, the Dominion captains began to shut down their sensors and reduce speed, one by one, until there were only 4 destroyers left. They didn't even fire their missiles. They just stubbornly refused to come to a stop and kill their targeting sensors. On board the Lionheart, Admiral Duthat shook her head and sighed, then nodded once to Captain Eder. Several dozen 10-inch laser beams lashed out. 60 missiles followed. The destroyers died with no life pods or shuttles escaping. Admiral Duthat shook her head again. Give me a brave, stupid person, and 9 times out of 10 you'll get a dead, stupid person. The other Dominion ships had slowed to a stable orbit fixed over Timor's equator. Within a minute, shuttles began to emerge from shuttle bays and move to the planet far below. For some of the ships without adequate shuttle capacity, life pods popped out of the hull and began to move very slowly behind the shuttles. Duthat nodded in satisfaction. Beam over the security teams onto the duck ships and make sure they're safe. Then send the new crews over by shuttle, she ordered. The captured ships would be very thinly crewed until reinforcements from Victoria arrived, but that didn't matter. Duthat was pretty sure that she didn't have to actually project power, just flaunt it. Then she calmed the Dominion battleship Fortitude to demand that Admiral Kaiser surrender. But when the comm opened to the Fortitude, Admiral Kaiser wasn't there. Chapter 48. The United People's Palace, Timor. Admiral Kaiser wasn't surprised by the summons. Michael Hudis might have been gloating if he hadn't looked so scared. Come to the palace immediately, Admiral, he said, his voice cold and brittle. You are summoned by the Citizen Director himself. This could go one of 2 ways, Kaiser reflected. Citizen Director Nasto might want to speak to him about how best to protect Timor from defeat now that most of the fleet was gone. Or he might charge Kaiser with treason and have him shot on the spot. Kaiser put the odds no better than 50-50. He spent 10 minutes conferring with Captain Bauer and the captains of 2 of the cruisers, both of whom he had known for years and trusted. Finally, he placed a call to a number he had memorized years before. Yes, answered a gruff voice. I've been summoned to the palace, Admiral Kaiser said evenly. Yes, I know, the gruff voice replied. I was there when he gave the order. Kaiser paused, waiting to see if there would be more information. When there was none, he said, I think it may be time. Oh, yes, the man with the gruff voice chuckled. I should think it is. He paused. We knew it would come, I just thought it would be the Chilika, not the Victorians. Better for us in the long run, Kaiser said. The man snorted. Well, we'll certainly find out, won't we? Then he cut the connection. Admiral Kaiser packed his briefcase very carefully and, finally, boarded the shuttle. The Fortitude was riding in synchronous orbit over the capital city, so the ride down was short. Once they reached the atmosphere, he could see that the shuttle was being escorted down by 2 DID military jets. While it was true that the jets could not follow the shuttle back into space, the missiles hung under their wings reminded that they didn't have to. Captain Bauer kept him updated with what the Victorians were up to, but for the moment they seemed busy placing crews on the destroyers and frigates they had captured. Admiral Kaiser grimaced. The Victorians would now have 78 warships, while he had 5. Who was it that said in war quantity has a quality of its own? But then, just as they were landing, Captain Bauer sent one more message. The Victorians are demanding the unconditional surrender of the Dominion, he said, voice shaking. The Victorian Admiral has given us 2 hours in which to comply. We're just landing at the palace, Kaiser said. Keep your eye on them, Fritz, but under no circumstances are any of the cruisers to use targeting sensors, do you understand? Do not give the Vickies an excuse to fire on you. Once the firing starts, we will not be able to stop it. Once the firing starts, Kaiser thought bleakly, Timor is doomed. Yes, Admiral. Bauer sounded resolute and terrified. Michael Hudis and 4 armed DID guards waited to greet him when he reached the palace. This way, Admiral. Citizen Director Nasto is waiting, Hudis said. Kaiser nodded, and they set off, the guards forming a box around them. As they walked, Kaiser saw more DID guards every 100 feet or so in the long corridor. A few more turns, and they reached a door with 3 DID guards standing in front of it. Kaiser had been here once and remembered it as a small office and conference room where the citizen director liked to hold private meetings. One of the guards opened the door. Kaiser walked through, wondering if he would walk back out alive. At the table sat Anthony Nasto, the citizen director, Admiral Wagner, Michael Hudis, and a small, balding little man with slightly bulging dark eyes who Kaiser recognized as Eric Niederman, the director of the Dominion Intelligence Directorate. Admiral Kaiser came to attention and said formally to the table, "Admiral Kaiser, reporting to the citizen director at his order." "Sit down," the citizen director said coldly. Kaiser sat down, trying to take in the sense of the room as he did so. Michael Hudis looked worried, but when he glanced at Kaiser, he smirked. Hoping for payback, thought Kaiser. Admiral Wagner was expressionless as usual. Niederman, he saw with a chill, looked amused, and the citizen director looked coldly furious. All in all, not an auspicious beginning. "The Victorian admiral has demanded our unconditional surrender," Nasto spat. He slammed the table with his fist. "Under no condition will we surrender! None!" He glared at everyone around the table. "We still have our planetary defenses, thousands of missiles. I want everything launched against the Vickies. Everything." He slapped that table again for emphasis. "And the defending ships in orbit, why aren't they firing?" He glared at Admiral Kaiser. "Why?" "I gave them orders not to use their targeting sensors," Kaiser replied, struggling to stay calm. "As soon as the cruisers turn on their targeting sensors, the Vickies will destroy them." "That is the same rank cowardice that you have shown since this campaign began," shouted Nasto. "Admiral Mello was right. You can't win if you don't fight, and you, Admiral, are afraid to fight." "Admiral Mello overextended his forces and was annihilated," Kaiser replied sharply. "Citizen Director, the planetary defenses will not prevent the Victorians from retreating to a safe distance and making kinetic strikes on us. We can intercept some of them, but not all, and we do not have enough ships left to force—" "We don't have enough ships left because of your gross incompetence," shouted Nasto. "Anyway," he continued more calmly, "the Vickies will not use kinetic strikes. They have repeatedly said that does not comport with their code of warfare. They may feel less, constrained since we bombed their home planet," Kaiser suggested. "Are you suggesting that we surrender?" Nasto asked, an ominous edge in his voice. "He is," Hudis said helpfully. "He should be arrested and shot." Admiral Wagner looked at his watch and pursed his lips, but said nothing. Director Niederman raised his eyebrows. "And who would command the fleet?" he asked. "What fleet?" Nasto said scornfully. Niederman shrugged, conceding the point. An aide came into the room and handed Citizen Director Nasto a slip of paper. Nasto read it, frowning, then looked up. "Sensors show the Vickies are pulling back to a deep orbit of 50,000 miles. "Perhaps they are retreating, sir," suggested Hudis. Kaiser shook his head. "They are pulling back out of the effective range of our planetary defenses," he explained. "Our planetary missiles have an effective power range of no more than 30,000 miles. After that, they go on to a ballistic trajectory and are easily destroyed or avoided." "I want all of our planetary defenses to fire on the Vickies now, while they are still in range," Nasto ordered. "We will fight until the last man. I will never surrender. Do you hear me?" Kaiser glanced at Wagner. Wagner stood. "May I be dismissed to carry out your order, Citizen Director?" Kaiser stood and leaned over the table. "Citizen Director, your order will result in the total destruction of this planet and everyone on it. Our only course is to surrender." Then, from the corridor, came the sound of a gunshot, followed by several more in rapid succession. The single guard in the room ran to the door, and everyone waited to see what was happening. no one noticed Admiral Wagner draw a small needle pistol from his briefcase. He calmly stepped behind Citizen Director Nasto and shot him in the back of the head. As the guard turned back into the room, Wagner shot him twice in the chest. Admiral Kaiser picked up the guard's needle rifle, locked the door, and turned back. The sound of fighting grew louder outside. Kaiser looked at the DID director. "Director Niederman, I suggest you order your men to put down their weapons." Niederman smiled and held out his hands, palms up in placation. "I never argue with the man who has a gun." He glanced from Kaiser to Wagner. "This has been well played. I mean that sincerely. My men never got a whiff of it." Kaiser gestured with the rifle. "The Vickies are going to start bombing us in a few minutes, Director. Call your men." Niederman carefully withdrew his comm unit from his pocket, then thumbed it. "This is the Director." He spoke clearly. "All DID personnel, stand down. I repeat, stand down until you receive further orders from me." He put down the comm and smiled at Admiral Kaiser. "See? Cooperation without threat of reprisal," he said warmly. "I think that the DID and the fleet can work well together to create the government that—" Kaiser shot him. Michael Hudis held his hands in front of him. Wait, you need me. I can be useful. You need someone to be the face of the new government. I can help with that. I can—" "Nope," said Admiral Wagner mildly, and shot him. Then he walked over to where the citizen director lay, put the muzzle of his pistol on Nasto's forehead, and fired 2 more bullets into his head. "Can't be too careful," he grunted. Then he grinned sheepishly. "Saw that in a movie once." The 2 men stood there for a moment, surrounded by bodies and blood-splattered walls, when there was a knock on the door. "Admiral Wagner?" "Admiral, it's Commander Lowe, sir. The palace is ours." Commander Lowe was Wagner's personal aide. The 2 admirals nodded in relief, and then both threw their weapons on the table. "I was never cut out for the infantry," Kaiser said, wiping his hands. 10 minutes later, a young sailor handed Admiral Kaiser a comm unit. "It's Victorian Admiral Duthat." She eyed him nervously, and Kaiser realized there was blood splattered on his tunic. Kaiser held up the unit. "Admiral Duthat, this is Admiral Kaiser of the Dominion Naval Forces." On the Lionheart, Admiral Duthat frowned in puzzlement. Kaiser at the palace? She had expected to speak with Citizen Director Nasto. She glanced at Sir Henry, who was looking intently at nothing at all, trying to parse through the possibilities. Sir Henry shook his head. "Ask him if he has spoken with the Citizen Director." There was a pause, then Admiral Duthat's voice came through the slightly tinny speaker. "Admiral, in 20 minutes we will release the first asteroid towards your planet. Has Citizen Director Nasto conferred with you about this?" Kaiser and Wagner exchanged a look. Wagner shrugged, a go-ahead gesture. Kaiser spoke carefully. "Citizen Director is not able to take your call, Admiral. He is indisposed." On board the Lionheart, Sir Henry pumped a triumphant fist into the air and smiled broadly. Duthat stared for a moment at the comm, nodded to herself, and spoke. "Admiral, I will assume that, in that case, you are in charge of the government of the Dominion of Unified Citizenry." She paused. When Admiral Kaiser did not say anything to contradict her, she continued. "Admiral Kaiser, you have it in your power to spare the people of the Dominion untold hardship and death. Now that Citizen Director Nasto is no longer with us, I put it to you. Will you, speaking on behalf of all Dominion forces, surrender at once and without condition?" Admiral Kaiser took a deep breath. "The Dominion of Unified Citizenry hereby surrenders. All active military and state security forces are hereby ordered to stand down, immediately and without exception." Chapter 49. 2 weeks later. On the HMS Rabat. Admiral Martha Wilkinson pushed a hand tiredly through her hair. The neurorealignment worked fine. That isn't the problem. Emily frowned. How does a neurorealignment work? Wilkinson waved a hand. To give you the details, I need one of the neuropsychiatrists, and they are insufferably obtuse and pedantic. Even if one of them agreed to talk to you, we'd need a regular neurologist to translate what he said. She pursed her lips. The short answer is that they go in and locate the physical site of the memories, the bad memories, and they dilute them to the extent that they seem distant and unrelated to your actual experience. It is as if you have read about someone else's experience, but you don't feel any of the emotion that you would if it were your own experience. And that worked with Cookie? Emily asked. It worked just fine. It was quite a job, mind you. They had to work through 6 months of memories of physical and sexual abuse, plus everything that happened to the soldier who was with her, but they got it done. Those memories no longer cause her the intense anguish they had before. The entire experience of her imprisonment has been softened and diluted. Emily raised her eyebrows in a silent question. The problem, Wilkinson said, visibly frustrated, is that now Cookie views herself as damaged because she had to have treatment in order to deal with the bad memories and her emotional response to them. Emily considered this, remembering how independent Cookie was and how much she prized being one of the tough, confident Fleet Marines. You're saying her problem now is that she thinks she is a weakling because she needed treatment to deal with her prison experience? Wilkinson nodded. It's little more complex than that, but yes, that sums it up. It's tearing her apart. She doesn't trust herself now. She's worried she can't rely on her own judgment. Wilkinson threw up her hands. I can't clear her for active duty until she's past this. Can't you do more neurorealignment? No, Wilkinson said firmly. It is a great treatment, but there are risky side effects. Cookie will have to wait at least a year before she can undergo any further realignment. What about Hiram? Can't he help her? She won't see him, Wilkinson explained. I think she feels like she has somehow failed him. She sighed. The longer I keep her in sickbay for treatment, the worse it gets. I think the isolation and inactivity is hurting her, but I can't release her like this. You're not saying she's suicidal? No, but she desperately needs a change, needs to get out of her head and just relax for a while. Emily sat back. She was taking the Rabat back to refuge for repairs. Round trip would be 10 to 12 weeks, and there would be very little that demanded her attention while the ship was actually in the dry dock. She smiled. Give her to me. I've got something to take her mind off her troubles. Chapter 50. In Gilead Space. Ships in the Night. The 30 Tilica warships slid eel-like through the wormhole that connected Tilica space into Gilead space. Each of them was a dark, mottled black, the black of starless space, the black of an assassin's blade. Under heavy stealth, with heavily muffled power emissions, they moved slowly away from the wormhole entrance deeper into the Gilead sector. From the Gilead sector, they had several options. They could enter the light, though why anyone would want to encounter the mad monks of that obscure religion was beyond reason. Or they could go to Darwin, or Victoria, or even take the old trader's route to refuge. But Victoria was the prize of prizes. He who controls Victoria controls all of human space. 5 weeks ago, the spy ships in the Dominion of Unified Citizenry reported that the Victorian fleet was entering Dominion space, and that the Victorian and Dominion fleets were evenly matched. Then the spy ships fell silent. Not that it mattered, thought Prince Rashahid, eldest son of His Most Imperial Majesty Chalabi. Whatever needed to happen must have already occurred. After the passage of 5 weeks, one side had ravaged the other, or perhaps they had managed to destroy each other. He smiled at the thought. Either way, he was going to Victoria and then the Dominion to pick up the pieces and assert the Emperor's rightful control over his expanding dynasty. The Emperor's pride had barely gone 5,000 miles when a single ship suddenly materialized on the sensor display. Prince Rashid, eldest son of His Most Imperial Majesty Chalabi, jerked up in shock. "What is this?" he demanded. His sensors operator, a trusted freeman, looked anxiously at his controls and then straightened. "A single ship, noble-born, destroyer-sized and powered down. They must have been under stealth. Our sensors showed nothing until they suddenly appeared." "Whose ship?" the prince grated. He was not a man who took kindly to surprises. "We cannot get a clear sensor picture, my prince," the freeman answered, his face a frown of concentration. Then a chime sounded, indicating that the Emperor's pride was being hailed. "How can they see us?" fumed Rashid. The freeman did not answer. The communications chime sounded once again. The prince thought for a moment, then nodded brusquely to the communications freeman. "Open a channel." The comm screen remained dark. Only a voice could be heard. "Your ships are dead." The voice was low, even, and without passion. "You are here on a fool's errand," it continued, "on incorrect assumptions." Prince Rashid turned angrily to the weapons officer, a noble-born. "Destroy that ship!" he grated. "We don't have a firm lock," the weapons officer protested. "Shoot anyway! Make them move! When they move, we'll get a fix. I should not have to tell you this." From anyone else, this would have been grounds for a kafari, a duel of honor where one man must die, but this was the son of the Emperor and the heir to the throne. The weapons officer choked back his anger and fired a spread of missiles, saturating the area where the unknown ship seemed to be. The battle display showed 8 bright green dots racing toward a smudge of red. "I see you have fired missiles at me, Prince Rashid," the voice chided. "Did you think it would be that easy? Watch." Just as the missiles reached their target, the red smudge vanished, then suddenly reappeared 1,000 miles away. "Am I here, my prince? Can you shoot me now? Or am I here?" A second red dot, as indistinct as the first, appeared 500 miles to the right of the first. "Or am I really here?" A third red dot appeared. "Use the lasers!" snapped Prince Rashid. "All ships! Shoot them! Shoot them!" Laser beams lanced out from 30 Tilica warships, some large, some small. They flashed through all 3 of the targets showing on the battle display. All 3 targets disappeared. Prince Rashid nodded. "Good. Let the lesson be learned. All who stand in the way of the Emperor die." Then the speakers on the communication screen burst into life. "You think you killed me, don't you?" the voice asked sardonically. A new red dot emerged on the battle display just over 1,200 miles from the Emperor's pride. But then a second appeared, this one closer, and then a third, and a fourth. Then a dozen. "You are a foolish man, Prince, and now your crew can see it for themselves. You thought the Victorians would destroy the Dominion, or that the Dominion would destroy the Victorians." Prince Rashid looked warily around the bridge of the Emperor's pride. There were 8 freemen on the bridge, all studiously looking at their consoles, none daring to look at him. But each one of them had heard every word. Anger welled up inside him. Anger at the mysterious voice that could not be silenced. Anger at the men who had witnessed his shame. One of the freemen coughed. Smothering a laugh, perhaps? But perhaps was sufficient proof for a noble-born. The prince snapped his fingers to get the attention of the Savic guard in the corner, then pointed at the freeman. The Savic guard walked behind the man, who still kept his head down, not daring to look up and seal his fate. The burly Savick grabbed the man's head and, grunting, twisted it around until it faced backwards. The doomed man's shriek suddenly punctuated by a wet crack, followed by silence. The Savick released the body, and it sprawled limply across the work console. The Savick went back to his post in the corner. "But you were wrong," the voice continued, "and your eminent father was wrong as well. The Victorians and Dominions did not destroy each other. They formed an alliance. You come now with your 30 ships, thinking to feed on a dead carcass, but instead you find a living, ferocious tiger, thirsty for revenge, thirsty for blood." More red dots appeared on the battle display. "Nobleborn, sensors show 60 ships, but we cannot get a lock on any of them," the sensor's freeman reported, glancing nervously at the Savick standing in the corner. "Now you must decide, my prince," the sardonic voice continued. Prince Rashahid was learning to hate that voice. "You must decide to forge ahead like a brave, courageous son of the great emperor and face certain annihilation, or you must turn back to Tilika space." Suddenly, one by one, the red dots signifying enemy ships blinked out, vanished, leaving only one, now glowing more brightly. "This one shows as a battleship, Nobleborn," the sensor's freeman said urgently. "Strong signal, very large ship." Then that red dot, too, vanished. But the voice relentlessly continued, seemingly coming from nowhere. "If you continue to Victoria," it said, "you will find the superior forces of the Victorian and Dominion alliance waiting for you. When you do, you will wonder just who it was that met you in Gilead with this warning, and you will wonder when you will see them again." The voice grew cold. "I will tell you this, my dear prince. The next time you see us will be the last. And when we are through with your paltry attack fleet, we will go through the wormhole into Tilika space, and your father, his most imperial majesty, will die cursing your name for a fool." The voice went silent. Prince Rashahid sat for a long moment, trying desperately to understand what had just happened and what it meant. Then he sighed and ordered the assault force to turn around and return to the Tilika sector. He wondered how he would face his father, and if he would survive it. Chapter 51. On the Planet Refuge. They started up the mountainside at dawn. Emily patted Rosie's head, and the horse nuzzled her. "This is Rosie," she told Cookie. "She has some fancy names in Berber and Hebrew that I can't pronounce, meaning Bride of the Wind, but to me she is just Rosie." Cookie nodded, but didn't say anything. She took a long look up the mountain, then studied her horse, a brown gelding named Tripper, for reasons no one had bothered to explain. Cookie watched how Emily climbed into the saddle, then mimicked it perfectly, and swung up onto her horse. Tripper looked over his shoulder at her, but didn't do that unsettling sideways skitter thing that some horses are prone to. The breeze ruffled Cookie's hair, and for a moment she closed her eyes and just breathed in the smell of a different world. Then Raphael Eitan stepped up to her and slid a needler rifle into the holster in front of Cookie's right leg. Cookie frowned and raised an eyebrow in question. "Just in case we run into Grogan," he said cheerfully. "They're usually not down this low, but better safe than sorry. Hope you're a better shot than Emily." Cookie gave Emily a considering look. "You brought me here to help me relax? Really?" They climbed the mountain slowly, the cool morning air giving way to mid-morning warmth. Cookie and Emily rode together, while Raphael ranged 100 yards or so ahead, keeping an eye out for Grogan. The forest was a riot of birds, small rodents, and gorgeous, breathtaking vistas across the valley to the mountains on the far side. Cookie didn't say anything, just greedily drank in the landscape. Exotically huge and rich after so many months inside spaceships and prison. Midday, they stopped at an alpine pond nestled in a small flat. A stream rushed down the steep mountain to it, cascading the final 50 feet in a waterfall over a tumult of rocks, the spray making tiny, fleeting rainbows in the air. Raph put a bottle of white wine in the pond to cool, then broke out some cold chicken and cheese, followed by fruit that looked like a pear but tasted more like a cross between a watermelon and an apple. He fetched the bottle of wine from the pond, took a sip, and pronounced it just perfect. He poured them each a drink in small metal cups, then raised his in a toast. "To a reminder," he said, gesturing at the scenery all around them, "that the world can be a beautiful place." Far off in the distance, they heard the long, undulating cry of a grogan on the hunt, the sound echoing off the valley walls. Raphael smiled ruefully. Well, beautiful some of the time at least. They mounted the horses and climbed further up the mountain. After another hour, they came to the first stand of shatamala trees, the tall trees with the short, waxy leaves that fluttered in the wind like ocean waves flowing down the mountainside. Cookie stopped to stare at them as the breeze stirred the leaves and they began their rhythmic, flowing motion. She stared at it in wonder and delight. "They call them the Dances with God trees," Emily told her. "The first time I saw them, I thought it was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen." Cookie nodded. "I'm beginning to understand why they call this planet Refuge. These mountains are incredible." "Yeah, well, you haven't seen the Grogan yet," Emily retorted. "It's not quite as perfect as you might hope." Then she gazed out on the snow-covered peaks across the valley from them and sighed. "But still, pretty darn nice." Cookie stared off into the distance. "He's not going to take me back," she said, trying to sound matter-of-fact, but not quite making it. She sighed. "He thinks he can, but I saw his face when I killed Schroeder. Every time he looks at me, he'll see that." "You didn't kill Schroeder," Emily retorted firmly. "I tried him in military court and sentenced him to death. He was executed. It's all on the record." Cookie gave her a withering look. "He was a sadistic, twisted, mean little pervert, and he deserved to die," Emily said defensively. Cookie's lips curled in a sardonic smile. "Yeah, well, I obviously agree with you, but that's not the problem. The problem is that when I slit his throat, I didn't really pay attention to the fact that I had an audience, and that Hiram was in that audience. I can live with what I did. If I had to do it over, I'd do it again. But that's the image Hiram has stuck in his brain. That's what he sees every time he's near me." They rode for a minute or so in silence. Then Emily said, "I think you underestimate him, Cookie. Hiram wasn't horrified at what you did." "Bullshit," Cookie said, angrily wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. "I saw the look on his face. Hell, I see it in his face every time we're together." "Listen to me, you damn stubborn idiot," Emily said very gently. "He wasn't horrified at what you did. He was horrified at what they had done to make you need to kill Schroeder. Can't you see the difference?" Cookie shook her head stubbornly. "He'll never forgive me." "There's nothing to forgive," Emily said simply. "And when you understand that, when you accept that, you'll be able to forgive yourself." Cookie snorted and swiped at another tear. "What the hell is that? The sound of one hand clapping? The arrow that never reaches its target? For God's sake, Emily, who put you in charge of my emotions?" From up the trail, Raphael waved at them. "Got to keep moving if we want to make it to the village by sunset." They rode in silence for another 2 hours, and then reached Weedidi. Cookie eyed the high fence and the barbed wire at the top. Once again the children ran out to meet them, including Raphael's younger sister. "You came back!" Noor cried delightedly, throwing herself into Emily's arms and hugging her. Then she looked curiously at Cookie. "This is my closest friend, Maria Sanchez. We met at the same training camp where I met Raphael," Emily explained. Cookie leaned over and shook Noor's hand. "Everyone calls me Cookie." Noor laughed. "That's a silly name." Cookie smiled. "My mother tells me it's because I looked so sweet when I was born." Looking at the tall, muscular woman with the weathered face, short hair, and tattooed tears on her face, Noor looked a little doubtful, but managed a polite smile nevertheless. The mothers came next. The petite Layla, the plain, stout Aisha, and the tall, shrewd Hakima. They each greeted Emily warmly. Layla, Raphael's birth mother, looked searchingly at Emily, then Raphael, then back at Emily. To her surprise and mortification, Emily blushed furiously. Layla hugged her and whispered, "I'm glad you've come back to us, Emily. I'm so very glad." Aisha hugged her briskly. "You must be hungry," she said, practical as always. "Supper will be ready soon. I'll have the children take your bags upstairs." Hakima was a little shy at first, perhaps remembering how she had treated Emily when they first met. "Well, I'm glad I didn't drive you off," she said. "So am I," Emily said, smiling. She turned to Cookie. "These three wonderful women are Raphael's mothers, though how they managed to fail so miserably with him I'll never understand," she teased. "Excuse me," Raphael said indignantly, "but I'm standing right here." The fathers were next. Amin the woodsman, Danny the former soldier, and Yael the scholar. They murmured polite hellos and faded to the background, letting the older children carry the bags up to the guest rooms and allowing the wives to fuss about the guests. But Emily saw Danny watching Cookie closely, and saw he knew her for a kindred spirit, a fellow warrior, bruised and battered by war. Supper was boisterous and loud, with teasing and laughter and shouts and everyone talking at once. Cookie, Emily saw, was totally overwhelmed, and finally Aisha leaned over and whispered something into her ear. Cookie nodded, and she and Aisha both stood. "A long day for our guests," Aisha said simply. "I'll show Cookie to her room while the kid folk clean the table." Then she took Cookie by the arm and led her upstairs. Noor leaned over between Emily and Raphael, her brown eyes alight with curiosity and mischief. "And you two, do you have separate rooms or are you sharing a bed?" Emily blinked. She hadn't thought about this. Raphael groaned and rolled his eyes. "I think I know a little sister who could use a spanking." Noor's lips thinned and she waved a fork menacingly. "Just you try it, Raphael Eitan, and I'll show you what Uncle Danny and Uncle Amen taught me about fighting." "We'll have no fighting and certainly no stabbing," Aisha said curtly as she came down the stairs. "Noor, I would prefer it if you would wash that fork rather than get your brother's blood on it." Then she glared at Raphael. "As for you, Raphael Eitan, until you are a parent in this household, it is not for you to decide who needs a spanking and who does not. Am I clear?" "Yes, Mother," the captain of Refuge's elite special reconnaissance force said meekly. "Good," Aisha replied, then turned to Emily. "Emily, may we talk to you for a minute?" She led her into another room where the fathers and the other mothers waited. Layla offered her a glass of wine and invited her to sit. From the other room came the sounds of children laughing and bantering as they cleared the table and washed the dishes. Emily could hear Raphael's voice among them, and for some reason she couldn't define, she felt a strong stab of emotion that threatened to bring her to tears. Everything here, the hugs, the dinner, the laughter and bantering, the noisy, loving supper, Raphael, his many mothers and his quiet fathers, it all seemed so solid and dependable, and almost within her grasp. And at the same time it seemed so fragile and ethereal, a will-o'-the-wisp that could turn to mist at a moment's notice and slip away forever. Layla touched her arm. "Emily, your friend Maria, she seems very troubled." Emily could only nod. The parents exchanged somber glances, and Emily sensed some current of insight and comprehension move among them, unspoken but perfectly understood. Layla nodded patiently. "Can you tell us?" Emily told them the story of the Dominion warships chasing the Atlas space station across Victorian space, of Emily's desperate attempt to save Atlas and the Queen by sending Cookie through the teleporter to the Duck battleship, of Cookie's capture and horrendous abuse at the hands of the Dominions, and of her eventual rescue. She paused for a long moment, considering how much more to say, then told them the rest of it. Of Schroeder and the chance meeting in the corridor, of Cookie and the knife, the mock trial and the real execution of a man already dead, of Cookie's depression, and Hiram. "Well then," Layla sighed heavily, shaking her head. Aisha, the stoic, practical one, sat still, tears running down her face. Hakima looked thoughtful. Amin and Yael looked somber and exchanged a concerned look. It dawned on Emily that none of them were looking at her, but instead they were all looking at Danny, the former Marine. Danny looked white as a ghost. Layla turned to Emily once more, a questioning look on her face. "Emily, I think I understand about your friend, but why have you brought her here? None of us are psychiatrists or anything like that." "She hasn't had much luck with psychiatrists," Emily said ruefully. Layla nodded slowly. "Why have you brought her here, Emily?" she asked again. Emily hadn't tried to put it into words before, but now they came to her. It was as complex as her life over the last years, as simple as the truth. "I brought her here because she desperately needs help, even though she doesn't really know it." She looked at them earnestly. "I brought her here because I am responsible for her, because I sent her into harm's way." She bit her lip. "Because Cookie is my friend, and I don't have many friends." But there was one thing more, the one thing that was so much more, unspoken but crowding out all of her other thoughts. She wanted it so badly, but was afraid to give voice to it, lest it slip from her grasp. Layla, Aisha, and Hakima all looked at her, nodding, encouraging her, giving her permission. Amin had put his hand on Danny's shoulder and looked at her with shadowed, worried eyes. Yael smiled at her, but glanced again at Danny. Emily tried to say it. I brought her here because this is the only home I have now, and I don't know where else to go. Because if I can save Cookie, then I can save myself, too." Then a curious thing happened. The three mothers stood together, but instead of going to Emily, they went to Danny, who kept saying in an anguished voice, "I'm okay, I'm okay." And it was the fathers, Amin and Yael, who came to Emily and put their arms around her shoulders, and Emily was crying and could not understand why, because it was Cookie who needed help, wasn't it? And then little Noor was there as well, hugging Emily fiercely, and even though she had no idea what was happening, she told Emily firmly, "Everything will be all right, I promise." And with that, somehow, Emily knew it would be. Chapter 52. At the Imperial Palace, Calm, Tilica Space. A day later, Prince Rashahid's ships reached the Tilica home planet of Calm. He took a ferry to the palace and walked to his father's private chambers. 2 Savic guards stood on either side of him as the emperor walked into the chamber and sat down. The prince fell to one knee, his eyes on the floor. "My father, I have failed you," he said. He explained what happened. To his astonishment, the emperor laughed. "I smell the light in this," Emperor Chalibi said ruefully. "They are cunning and treacherous and must be treated with great care, my son. Watch them and learn, for they are masters of deceit and psychological warfare in all of its forms. I have told you that the best way to defeat your enemy is to convince him you are not a threat, then to take him by surprise and annihilate him. The second best way to defeat an enemy is to convince him not to fight in the first place. The clever little monks of the light are gifted at this. I am your Imperial Majesty's dutiful servant, and I beg your forgiveness for my blunder, Prince Rashahid said earnestly. He was earnest. His life hung by a thread. Emperor Chalibi looked at his son with a mixture of fondness and irritation, knowing exactly what he was thinking. Kill him or not? Would his son learn from this? Could he? Then his thoughts drifted to the light, and his mood darkened. He should have destroyed them years ago, but he hadn't, and now they were once again meddling in his affairs. He wondered how Abbot Cornelia's head would look lacquered and set upon a spike in his meeting chamber. One day, he promised himself, he would find out. His eyes drifted back to his son, still kneeling on the floor, terrified to look up. A threat, his son, but also a useful tool. One does not discard a knife simply because it has a sharp blade. One does not discard a scorpion simply because it has a sharp stinger. Not if one can put the scorpion in his enemy's bed. Rise, my son, but remember this lesson. We will continue to build our forces, for perhaps the Victorians and Dominions will stand together against us. But in a few months, a year at the outside, we will be ready. He smiled a smile that only a handful of people had seen and still lived. And when we are ready, we will strike. Not the way they expect us to, but in a way they can't even imagine. Emperor Chalibi stepped forward and took his son's arm. But now, come with me. I want to show you a new weapon I am working on and the strategy we can use once it is ready. I think you'll like it. Together, arm in arm, they walked from the room, father and son, a family, each wondering when they would have to kill the other. End of Book 2.